What does the future of midwifery look like? Can we keep on recruiting midwives? Will people still come into the profession? Will they still want to do it? Will people share the sense of vocation that you've got? I don't know. The extent to which midwifery survives is the extent to which midwifery can see its future.
Good morning, Edinburgh. This is what I would say is the midwife buzz. You get a richness of midwives and student midwives and others in maternity care. And welcome to those people who are online. And I hope you're going to have lots of food for your brain today.
It's a long way away, but what is midwifery going to look like? How will you lead your profession? You are 3,500 midwives short, we think.
And how fabulous that so many are here today.
Wow, it's a huge number of people in front of me. I don't think I've spoken to this many people yet.
And I'm just so delighted to get the invitation to speak at this event. I think these are great events.
Will midwifery look like midwifery looks now in 2020, 2025? It seems a long way away. Some of you will be retired, some of you will be married, having kids, some of you will be watching me talk in a wheelchair. Because I'm not giving up.
And find a niche for yourself, find your role. I know there's people here that have managed to carve out wonderful roles, consultant midwives, specialist midwives. Find your thing in midwifery, which is your place, where you have something very special to offer.
We must get out there to membership, but we desperately need people like you to find us the members. It might surprise you to know that it's, roughly speaking, one child is born every week with an upper limb deficiency. Does that surprise you?
We have the lowest rates of breastfeeding in the entire world. Not just in Europe, not just in Western countries, in the entire world. We have an issue.
And I think within all of that, I think, again, when you go through it again, you're looking at, there's negative experiences there, but you'd love to be able to replace them. You know, we've talked about in maternity, you know, for every woman who has a negative experience, you have the power and you have the ability to be able to provide her with a positive experience, to be able to, you know, give her a better memory.
The NHS survives because people want it to survive. And since 1948, we in the professions, people with vocation and a sense of belonging, have handed the NHS from generation to generation. It's your turn now. It's your turn to be reflective, to look at your practice, your service design, the things that you do, how you go about your trade, how you develop your profession, and how you hand it on. You are the link between the past and the future. If you're not going to do it, who will?
The Maternity and Midwifery Forum brings you Matflix, video streaming from maternity experts. All your CPD and revalidation needs met in one place. Our expertly curated box sets are the perfect way to engage with the latest thinking, issue by issue. They make revalidation easy and are the perfect accompaniment to any project or university coursework. In addition to video from expert speakers across maternity and midwifery, there is easily accessible research and links to the latest government policy documents. Our reflective questions at the end are the perfect primer for your revalidation. In the same way the Maternity and Midwifery Forum provides certificates to show that you have attended these festivals, we can provide certificates for those who have consumed the content of a box set and submitted their written answers to the reflective questions provided by our curator, Dr. Jenny Hall. Midwives, maternity professionals and students, do not miss out. Subscribe to Matflix today. Box sets are just £17.50 each, or access to them all starts at £8.99 per month, and only £5.99 for Maternity and Midwifery Festival attendees. Students pay just £2.99 per month, and only £2.49 for Student Maternity and Midwifery Festival attendees. Check out the box sets at www.matflix.co.uk.
At All for Maternity, we want to spend some time At All for Maternity, we want to spend some time recognising all birth workers, midwives and students that are working hard to support women and their families to have optimal birthing and childbearing experiences. We want to thank you. We want to thank you for the work that you do, the hard work during these difficult and unprecedented times, coming together as a community to support one another so we can care for women and families in the best possible ways to optimise outcomes and journeys to parenthood. We want to celebrate the work of all birth workers, midwives, doulas, students, and those supporting maternity services. Midwifery-led settings where women can be supported to optimise their experiences and outcomes, to welcome their babies. In order to do this, we must demonstrate, we must come together and call out and advocate for women's choices and women's rights and birthing people's rights so they can be liberated and enjoy their experiences. We must mobilise, we must come together to fight for midwifery-led services, midwifery services, education to support women so they can experience their birth in optimal settings with optimal care. We must unite in our vision and our work. We must share good practice, listen to one another. We must look for those that are feeling dejected and offer them support and lift them up and encourage them to keep women and families at the centre of everything that we do. Together we can find the strength. So as Anna and Sheena, as the owners of All for Maternity, we want to offer support through our services. We have the practising midwife, 11 issues a year, and the student midwife 4 times a year, along with lots of online blogs and resources such as podcasts and e-learning modules that can support you in your learning. We have study sheets that can help to support you whilst you're studying in difficult circumstances. We currently have 50% off our subscriptions using the Support 2020, and we hope you come and join us. We're looking forward to welcome you to all of our resources and support.
Are you a midwife, maternity worker, or having a baby? Then we've got something for you.
To stay informed, exchange ideas and receive support, come and join our growing online community at allformaternity.com.
All for Maternity is an online platform offering areas to support your learning, sharing and caring needs. In our learning zone, we provide dynamic and informative e-learn modules, access to regular webinars and online workshops that address current maternity care issues, perfect for your professional development.
Our sharing zone provides repositories of information, bringing you evidence to inform your everyday practice and care. Access to support in the form of blogs, forums, podcasts and peer mentoring networks will be included in our caring zone.
We have so much to offer. Subscribing to All for Maternity will give you access to the Practising Midwife Journal free of charge.
As the first midwifery publishers of The Practising Midwife, we are delighted to have an opportunity to sustain, curate and nurture this important midwifery journal.
For us, The Practising Midwife represents you, students, midwives and maternity carers.
As mother and daughter midwives, we've always wanted the opportunity to work together. We share the same philosophy that mothers and babies need the best possible maternity care. All for Maternity helps us to realise this dream.
Through All for Maternity, we will offer opportunities and encouragement to others, providing a springboard for personal growth and positive exposure.
Extending our support globally is important to us. Your membership will support you whilst helping others. For every subscription from a high-income country, one will be gifted to a maternity carer in a low-income country. Joining All for Maternity will give you access to all this and more.
So if you're ready to learn, share and care with us,
we look forward to connecting with you at allformaternity.com.
And good morning and welcome to the Maternity and Midwifery London online festival. And welcome to all of you who've come in. And I'll be introducing our speakers shortly, but beforehand, I'm going to share my screen so that you can see all these lovely slides, except I'm not used to this. Oh, hang on, that's wrong. That's it. There. Okay, so this is where you are this morning in London, except we're online. So what's good is that we can welcome so many people from all of these countries. We've got 1,300 people booked. We've got midwives, student midwives, people wanting to become student midwives, childbearing women and men. And lots of people coming in from all over the world, from the Arab Emirates, from Austria, Cyprus, Germany, Finland, loads of people from Australia. So welcome to you. Malta, Mexico, Russia, USA and Turkey, all of these places. So welcome to the festival. I hope you have a good day. If you're not able to stay for the whole day, remember you get a boxed set at the end of this, so you can see everything. And if you miss one speaker because you're in the wrong place, or you get attached to one other place, you can catch up at a later point, and it's fantastic. I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you midwives, all of you students, all of the people who are supporting women, babies and their families at this time, because it is a hard time and difficult time. Many of you won't be able to be here live because you're looking after women and their babies, because guess what? Maternity services go on throughout the pandemic and have been going on, and midwives have been absolutely fabulous at making sure that women are looked after and their families and their babies all through this time. We know it's been a hard time, so welcome and thank you. Now, I'm going to start with some technical things, and some of you will have some very spiffy computers. Some of you will have a computer that might be a little bit temperamental. Now, if your computer freezes, don't panic. Don't panic. Just refresh your page, and that usually does the trick. If you keep having problems and you think it's the system, just go into the chat box on the side of the live feed and just ask a question. We've got a team who can give you information and support to sort it out. Now, many of you will come in through the live stream page. It's got everything. It's got the agenda, it's got a competition, it's got online evaluation resources, and you've got the chance to put in questions to our wonderful speakers. If you can even tear yourself away for a moment to think about sending a question in. And all you need to do really for the best use of this is to download the app, which is at the bottom of this live stream page. And it's very easy, so do have a go at doing that. There's also a chat box where you can meet other midwives, other student midwives, and you can also send in questions for our speakers. And new is Meet the Experts page, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. Now, with the structure of the day, we have a very lively program, and we have 2 streams in the afternoon, and you can move back and forth as you wish. Most of these are live webinars, and they're all on. You can get to them via the live stream page. So if you want to attend other sessions, you just click on the relevant webinar link and you get through there to the webinar room. Now, just to alert you that Wendy Marsh this afternoon isn't able to present at 3:15, but Alison Baum will be talking about embracing evidence, innovation, and collaboration to reduce inequalities and improve outcomes. And she's fantastic, so you're not missing out at all. It's going to be really good. There's lots of opportunity to ask questions, and just carry on using the chat box. And that your questions will come through to the chair. So when you see me looking away like this, it's because there's a question that's come through that I can ask the speaker. And the same thing will happen with the other two chairs, which is Dr. Jenny Hall and Diane Garland, who will be there chairing those streams. Okay, now the Meet the Experts. This is a really good little extra, because what we're trying to do is capture what it's like to be at a face-to-face conference or festival. And you know, there's always a little exhibition, and you can go and meet different companies, different organizations, and you can talk and ask questions. You get samples and free pens and all that sort of thing. Well, you can't get free pens today, though you can get some samples. You can certainly ask them questions and hear what's new, which is really useful, because I know midwives always want to know what's new in the world. And you can get lots of new literature, which people will send you. So all you need to do is go in the break. I don't suggest you do that now. Go in the break and go and just tap in where it says Meet the Experts, as you can see my little blue arrow, and then you can go through and meet the experts, and you can ask questions through the chat box, and you can send them questions as you go. The other thing is the experts rooms will be available after the event. So if you don't get a chance during the day, you can always go through afterwards and get information as you want it. And of course, this is somewhere where you can get your answers to some of the questions to win some prizes. So this is, and you need to download the app, which is at the bottom of the page. I'll keep on saying that, download the app. And this is just another example. So you can meet experts, for example, the NHS Public Health England, and the data experts as well. And remember, they'll be available for another couple of weeks, and this is where you can win your prizes. And I would like to say a big thank you to our lovely exhibitors and all the people who support us in providing these festivals to you for free, and all the making sure that we can turn all the presentations into a box set, which will be available to you after this. So thank you to the Practicing Midwife, to Public Health England, to Water Wipes, to Parents First, to Data for NHS, who are also in our experts room, and to the Nursing and Midwifery Council. So thank you to all of them. I just wanted to also say a big congratulations. Those of you who are in the UK will know about the New Year's Honours, and this time lots of midwives got honours, which is fantastic. So we had Susan Henry, Wendy Aliawala, and Dr. Mary Sheridan, who also had BEMs. And then Professor Hora Sultani Kabash, Dr. Gloria Rowlands, Jill Demilu, and Dr. Marilyn Rogers all got MBEs. And Greta Westwood, who is with the Florence Nightingale Foundation, oh, badly spelt, sorry about that, got a CBE. So congratulations to our midwife colleagues. It's a big well done, and it's fantastic to see midwives in the honours. And here we have the prizes. Competition time. You can go in for our competition. It's a multiple choice quiz, and it's got prizes. You have to download the app, guess what? And then just visit the festival exhibition pages and click on the links to get the answers. Now, of course, we've made things a bit tricky because, you know, it's a competition. The answers are all there, but you have to work a little bit to find them. And then once you put in your competition, the prizes will be announced in the next couple of days and will come to you. So it's worth having a go at. If you're not in it, you can't win it. And then for those of you tweeters, this is the Twitter tag for today, which is the Midwifery Forum, and the Twitter account is at Midwifery Forum. So do tweet away to let everyone know what you're up to and what you're hearing. I'm going to suffer myself, because being a bit of a tweeter myself, I won't be able to be doing tweeting because I'm obviously chairing this day. Okay. And later on, there's a festival collage. And again, it would be wonderful if you're in it. So that's going to come at the end of the day at 4:30. So what we want from you is comments about how you're enjoying the day, pictures especially. We know midwives love pictures, and we love pictures too, because then if you take a picture of yourself, maybe having a little snack in the interval, or maybe just listening to one of the speakers and being astounded or excited or happy or interested, then we can put it in at the collage, and that'll come at the end of the day. So that'll be fantastic if you can send it in. So that can come in through the chat box. So do join us there. Thank you. Now, do you know, I don't know if I introduced myself right at the beginning of the day. I suspect I didn't. So just in case you didn't know and you didn't see my name at the bottom, my name's Sue MacDonald, and I'm the curator for the festivals and for the Maternity and Midwifery Hour. It's my pleasure. And I'm chairing today, and welcome again to all of the people who've come to us. And I'm delighted now to be able to introduce our first speaker. And we've got a really interesting morning. I'm really going to be interested in all the things the speakers are going to say. Our first speaker is Maria Booker, who's Programs Director at Birthrights. And some of you will have seen Maria on the news recently. Very active Birthrights, and they've been doing some fantastic work for women, babies and families at the moment. They're always busy. Now, those of you who don't know this charity Birthrights, it's a UK charity dedicated to improving maternity care through a focus on human rights, which is really important, obviously. And Maria leads the charity's policy and legal work, and also Birthrights training of healthcare professionals and peer supporters. And she's had a huge experience of developing women-led electronic midwifery records, the development of the website Which Birth Choices for Women, and she's also a Maternity Voices Partnership Service user rep and former chair and committee member of the National Maternity Voices. She also has 2 school-age children, so she's well used to juggling everything. And I know you're going to enjoy her session, and she's going to talk about women's rights. Where are they now? So welcome, Maria. The screen is now yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to take part in the London Midwifery Festival. It's lovely to be here. I'm just going to try and share my screen. So, women's rights, where are we now? Big question. Obviously, it's a new year this year. We're in January, traditionally the time to look back and look at the previous year and see what's happened and look at what we want to change going forward. So really interesting topic to start the day with today. Sue very kindly introduced Birthrights as a charity. I hope many of you will know of our work. We have a number of strands to our work at Birthrights. So we have an advice service for both women and for healthcare professionals. So anybody who's using maternity services or works in maternity services can contact us at any time if they have any questions about their right to maternity care. We also do a lot of training for healthcare professionals and for peer supporters. We've moved all of that online during the pandemic. So if that's of interest to you at all, please do get in touch. And we use what we learn from working with women and birthing people and with working with healthcare professionals through our training programme to really inform our campaigning and policy and research work. So as I say, I'm going to look back over the next half an hour or so about what happened over the last year, so we can discuss together how we feel about where women's rights are now. So Catherine is going to very kindly launch a poll, which is going to ask you how optimistic or pessimistic you feel about women's rights in maternity care in January 2021. It's been a really busy year. A lot of talk about COVID. I'm not going to focus solely on COVID this morning because there are other developments that took place in 2020 that also have relevance to women's rights. So I thought we'd take a look back through that year together, and then at the end of the session I'll ask you this question again and see if anybody's changed their minds about how optimistic or pessimistic you feel about women's rights in maternity care. So Catherine, I don't know if you have any provisional results. Okay. All right. So do keep on voting. I'm only going to keep the poll open for a short amount of time, but I'd really like to get your views about how you're feeling about the current situation. I don't know about you, but I've struggled with whether to wish people a happy new year this year. I hope it will be at some point, but it's certainly been a very challenging start for the year, and for many of you, I'm sure, who are working in maternity units at the moment. So Catherine, I don't know if there are any more results. Okay, so 55% not very optimistic about women's rights. So let's see if that percentage alters at all over the course of this session. So I'm going to start back in March 2020. So the 11th of March last year was the 5th anniversary of the Montgomery versus Lanarkshire case, which of course changed the test for consent in the UK in terms of how courts look at healthcare judgments and how they decide whether consent was given by the person involved. And we're very lucky to have Nadine Montgomery as our patron at Birthrights. And to coincide with this anniversary, we really wanted to look at whether the judgment had changed what was happening in practice in the UK. So we did a survey with Mumsnet, and we had 1,145 responses. And the results were quite concerning, to be honest. 14% of those surveyed said that their opinions and decisions about their maternity care were overruled. 24% felt that their decisions about their care weren't respected. And 30% said that they weren't sought at all. And we asked respondents of the survey whether they felt that the legal reality, which is that women or the person giving birth is the primary decision maker in their care, was what they had experienced in practice. And less than half felt that that was what they experienced, and 42% felt that it wasn't. So it's important to say that there were some good developments in relation to consent in 2020. So despite those survey results, work has gone on last year to develop a two-way consent tool called I Decide. So there's been a lot of good work on that despite COVID, and that's about to be feasibility tested. So hopefully that tool is going to raise awareness of the sorts of conversations that healthcare professionals and women need to be having, and the depth of those conversations in order to reach informed consent. And also, I've just been working this week with 3 other authors on a new e-learning module for the Institute of Personalised Care, and that's going to give healthcare professionals training on how to have these choice conversations in practice. So, in addition, in autumn last year, the new guidance from the GMC was published on decision making and consent. This guidance was actually, or a form of this guidance was actually in force when Nadine Montgomery had her baby. So a lot of experts would say that the Montgomery versus Lanarkshire decision was really about bringing the law into line with good practice. But it was good to see the latest revised version of this guidance published last year. It's definitely worth a look. It's interesting to note that for the first time, the guidance recommends that consultations with midwives or doctors should be allowed to be recorded. Okay, so that's consent. Another huge theme for last year was the Black Lives Matter protests following the death of George Floyd in the States. I think that's really shone a light again on the inequalities that we've seen in maternity care for some time. As you will know, in this country, Black women are 5 times more likely to die in the perinatal period than white women. Asian women are twice as likely to die, and women from mixed ethnic backgrounds are 3 times more likely to die. And in November, the Health and Social Care Committee recommended that a target should be set to reduce the inequalities between Black women and white women. So a lot of focus in this area this year. Birthrights is just starting an inquiry into these inequalities, and that's going to be a big focus for our work this year. But our hope is that the light shone on this issue more generally last year will help to move things forward and ensure that improvements are made in maternity services on this issue. In July last year, the first Do No Harm report was published. This was the report from Baroness Cumberledge and her review team that looked at hormone pregnancy tests such as Primados, the use of sodium valproate and pelvic mesh implants. So this report covered quite a long period of time. Some of it was quite historical, but I guess the worrying thing is whether women would find the service any different today. There were some very familiar themes in this report about individuals not being given the information they needed to make informed choices, about women and birthing people having spoken up about these issues for years, but not being listened to by the system, and not knowing who to complain to, and when they have complained, finding that the system's very defensive. And Baroness Cumberledge noted that even though she's done many reviews, this was the worst that she had encountered. So not a very positive report on that issue in the middle of 2020. In September, there was the NICE published their quality standard on fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and I've included this because I think it shows how quickly women's rights can be eroded. There's obviously very good reasons why people want to find a solution to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Children who are born with this disorder have a lot of difficult issues that need to be overcome. But we really questioned whether this suggestion from NICE that women should have any alcohol they consume put on their own personal health record, and then that should be automatically transferred to the child health record, was the solution. It's interesting to see that despite the data protection issues, the proportionality issues, that this was something that NICE felt that they could put forward as a realistic proposal. We've obviously replied to that alongside BPAS and the Royal College of Obstetricians, and hopefully that will be the last we see of that proposal. But I think a reminder of how fragile women's rights can be even in 2020. And there was also a big focus on safety last year. So in March, just before the coronavirus pandemic set in, the CQC published a report saying that improvements were not being made fast enough in maternity units. And then later in the year, in September, we had an inquiry launched into 2 units in Wales. And then later in October, East Kent, the CQC announced that East Kent was going to be the first trust to be criminally prosecuted for a breach of their duty of care towards Harry Richford and his mother. And I've included the HAPSIB report in this because I think it summarised really well the issues around some of these safety inquiries. The same themes emerging about not listening to women, about it not being necessarily about individuals, but about having a culture of safety, of psychological safety, of good team working, multidisciplinary team working, where midwives, doctors and others work really well together. And I think that was echoed again in the Ockenden report, which was published at the end of last year. So obviously there was a very quick response to that, but Donna Ockenden recognised herself that many of the things she was raising were not new issues, but she made a plea that they really had to be implemented this time. So that's safety. Of course, I couldn't go without mentioning COVID, and it's not hard to find some headlines around how COVID has affected pregnant women, and also staff looking after those women. I'm really conscious of the huge challenges that are facing maternity units at the moment, particularly those in London. So I didn't feel it was appropriate to focus a lot of time discussing these at the moment, but obviously there will come a time when it's important to look at how decisions have been made during this period and how they've been communicated. what the impact has been on both women using the services and on staff, and to evaluate lessons learned and look at what we should do better. Happy to answer any more questions about COVID. So just to go back to our question, if Catherine can launch the poll again, I'd be interested to see whether, having had a reminder of some of the themes and events of 2020, that whether anybody feels differently about how optimistic or pessimistic they feel about women's rights in maternity care. Okay, brilliant. I will come back to that in a bit and perhaps give you my summary of where I feel women's rights in maternity are at the beginning of 2021. So I think what 2020 has shown us is that there's a real need for vigilance, that women's rights are not yet really embedded in our maternity system, and that they can be easily eroded. And there's still a risk, I think, that we focus on too narrow a definition of safety, given all the focus there's been on clinical safety and really sad cases of babies dying and mothers being significantly injured. And it's really important that we look at why those issues happened. But I think all of those issues come back to not listening to women, and it's really important that women define what safety means to them, rather than it being a very narrow clinical definition. Because at Birthrights, we know that we are approached all the time by both people who've suffered a significant injury or trauma because of the clinical care, but also women and birthing people who tell us that they feel really traumatized by not being listened to and not being able to access the choices they want to. There are also some causes for hope. I think there's been a good focus on consent and improving that this year. There's been lots of focus on inequalities, and hopefully that will move us forward. There's also been good progress made on things like continuity of care. We look forward to seeing even more progress on that front in 2021. And despite COVID and despite the real challenges facing services, we've also heard a lot of positive stories about people giving birth this year. And I think it's really important to remember that as well, that despite everything staff are going through and all the challenges they have to face, one woman told us that she felt she'd given birth in a 5-star hotel, which is just amazing in a pandemic. So it's important to hold on to the fact that good maternity care can be delivered even in the most challenging circumstances, and that a lot of women have been really happy with their care. I think for me, one of the main themes that's come out of 2020 is a reminder that there's an inextricable link between how we look after staff and how staff look after women. There was a report published this week by Make Birth Better, looking at how staff have fared during the pandemic and how exhausted and burnt out staff are, and how difficult it is for staff to deliver care when they are not able to deliver it in the way they would like to. It's now called moral injury, where people feel there's a gap between the care they'd like to deliver and what the system enables them to deliver. So I think there's going to be more about that in 2021, and hopefully we will see a recognition of the need to at least fund maternity care properly, so that there isn't a shortage of midwives, there isn't a shortage of doctors, because without that capacity in place, it's very hard for services to look at service improvement and to reflect properly on what they could do differently when they just haven't got enough people to deliver the care. So, Catherine, what were the results of the survey that we did? Okay, so Catherine, can everybody hear what you're telling me? Okay, okay, so 6% were very optimistic, so that's really interesting. Could you just tell me the percentages again? So 56 were a little optimistic, 37% were not very optimistic. Okay, so nobody was not at all optimistic. So that's a really good thing to hang on to. So thank you for taking part in that. I thought in some ways it could be a bit depressing to kind of look at where women's rights are now and to look at how people felt about it. But so I wanted to leave with this message, and it's the message of the starfish story. And I first heard this story from the lovely Sheena Byron. And the story is about a man who walks along the beach and finds a boy who is throwing starfishes back into the sea. And he asks him why he's doing that. And he says, well, the tide's going out, and if I don't throw the starfish back, they're going to die. But the man says, but there's thousands of starfish or hundreds of starfish, you can't save them all. And the boy picks up one, throws it back and says, well, I made a difference to that one. And Sue kindly mentioned that I was on Channel 4 News on Friday and responding to a story of a couple who had a really bad experience of maternity care, and arguably some of the things that they went through, such as being separated from their baby who was sent to another hospital for 6 days, may not have been avoidable, but the things that were avoidable were the things that were said to them. And in particular, the fact that Adele, that the woman was told that she shouldn't use a wheelchair, even though she was in significant pain, because the staff would have to clean it. And then she was told later by a midwife that she was being a bed blocker and that they needed her bed back. And it's those things that make a real impact on people, but are entirely unavoidable. But by the same token, we also hear at Birthrights lots of stories of midwives holding somebody's hands, just taking the time to say a kind word, just smiling at somebody or being warm. So I just want to leave you with the thought that whatever position you're in as a midwife, whether you're a student midwife or a director of midwifery, that you do make such a difference, that your actions make such a difference to women. And whatever the systematic situation is with women's rights, you on a daily basis will make such a difference. So thank you so much for all you are doing with women and pregnant people, birthing people at the moment. Thank you for all you've done over 2020 during the pandemic. I know it's been a really challenging time, and I hope you stay safe, and really happy to answer any questions.
That's great. Thank you so much, Marie. That's really fantastic. And I have to say, I was very itching to be voting on that. And I was initially feeling optimistic because I tend to be optimistic by nature, but I was beginning to feel a little less optimistic. But I guess my optimism would be summed up from the words that you were saying at the end about the things that midwives can do. And I'm always reminded that it's the little things, and it's it can be quite surprising sometimes that women can have a really bad experience. Their partner, they can have real problems having their baby or afterwards. But if they've had kindness and someone has explained, they can see it in a positive way. And I guess sometimes we as midwives want to make everything okay, and when it's not okay, we're quite uncomfortable with it. And I'm wondering if that makes it why we might say things like, well, you're a bed blocker, or you can't have a wheelchair because I've got to clean it, because it to me it's a sort of thing that it feels very crass, but you can imagine someone saying that because they just feel uncomfortable with the whole process. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But,
and exhausted, I think.
Yeah. And maybe, and I think what you were saying about midwives and the carers having rights as well, and them feeling, if they're not feeling cared for, they don't necessarily feel as good on caring. Because I was sort of thinking that the key things for me is the listening to women, because you said that a few times in different ways, and I was thinking, one, how can we make sure as midwives that women know we're listening? Because sometimes they've reported they don't feel as they were listened. Now, was that because they weren't listened to, or is because they didn't feel? And what was it, the ones who felt listened to, what was the difference? Which I guess it's quite difficult to get out of from a piece of research. But are there things that you think would help us make sure that, well, one, that we are listening, because of course if we're busy we might not properly listen, so we need our listening skills. But secondly, how do we make sure women feel as though we were listening? There might not be an answer to this one.
That's a really important point, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of midwives do this really well. I think sometimes just summarising what somebody's already said to you and repeating it back can really indicate that you've heard what somebody has to say. And I think what you said about wanting to fix things is really important. Sometimes I think that midwives aren't always honest with people about what's going on and the pressures they're facing and the reason why they can't meet the service. And I think sometimes it's actually okay to say to women, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to guarantee that, or this is how the situation is for us, and I will really try my best. And it's okay to do that. So I think women would prefer that people are upfront about what the limitations are and what might or might not be possible, rather than people feeling that they have to say that it's available if it's not.
I think that's a really good point. So the honesty, so listening and honesty. I'm thinking key things for when I reflect back on this today. Actually, I've had a question coming through as I come along here. Kay King, hi Kay, and she says, I'm wondering what processes Birthrights would recommend as the best feedback mechanism for women and birthing people who have received substandard care. Where should they report that? Good question, Kay.
Yeah, thanks, Kay. So the official route to reporting substandard care is to report it to the trust via the Patient Advice Liaison Service, PALS. So you can make either an informal complaint or a formal complaint, and the trust should take that seriously. All the trust should say on their website how they will respond to complaints and what their timescales are. You can also raise it with the Maternity Voices Partnership, which every trust should have. So they're a group where that brings together service users and commissioners and staff from the trust itself. And they can't respond to individual complaints, but they can look at themes. So if they're getting a lot of people saying that the discharge process isn't working, for example, that is something that they can work with the trust to improve. But yeah, the first point of call is to complain to the trust itself. And if the trust don't respond adequately to the complaints, either in terms of timescales or don't address the points made, then you have the right to take that complaint to the Ombudsman. And we have lots of information on the website about how to do that. And also people are very welcome to contact our advice service if they'd like any support with making a complaint.
Okay, and we can see your website there, so they can, viewers can get lots of information from Birthrights. There's loads of information on the website, and all the references you've been talking about will be available through links, won't they?
That's right.
Fantastic. Yeah. Well, we've got two more questions. One from Michelle Quashy. Hi, Michelle. And who says, thanks, Maria. I'd be interested to see, this is a good one. I'd be interested to see what the results of this survey, the one I think you've just done, would be if completed by service users.
Yes. Interesting to see.
Okay.
I mean, there have been a number of surveys of service users recently, particularly Pregnant and Screwed have done a few, and the results are not very cheering, I have to say. So yeah, that would be an interesting exercise to do.
Well, there might have been service users on the line today, actually, so that we may have had them putting in anyway. I'm not sure where Lena comes from. Is saying, do birthing people currently have to wear a mask?
So people giving birth themselves shouldn't have to wear a mask, but it's likely that partners or other people in the room will be asked to wear a mask.
Because it's an enclosed area, isn't it? So it's to protect others.
We do have a Q&A on our website about a number of questions related to COVID. And again, I'll make sure Sue's got the link, but that's one of the questions. And there are lots of others about care during COVID as well.
Yeah, so very, very complex. Okay, that's grand. And the other, I love the point you made about one of the mothers who said giving birth was like being in a 5-star hotel. And as a midwife, I was thinking, well, that's what I'd want all women to feel. And how do we do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's challenging, isn't it? But I think, as we've been saying, I think what matters to women most is feeling listened to and feeling that they're safe and that they're going to have their voice heard if they speak up and say they're in pain or that they need something. And I think one of the interesting things about the restrictions on partners is, that relationship between safety, people feeling that they've got somebody who knows what they want and who's able to speak up for them in those circumstances. And I think that's very important to women and their sense of safety. So I think we can feel that it's all about having lovely birth rooms with birth pools and these things are important, but I think the fundamental thing that's important to women is feeling that staff are going to listen to them and they have that good relationship with staff and that they feel in control of decisions, and that's what the research shows leads to a positive birth experience.
And kindness and a smile somewhere.
Yeah,
okay, well, I have one more question now, and this is Michelle Knight. Hi, Michelle. She said, hi, Maria. Have women said in their feedback, do they find the debriefs a useful process and supportive?
Okay.
Not everywhere has a debriefing process.
Yeah.
But I know some midwives do talk to the women that they've supported through birth and ask them how it went. But some places have got more formal arrangements, don't they?
Yes. I'm not sure that I've got the evidence to sort of say how people feel in general. I think anecdotally, a lot of people find that a very useful experience, and having the opportunity to debrief their birth and discuss what happened and understand a bit more about why things were done in a certain way. I know that there are also, there are discussions about who's the right person to carry out that process, whether it should be somebody from outside the trust rather than somebody within the trust, and how independent it is and how it links to, whether women want to make a complaint and whether that influences it in some way. So I think in general they're good. I think possibly that they're not right for everybody. I know that for some women who do really have severe trauma after their birth, it's not always helpful to kind of go over what happens in detail. So I think they need to be used with caution as well. But for lots of women do say that it's really helpful to talk to a midwife about what happened.
And I have to say, as a midwife, it can be very useful to review with the woman what worked and what you got right and what you didn't get right. But sometimes you have to be brave to do that, because sometimes the things you thought were good, that you did well, the woman doesn't necessarily appreciate. So you can live and learn.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's good for all of us. Well, thank you very much. Firstly, for the people who've asked questions, thank you very much. But a huge thank you to Maria. Thank you so much. I know you're really busy, and it's been fantastic for you to share what Birthrights are working on. And I'm looking forward to the next stage when you finish your review, which will be starting sort of now.
The inquiries, just getting off the ground. We've got a first meeting in a couple of weeks' time with the steering group, so looking forward to saying more about it publicly as well. So
Maria's always busy and she's always juggling. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay. And we take a breath now, and we'll move on to our next speakers. Now, I would say it's a double act. We have two people who are going to be working together. And they're going to be doing conversations around race, racism, and unconscious bias. And these are words that are being used a lot at the moment. And this is moving, and this is what I like this, especially moving from rhetoric to changing ourselves, our environment, and our practice. And I'm so pleased. I've got two fantastic people with me this morning. And the first, Banash and Ilian. And Banash Nazmeen is a specialist cultural liaison midwife working towards addressing health inequalities as highlighted by Embrace within maternity services. And she has co-designed and runs cultural competency and safety workshops for maternity healthcare professionals while working closely with the diverse community. So keeping the two links together. And she co-founded the Association of South Asian Midwives, and that's ASMAM, aiming to increase awareness of South Asian communities and their concerns with maternity healthcare professionals. And that's working closely to highlight and support the South Asian workforce and working with the communities, tackling taboo subjects like loss, mental health, infertility, etc. And also working together is Ilian Morrison, who is the founder. She's a midwife and the founder of Mixing Up Motherhood and Cultural Competence and Advocacy Workshop Facilitator. She qualified 3.5 years ago, probably longer now, I think, and has worked in a busy South London unit since. This is another juggler. This is what I always love about our speakers. They're always busy people who are juggling their lives and juggling to be able to be with us. Ilian has a passion for fighting against injustice in the childbirth continuum, with a particular emphasis on tackling systemic racism and bias in healthcare. Her monthly masterclass is aimed specifically at birth workers regarding advocacy and how it can change the care that is received, particularly by Black and brown women and birthing people. So welcome, Ilian and Banash. I always say now the screen is yours. Thank you so much for coming, and I'm going to enjoy and find this challenging, I know.
Thank you for the lovely welcome. I feel like we've been introduced almost like the Chuckle Sisters, but not quite, I think.
I think it's going to be a bit of an act, a bit of a to me, to you, to me, to you.
We've got this, it's fine. And because we're good. So thank you so much. I will give a heads up and a warning to everybody. We're going to be going from presentation to a few clips. So just bear in mind with us and just smile and nod patiently while we do the little tricks and swaps. But welcome everybody. So me and Eileen are welcoming you to join us to create a space where we can have some difficult conversations and some conversations that are going to make emotions, should we say, well, are going to challenge some, are going to bring some challenging emotions to the forefront. Right, Eileen?
Yes. I think that this type of topic can definitely be a cause for reflection, but also something that can make people feel quite uncomfortable. There are no personal attacks in this. It is not going for you as a practitioner or as an individual. It's a point of reflection for everybody and looking at how we can change the experiences of women and birthing people from all ethnicities, but particularly highlighting the injustices that are faced by Black and brown birthing people. So, you know, it's just, I want everyone to come away, we want everyone to come away from this feeling like, okay, I'm going to check myself and reflect on my practice and actually where I can change things. So yeah, there's nothing personal here.
So absolutely, we just want everyone to take this time to sit with what comes up and to contemplate why that's coming up, because like Eileen said, that reflection is so important, and it's important in everything we do. And we're encouraged to do this from our days as student midwives and through our journey in midwifery. So let's continue. And if defense mechanisms are kicking in and other emotions are coming up, then maybe contemplate why and how we can start addressing and working towards addressing those as well. So the big question is, I'm going to ask you, Eileen.
Okay.
Why is this happening, my love? Why are we here?
The thing is, I think, as Maria pointed out, but as we know, and it's been in the media a lot, the disparities between maternal mortality in Black and brown people and people of mixed heritage compared to their white counterparts is something that is very important. Like, it's something that we need to be speaking about more regularly, but not only speaking about it, but actually wondering how we can make changes and progress. So we've done a lot of speaking, and we've done a lot of theatrics. Oh, here's the headline and this and that and the other, but are we actually doing anything to make substantial changes, systemic changes? And I think it's massive. The issue is a systemic issue, but it does start from within. Those small changes, those changes that we can make as people, will make a big difference to the system that we're working in. And so it is important that we are here to highlight those statistics, but also what contributes to them and the effect that change could possibly have, and will definitely have, hopefully.
Yeah, and I think that the reaction historically has been, this is the data, and the data on this disproportion is absolutely quite gobsmacking and terrifying. And you know what? It's a really big topic. So it's sometimes easier to almost be like, well, excuse A, B, C, and D, socioeconomic deprivation, comorbidities, etc., hard to reach communities. That one I absolutely detest with a passion, because actually they are easy to ignore is more the standard, because the reality is these ladies are attending appointments. They're sat in front of you, they are coming to your appointment, and in that time we have got absolutely that conversation can be had, that building of relationships and bond can be had there. And I think that the enormity of it can be quite almost scary. So the ability to look away sometimes has been easier. But if you think about it as a small changes, because like you said, Eileen, it is that small thing that you can do. Like for me, one big thing anyone can do and makes my heart warm up and makes me instantly bond towards someone is when they say my name, Beanish, because my name is my identity. It was actually given by my grandmother, who was the village midwife in Kashmir, and it links me to my heritage and my family. It has a meaning, and in my culture we believe a name influences a person's character and personality. So just asking me, how do I pronounce your name? Beanish makes me so much happier. And Eileen, I know you've got a similar experience with your name as well.
Yeah, I have spent my professional career, so I guess spanning from student, so approximately like 10 years, I guess, with lots of different interactions with people saying, oh, can we shorten your name? Can we just call you Illy? And actually, I said yes. I said yes to avoid those conversations and to avoid the kind of correcting people. I had a name badge that said Illy, and it's only in the last 18 months, I think, where I've just gone, do you know what, sod this. I'll be Illy if I want to be, but actually, my name is Ilyin. And when people take the time to get that right, it's like, actually, yeah, we can talk. And so when we're dealing with women and birthing people, and it's so important that you start the precedent of your relationship with them by getting their name right. Asking them their names. Don't make assumptions. Don't ask to shorten it. Don't say it's strange. I've had a lot of people, that's a strange name. It's not strange, it's just that you can't pronounce it. But you could also ask me. And it's like Beanish is saying, it's so important, and it starts there. That introduction, that first relationship is really important with how we make women and birthing people feel.
Because we've said it's all about listening, and we've had this conversation. Maria's just given an example of, how do we ensure that we are listening and we are showing we are listening? The question that was asked by Sue, we are showing we are listening by telling the people we are caring for what we are doing to respond to what we have heard, and to first and foremost say, we have heard your name being said this way, but let me confirm with you that this is the correct way. because, you know, other people, the receptionist might have said, you know, Kadja has arrived, and you're like, hi Kadja, it's your turn to come to be seen into triage. And Kadja has never heard her name be pronounced that way and is sitting in triage thinking, I will wait until Khadija has been called. It's getting a bit late. 3 people have gone ahead of me. What's going on? And her care has already been delayed. Bearing in mind, Khadija's might be from a culture where you ask your mum first, or your mother-in-law, or your sister, I've got this problem, you know, this is going wrong with me, and she's already been triaged by her family members and her friends and extended family, maybe a partner, before she's picked up the phone to call us as a maternity service. So her care's already been delayed, and we know that that can be a factor. It's like ladies that are coming for cervical screening are presenting later when there's an actual reason, rather than having regular screening, and therefore are further down the spectrum and needing more advanced care. So it is one of those things where we need to be conscious these communities are potentially coming after a delay already to us, and how can we prevent that delay? I think we've had a little bit of a general conversation between ourselves, but let's see and share an experience from someone who who has spoken about this in a bit more detail. And this is where I switch between screens, so bear with me.
Very scary when I found out I was pregnant with Levi, because I was only 20. So I had like my big birth plan where I was having a water birth and everything was going to be so beautiful. Then someone came and then I remember saying to her, I'm going to have my water birth, right? And she was like, no, we don't have time for that. And I was like, what? She was like, no, we have to just get the baby born now, the baby's coming, we don't have any time. So we get into a room, there's a midwife, she comes up to me and she says to me, you're screaming. I was like, it hurts. Like, I don't know what else you want me to do. I just wanted to go. Nobody I've actually come into contact with since I've been here has been nice. I just want to go home.
One of the problems we've identified in our reports is that a lot of symptoms are dismissed as due to pregnancy, when actually they're quite concerning symptoms.
I'm just going to stop that there because that's a long...
It's a long
one.
I think, you know, looking at that, and I want it, you know, maybe this is, everyone else has seen it like that, seen those same things. If you've read the Embrace report, there's lots of reasons for the maternal disparities, such as not accessing care, such as not, what was the other one? Socioeconomic status, you know, different things, maternal comorbidities and things like that. But if you listen to what this woman was saying, and I, you know, speak up, you need to speak up, women not voicing, not speaking up. And actually that's one of my biggest bugbears when it comes to this whole conversation, is that we've taken the onus off the professionals and put it onto the women, especially Black and brown women who are speaking up and who have been speaking up. They've never stopped speaking up. The issue isn't whether they speak up. The issue is what happens when they do speak up. So we say you need to go to the antenatal classes, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do the other, you need to advocate for yourself and things like that. But actually, like in that video, she said, I had the birth plan, I knew what would work for me, I did all of this and I voiced it. And what happened when she voiced it? No, this, you know, the reason why that can't happen is this, that, and the other, just no. And then when she's expressing her pain, she's shut down. And that's not how you express pain. And we know that there's an assumption that Black women feel less pain, Black people feel less pain. I've never heard anything more ridiculous, because race is a social construct with no biological bearing. Which means that if a white person feels pain, a Black person feels pain, and a brown person feels pain. And each one of those experiences or expressions of that experience should be treated the same. So if you shout because you're in pain, it's okay. It is okay to express your pain, but if you are shut down and told, no, that's not how you express pain, you aren't allowed to express pain like that. When we look at why Black and brown people aren't seeking help and support from maternity services, we have to check ourselves first. What happens when we go to seek help? Are we listened to? Are we heard? Are we supported? Are we encouraged? Are we understood? All of those questions need to be coming into, what are we doing with the information that we are being given by these women who are expressing themselves? Is it culturally sensitive and culturally competent care? Because if that happened, then we wouldn't come away feeling like, well, actually, I was saying this, but they weren't doing what they were supposed to. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, we're now at a stage where we're saying, well, these ladies aren't giving us feedback. These families, these pregnant people aren't reaching out to us anymore. Why is that? Because we need to look back on our history, and we actually need to be taught about the history. We know, historically speaking, there have been trials and studies done on our communities that have failed or even detrimentally caused them harm. And that has been very well documented to the point where all you need to do is Google the Tuskegee trial. You need to look at the history behind Jane Marion Sims's speculum. You need to look into how cesarean sections were once upon a time performed without analgesia on enslaved women in plantation fields in America. These are historically the constructs that has come down through history. And these are the lessons and the intergenerational trauma that has been passed down. And the expectation is very little now. I know from my community, which has been completely erased in history, it's very difficult to even find the kind of ancestry and what's been done in past in the South Asian continent before partition happened, because it's not been documented as effectively. And where it was documented, it has been erased. For example, there's a famous movie, I forget what it's called, but it's about Abdul, the Queen's, Victoria is one of his favorite slaves, and they only found out about him incidentally, because his son didn't like the bond that the Queen had with him and didn't want that to be public knowledge, therefore destroyed anything, and what was left to him from the Queen was also not given to his family. And that erasure is what is affecting us even now to this day, because the expectation isn't there. So the complaining to pals isn't there, and the complaining to you as a healthcare professional is being cut down because we're not feeling listened to. But I can tell you, people are coming to complain to me because they know I'm a South Asian midwife, and they think I'm listening and I'm understanding and I'm culturally aware. And the data that keeps coming up is actually scaring the communities, because they are seeing that we are talking about this, and they are seeing it on the social media, and they're seeing it tweeted and Instagrammed, but they're not seeing what we are doing about it. And the conversation around speak up is almost like, but we are speaking up. Antenatal classes, where are they in my language? Where are the classes that I can speak, that I can understand better? Where are the cultural practices that I want to talk about? Where can I go to have that cultural safe conversation without feeling like I'm going to be judged about asking about my religious or cultural practice that I want to do, because this is what we've done, and from generations before. Where is a safe and brave space where I can go and feel like I don't have to validate and explain myself over and over again, and make it and listen to defensive practice where I can just be accepted and just listen to what I'm saying without having that rhetoric that can come back from it. Those are the conversations that are having almost being heard within the community that I'm within, Elaine.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think personally, as a Black woman who's been through the service and been treated terribly, and who has also worked in the service, I can see where these conversations, where the issues are, but also where we're not having those conversations and where we're not encouraged to complain, but also because we've got to think of how our pain is understood and how our pain is viewed and how our experiences are viewed. And like Bina said before, when we speak about what we don't understand, a lot of, midwives don't understand cultural family dynamics. And it's so important that we start to look at these and examine them and understand that through generations of traumatic birthing experiences and traumatic pregnancy experiences, these things have been normalized. And so our families are taught, well, that happened to me as well, but don't worry, it's fine, it's fine. The mum saying it's fine, the grandma saying it's fine. And when I had my babies, and you're so fortunate now that even you had choices, those influences are really important. When we say to someone, you should complain, what should I complain about? Because I don't know what I deserve. I don't know what kind of care I am worthy of. Do I have the right to complain? Because in my community, this is normalized. Mm-hmm. This trauma has been normalized. And this is where we need to be doing the work in those communities and breaking down those beliefs that Black and brown people are less deserving of the care that their white counterparts receive. And that is how we can make those changes to get true data. Because we're not getting true data from Black and brown women who were just told, be quiet because actually you're okay. You've got a healthy baby, you're alive, you're okay. The data isn't changing as we go on because those women are still not speaking up. One, because their experiences weren't understood, but two, because actually they're not encouraged to speak up. And it's not safe for them to speak up.
And this is so 2 points here with the data. Even when the data is managing to get those the feedback and the conversation with people from the Black and brown communities, the analysts are white British, so they potentially are missing out on significant nuances that are culturally important and sensitive and rich data, which they may not even be aware of because their lens is different.
Yeah.
And so it's so important that in research, we are funding more people and we are supporting more people in the workforce from our diverse communities to be participating, to be involved in, and to be elevating them to be able to have those conversations. And the second thing was the data has been around for a very, very long time. It's still, we're now 2020, and massive uproar that has happened after last year, COVID and BLM and all of these things have taken this lens that we currently are in, the spotlight we have, is because of that, not because the data happened, the data wasn't there, the data has already been there, but the data was found incidentally. And again, that word incidental, it's an incidental finding because we are not a priority. We haven't been a priority for a very, very long time. And the conversations I've had with some people is, we have a very small Black, brown, diverse ethnic community in our local trust, so we don't need to invest in continuity of care or X, Y, and Z. And the conversation there is, well, that's where you need it even more, because that's where biases and issues are being faced on a larger scale by those communities that are now being minoritized and marginalized even more, because that comment you've just made says that you do not prioritize them.
Yeah, so looking at this graph that you've got here, you can see the maternal mortality rates by ethnic group, and this is 2000 to 2002. You can see that the disparity was very clear then. When we look at the Embrace report from 2018, in fact, maternal mortality rates have increased. It's gone from three times more to 5 times more in Black women. And you think, well, okay, so we're advancing medically. Midwifery is changing. The care that we're providing is changing. Medicine is changing. We're supposedly more culturally aware. We are supposedly creating safer spaces, safer practices. And yet, this data that everyone loves to talk about is showing that Black women are still dying disproportionately and Asian women are still dying disproportionately. And why is that happening? So then we've got to be really frank about it. And this is what we're scared of. You know, that harsh reality that actually racism is playing a massive part in what is killing these women. And these are statistics that we've got on maternal mortality. But do we really have statistics on maternal morbidity? Do we really have statistics on the near misses? Do we really have statistics on the experiences of Black and brown people? Because if we were to get those, then everyone would be really shocked. If it was more than anecdotal, we'd be really, really shocked. But like Beanish is saying, we need to be in those interviews, and that data needs to be collected by people who are understanding what is being said. And so that's not me saying only Black people can interview Black people, only brown people can interview brown people. But what I'm saying is we need to be culturally competent and culturally safe, and so that we can understand. And if we don't understand, we ask, we don't assume, because then we could get a true picture on what maternal care looks like and the changes that we need to make in order to really get rid of racism and improve experiences for these Black, brown and mixed heritage women.
Nail, head. Like, what more can I say there? Because that is the reality, and the reality is the conversations and the lessons that have been learnt are not necessarily the lessons we need to be learning in university. You know, the Eurocentric lens that is currently on the curriculum needs to be removed, and the conversations that, I mean, I've had really upset women that keep coming back to me and talking to me about how, you know, every single appointment I'm being asked this one question over and over again, but I'm only being asked because I'm from this community. And I'm not going to name certain communities because that's just adding to the biases. But, you know, I'm being asked this question about FGM. And I know, and I do not want to put my daughter through that, and I would never do that. But this threat of safeguarding keeps being pushed in my face. But I know for a fact my friend who is XYZ hasn't been asked that question once, but I've been asked that it's in every single consultation. And you know, the question about consanguinity, I've had an ultrasound sonographer say to me, the amount of upset women that go to her because they recognize her from being in the same culture as her, that say, do you know what? When they first notice an abnormality, the first question they asked was consanguinity. Am I related to my partner? No, I am not. It's documented clearly, but that is the same thing that everyone keeps asking me, from the sonographer to the doctor to the neonatologists. And those are the things that are adding to those barriers. And those barriers then often becomes internalized, and we have this conversation with ourselves where we aren't even talking about certain things within our own community, sadly, because of those lessons we've internalized from the other side. And I think there's a young man who has a few questions who we're just going to play. And this is the tech issues again.
I have a question. Why is my name so hard to pronounce? Why is it when it comes to my cultural history, everyone has so much doubt? I have a question. Why are we sold products that attack our beautiful skin complexions? I have a question. Why don't we know the depth of our ancestry? I have a question. Why don't we talk about our mental health and self-reflection? I have a question. How much did Bedji and Baba give up to make it here? I have a question. How much did we as a community sweep under the carpet? How many much needed conversations were never made out of fear?
So those are things that we definitely, I think, in both communities, you know, black and brown communities, there's lots of things. So it's not saying, oh, it's just the fault of white people and, you know, they've made everything so hard for everyone. And, you know, it's a communal, it's a collective thing that we can all make changes. But it's like, it goes back to what I was saying about changing those narratives primarily, and also, you know, when we're interacting with black and brown communities, ensuring that they feel that actually they can speak about what their understanding is and what their belief is and what they've been taught. And we can change those conversations and we can make sure that they're understanding, well, actually, yeah, I recognize that's what your beliefs are, and I you know, I respect that. And you can have a conversation. It's a two-way thing. It's what happens a lot of the time is when these people come in, and like Binash was saying, they come to appointments and they say, oh yeah, this. And it's ridiculed. And it's, you know, yeah, right, okay, sure, you know, or yeah, maybe that's from where you're from. It's like that, you know, that othering thing of, yeah, that's what you do there. And, you know, it's documented and it's all of these things. And it's like, well, let's listen, let's hear, and let's make changes. You know, one thing that I think is really important that we speak about is this not accessing care, not seeking help. And I say it in my own masterclasses that there are very, very few pregnant people who do not want to access help. I mean, making the implying that these people don't want help is actually insulting. It's what we need to be asking is, okay, what shapes that? Where are you getting your information from? What are your experiences? What is your understanding? Do you know what you're entitled to? So, you know, this slide here is speaking about the media and what messages are put out to us and what we can see, what is in, you know, any type of midwifery papers, what's the published work looking like, what is when posters are put up in doctors' surgeries or in hospitals, what do they look like? Can we see ourselves? Are you speaking to us and about us? You know, so a lot of this stuff is like, well, yes, we're accessing services, but services aren't made for us.
Mm-hmm. And that is just the conversation. And that is, we're accessing services and we're going to practitioners that aren't trained how to identify mental health concerns in my community. And this is a classic example and a conversation I keep having with my brown psychologist friends who are doing work in these communities and that keep saying, look, you know, a prime example for me, in Urdu, there isn't a word for depression. So in a language, there isn't even a word for this mental health concern that we know massively impacts individuals and impacts on life expectancy as well. We know how large mental health can largely affect your years in poor health and your life expectancy. But we are not talking about how they will present to us. We are not learning about what they are going to present to us with, because in my community, we're more likely to talk about the psychosomatic symptoms of it. Therefore, you already know how far down that spectrum of mental health we are. If we're talking about palpitations, if we're talking about stress-induced headaches, because that's what we're coming to practitioners and clinicians with. We're saying we've got headaches. And what we're doing as clinicians, because we're trained to be clinically, clinically checking, we're checking your blood pressure and your urine, and we'd want to diagnose you or rule out a diagnosis of a actual health problem or a comorbidity, but we are not looking at, well, how often are you having these headaches? Are they, you know, are you sleeping enough? Are you does it settle with pain relief? What is bringing them on? Are you eating well? Are you going out? Are you exercising? Because if you were to ask someone in my family, because we're first generation immigrants, and I'll go with the elder generation in my family, if you were to ask my mum, you know, are you feeling low? Her translation to that would be, what do you mean, low on the ground, on the floor? Or are you talking about class? Are you talking about, am I lower than you in class? What do you mean by low? That conversation and the PHQ-9, it's not appropriate. And then we're missing things. And even like this whole conversation that Sarah Wickham has highlighted about anti-D. You know, my mum is B negative, and in Pakistan, when she had her blood test, she was given a card to say, your blood group is really rare. You need to carry this card with you. But that's not the case in the UK. But in Pakistan, it was very largely that your blood group is extremely rare, and it quite clearly says how rare it is in Asian countries and African Caribbean countries in comparison to European countries. But again, I wasn't aware of this until I saw this, and it's almost like I've had to go and do learning for myself outside of my curriculum that trained me and in my journey as a midwife.
Yeah, I think, you know, even when I go back to when I was training as a midwife, I would say it wasn't culturally safe, not intentionally. I think the curriculum was just not there. It's not there. There weren't people coming to speak about racism in healthcare and weathering, you know, and the effects of poor healthcare and not creating. There were a lot of talks about how these people in these communities don't access care. That was, and again, we've got to think about the language that's being used and where the onus is being put, rather than on that self-reflection. And like Binesh was saying, the questions, you know, the FGM and the domestic violence and the single parenting and, you know, those types of things. I mean, personally, when I went to an appointment and they said to me, where's dad? And I said, oh, he's not here. And they documented on the paperwork that I was a single parent. I didn't tell you I was a single parent. But also, what are the implications of you documenting that in your systems? And how does that make me feel? And the assumptions that you've made and the stereotypes that go with single parenting, and the fact that I've got a child that is unwell and I'm now documented as a single parent through one conversation where you didn't ask any more questions but made an assumption. And where did that assumption come from? It came from your own biases. Yeah. And that's what we need to be asking. What are our biases? When we see young Black women, or young women generally, but particularly in this conversation, young Black women that present by themselves to appointments, dad's not there. That's it. They may say, he's just not here. And what is our immediate assumption? Mm-hmm. Is he in jail? Probably. Or was dad's not around, absentee father? Because the media is pushing this stereotype on Black men being absentee fathers, which actually statistically is incorrect. But all of our stereotypes and all of our biases are influencing the care that we give and how these women perceive this care. Because I'll tell you right now, they are not stupid. They may not speak the same language, they may not come from the same place, but we are not stupid. And we see the looks and we see the documentation and we see all of this and this thing that's like, oh, I'd better make sure that I say the right thing. I better make sure that I'm palatable enough. I better not say that, I don't know, I had a cigarette at the beginning of my pregnancy before I knew. I better not say that I tried recreational drugs, because the fear of safeguarding and the fear of judgment that these women are facing. I better not say that I'm from a Muslim community, because actually, oh, I might be a let the wives speak and they won't let the wives grieve. They'll dictate to them how to do it. So just wait till the partner's out the room. And I thought, wow, the racism and the effect that it is having, that we aren't even allowed to grieve in a way that is our own. That if it isn't palatable to you, if it's not recognized by you as being okay, as crying and as showing us a softness and a gentleness and all of these things that are associated with this whiteness and what is being documented.
Yeah.
And what does that mean for any future interaction with healthcare professionals for both you and your husband and partner? What does it mean? And what are the effects of these things? It snowballs, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And you're thinking, well, hold on. You know, we have to think of the effect that our own internalized racism, our own bias, and as Black and brown practitioners as well, we carry that with us. What is the effect on these people's experiences and their lives?
And for those people who are thinking that, you know, yes, there's comorbidities, there's X, Y, Z, there's socioeconomic deprivation. Remember, when Embrace has done their studies, they've counted and they've stabilized, so they've looked at all these factors, and despite that, these disparities exist. And if you're going to say, I'm not racist, or I'm not biased, or I don't have unconscious bias, the latest work that Embrace has been doing, which has been absolutely devastating to me, they presented it at the British Interpartum Care, and it's actually on their website. You can go and look at their inequalities presentation, but they've looked at those statistics from 2017, they've compared it to country of origin versus giving birth anywhere in the UK and what the outcomes would be. And because they've had to be data that's collected in all those countries, the only things that they've been able to look into is premature birth, neonatal death, and infant death. But as a Pakistani woman, I would be less likely to have a premature birth, I would be less likely to have a neonatal death or an infant death if I went and had a baby in Pakistan, which is my country of origin, or if I had a baby anywhere else in the world, in comparison to the UK. So these statistics are real, and we need to stop making ourselves feeling better about it and making excuses and start working towards addressing.
I think, like Binesh saying, it's very important that we don't see them as statistics, that we see them as people. When I see those statistics, I think of my sisters, I think of my cousins, I think of my friends. You know, we can do that thing where it's like, oh yeah, 5 times 4, oh that's big, but 3 times 4, oh that's big, yeah, but you're not seeing it as a person, you know, and this is where we can become quite far removed from what is actually happening, that these are people that are losing their lives. These are people that are having shocking experiences with maternity care, predominantly based on the color of their skin. And so how can we really call ourselves these all-rounded midwives who provide this care if those are the effects that our care is having on people? And it's just often not intentional. And I will talk about this unconscious bias thing, because I think it's, you know, a very important point. I would have to be inclined to say that unconscious bias is being used as a cop-out for certain behaviors. It is unconscious until it is conscious. So you can get away with it and you can say, well, I didn't know I was doing that. I didn't even recognize that I was doing that. But through reflection, you should say, well, actually, and through learning and through studying, well, actually, maybe I could make this difference. It is only unconscious to a degree. And then we become aware of what we're doing. And that's how we make changes. But we can't keep going on this, well, it's unconscious bias that's doing its unconscious bias, because then it makes people feel safe. I didn't know I was doing it, so I wasn't doing it. So I didn't know that was the effect that I was having on someone's life. Well, let's make it conscious. Let's start checking in with ourselves and our own internalized unconscious biases and our own racism. And then we make a conscious effort to change it if we want to. But if you don't want to, well, then you're just racist, aren't you? There's nothing unconscious about it.
That's it. That's the difference. That's how I explain racism versus unconscious bias. It's a choice. Racism is when you realize you do nothing to address and you continue to do what you are doing and you have been doing because it's easier for you and it doesn't impact you. So we do need to make the change within ourselves that we want to see within the world. I'd just like to put the poll out. I know we were meant to have one earlier, but we got so busy talking that it never went out, Eileen. So if Catherine could put that one out, that would be great. Fantastic. So if you guys just go ahead and let us know what your experiences, well, just reply to the poll. We're going to talk about some of the work we've been doing. And the work we've been doing is I have co-created and been running an amazing, and I say it's amazing because the data that's come out of it has been amazing. We've been doing questionnaires, and this data is not from the self-selected group because we have an online version where people can book onto, and that will be sent out in the resource pack via the emails that you can book onto and do. And there is also a group that we're doing in a trust. And it's mandatory and it's MDT, and this is from only that local trust data. And actually the reality is you are not going to be culturally competent after attending one such session. You are not going to be culturally competent ever because there's so many there's so many cultures out there that you cannot learn everything about every culture, but you can start building and start learning, and you can start being culturally safe and actually trying to give that individualized care and understand what's going on, what's happening, what biases we have, or what the provision that we provide is actually like. What's holding us back? Are we feeling safe having culturally safe conversations with the people we care for? Can we actually discuss this topic that we've just been discussing with the people we work with our families at home? Do we have those conversations? The workshop focuses on values, attitudes of individuals, how we have become the person we are, how we can check ourselves, and how the outward environment influences us and continues to influence us. And this isn't a tick box exercise. This is hard work, and it includes activities and case studies, and it's emotionally draining, and it's investing. And anyone who has been to it, someone gave us feedback to say, it feels like I've just done a 12-hour shift. I am emotionally drained, is what they said. But then I suppose that's the kind of work we need to do to start addressing these issues that we have.
Yeah.
Because everyone has them. And saying otherwise is just not good enough.
So I run a masterclass, a monthly masterclass, as it was, as Karen kindly said. Sue said, sorry. And I've done this masterclass because I realized there was a gap, and it was this real need for truth speaking, real home truths and getting to the nitty-gritty of issues. And it's an hour and 45 minutes. It's not a long masterclass, but actually people have come out of it and said, I didn't even realize what I was doing. I never considered myself to be racist, but was I actively anti-racist? And that's how we can realize there's a big difference between not being racist and being against racism, and how we do that and how we advocate for our patients and the people that we care for, patients or otherwise, and in our families. And when we're having these conversations, because really as midwives and birth workers, we are supposed, and student midwives, and want to be student midwives and doulas, and we want to advocate for the people that we are caring for, because that is what we are there to do. Whatever their choices are, whatever their understanding is, whatever services they need, we're there to advocate for that. But how can we do that if we are carrying these internalized biases? And what that I'm doing is to really start to just point them out. And an hour and 45 minutes is not nearly enough. We get to the cusp of it, and then it's like, now you need to go and think. Now you need to go and really do the work. You don't get to leave my masterclass and say, well, I've done the work now. I know that I'm great and I am safe and all the rest of it. That's just, it is a moment of realization that should lead to many moments of reflection and should lead to change in your behaviors and in the care that you provide. And it's gradual. I'm not expecting anyone to go out and be like, oh, now everything is perfect. No, it is something that will take skill, patience, understanding, but you can see some of the feedback there and how people have felt following the masterclass.
And the sad reality is you aren't going to walk away from either of these thinking everything is perfect. What you're going to see is something has been lifted, a lens has been lifted, it's been removed, and you're going to be picking up so much more. And living and working with that is hard. I spent so in what I was seeing, witnessing, what I had reflected on. It takes time, and you have to sit with it to learn, because at the end of the day, we are working towards addressing inequalities in health, which is one of the most shocking and inhumane things that can exist in a country where we actually are working actively to address those, and we have the resources to do that. And this is what is being advised by Marmot, which is proportionate universalism. And my example for this is my favourite advert from back in the day.
Good old Yellow Pages.
Right. This is not for you to all go out and buy Yellow Pages, because unfortunately they no longer exist because we have Google. But we know that, you know, in an easy world, that would be sorry, I'm doing things I shouldn't be doing. In a world where it'd be easier to make the girl bend down and come lower, actually what we're trying to do is elevate the boy so that he is at the same level as the girl. So we're putting more where it's needed to bring that level up, which is proportionate universalism. And the future is already here, because the reality is, while the NHS is working on things, I've got a job which is specifically looking at health inequalities in my maternity unit. We are actually leading the way, because there's no such job. The other jobs out there are continuity of care leads, whereas I'm looking solely at this. I'm working solely on this. I am looking how we can adapt this in my local trust. And I don't know of any other midwife that's doing this like I am. And if there is, please talk to me, because we need to get together, because what we need to do is learn from best practice and work and improve these health inequalities. This isn't about territorialism. This is about making things better for everyone, everywhere. So that's what my job is. That's my day job. Then we've got people out there doing the work. We've got people running workshops, running support groups, running training, running actual stuff that are aimed at these communities, or being activists and raising their concerns and addressing issues. And we've got student midwives. They are our future. They are our future, and they are where we need to invest. And they are already on this. They are already understanding that this is a major issue.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, Alicia is doing some really amazing things, but also there's another student midwife called Chelsea who's doing really great work. And it's like, yes, that's what we need. We need that fire from the beginning. Don't become jaded. Don't be influenced. You come in correct. You come in wanting to make changes, because it is so quickly that you can get caught up, and all of a sudden it's like you just become like everyone else. You've internalized all of those biases and those age-old practices. And so it's like, come in fresh. Those student midwives, you go hard and you don't shut up. That's what you need. You've got that fire in your bellies, and just use it. I beg you to please use it, because it will be making all the difference to everyone.
And we don't give references because we've had to learn all this and work on this ourselves. So you can go and do the work because it's out there. All you have to do is Google it with lots of different acronyms and lots of different words. But if you want something to read, then here's a few examples. And again, the PowerPoint presentation will be forwarded. So that's that. I would just like to ask, what was the results of the poll? So 95% of you guys that are currently watching us have said yes to the question that was asked of if you have experienced or witnessed bias in practice. Do I need to say more?
And that 5% of you,
come to our workshop. We'll help you see the light.
We'll help you identify whether or not that's true. Yes.
Well,
I don't know if Sue's got any other questions for us.
Oh, Binish and Eileen, is that correct now?
That is.
I thought that was a really good place to start, and I felt really bad because I thought I had it right. And I know that actually it's a very simple thing, asking people their names and getting it right. It is really important, and that's a good place for us to start. I could listen to you guys talking forever. I mean, it's uncomfortable because it's why haven't we sorted it? Why haven't we addressed all these biases that we have? We hold our biases, we hold our assumptions, and I think what I'm learning, it's a pathway to competence. And I think you put that very well, that you're not going to become competent after one session or one workshop, because you have to actually get working on it yourself, and it takes a lot to unpick. I think you've set the agenda brilliantly, and thank you so much for that. I mean, I'm not sure, I think the questions haven't come through yet. I mean, I suppose as a white midwife, I was thinking, well, when I'm meeting a black or brown woman for her care, how do I know that she's not going to have her assumptions of bias against me? And I kind of, maybe I need to feel that uncomfortableness, but how do I address it and make sure she knows that I am trying to, I think, Binish, you called it being an ally, trying to be an ally and actually trying to give her the best that I can give, and understand more about her.
Yeah, I think we often get very scared to show that we don't know. You know, there's a real fear of not being able to answer a question. And we need to really become comfortable with being like, I'm not sure how, and you can ask people, you know, it is really that simple of saying, what is your understanding of maternity services? Do you have any fears of the care that you're going to receive? How can I help you to ensure that you enjoy this process, but also that you understand and that you feel supported? What do you need from me? And let them tell you.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's as simple as that. This is a two-way thing. You're working as a team. And so you say, I've never met you before. I don't claim to be an expert in your culture or in your ethnicity and have any deeper understanding of your experiences, but tell me what you need and what you're worried about.
And I think that's literally, so if I think about my own experience and what I've done in practice is when I've gone into a labour room and I'm caring for this pregnant person, I've literally said, my name is Binish Nazmeen, I'm your midwife, I'm all yours. I am literally all yours, is how I've put it. And I've had feedback and letters written to me afterwards that have said, the minute we heard your voice and we heard you say that, we knew you were on our side. And that was the start of the conversation.
Yeah, and that kind of makes continuity even more important, doesn't it? Because if you've made that relationship, it's kind of good if you can continue that onwards.
Not this plaster that they keep putting on everything and calling it continuity and piling things on midwives and saying, now you're this, and now you've got to do this, and now you've got to do this. We're talking true continuity where you can really know the people that you are caring for. And that way, you know, we can make a real difference, because if you know someone, you see changes in them.
Yeah. Actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, Denise.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say, with a caveat that those practitioners have their biases checked.
Yeah.
Always.
Because there is culturally safe care, and if you have practitioners within a model who have not had adequate understanding training, or are actually saying, well, you know, you're more likely to have a poor outcome because of your XYZ rather than a own issues as well situation, then we've got a problem.
Yeah.
No, that's grand. I have got some questions. People are really loving your session. We've got Lola, who says, morning ladies, managed to steal a few minutes away from homeschooling to catch the last few minutes. I'm sure you can catch up, Lola. I'm well done. I'm feeling emotionally drained from the work that lies ahead, but you've given me renewed vigor as a feedback. And Lauren says, Binish, was your role as specialist cultural liaison midwife a pre-existing position that you were able to step into, or was it something you had to advocate for? And thank you both for a fantastic presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the feedback. It's been brilliant. In regards to my role was initially advertised as a BAME lead midwife, and I'm not sure if anyone noticed, but I had crossed out the term BAME. BAME has its own issues, but we still have to use that because people recognize that in reports, etc. However, I have an issue with that. But BAME lead midwife and team leader for a continuity team. And when I went to my job interview, which was at a different trust, and I moved trust to come here, I said, that role is a bigger role, and I'm going to be doing two roles in one, and I cannot, not give my 100% to either of those. And if I'm being honest, inequalities is my passion and what I would like to address. And that conversation was had at the interview about how actually I wouldn't be able to do either of them effectively. On the first day that I started on my job, I was told that they agreed with me after that conversation, and that the other aspect of the job was given to someone else, and my sole job. So then I had to sit down and write my own job description, and it's evolving and it's changing all the time, because I'm like, and I can do this, and I can do this, and I can do this, and I can do that, and I can do everything apparently. But job, that
it doesn't surprise me.
My second response to that conversation when that finished was, well, can we change the name? Because I don't want to explain to everyone why I'm a BAME lead midwife. And I need to rather explain to people why everyone has a culture, and I'm here to build the gaps between cultures.
That's fabulous. And I said earlier I could listen to you guys all day, and I think you'll have to come again. Yeah. And I want to say a huge thank you on behalf of all of the people who are listening and watching, and I'm sure they've taken on a lot. There've been a few more questions, loads of positive comments about your session, and I know Binish and Ilian will try and answer some of those queries on the live feed if they can. But meanwhile, it's time for a quick break, and there's your opportunity to meet the experts, and particularly the practicing midwife. This is a chance to find out about the exciting direction all four maternity and its journals will be taking throughout 2021, because we're in a new year now. So you can meet Sheena Byram if those of you who haven't. This is a fantastic opportunity, and we'll be back here at 11:15. And again, a big thank you to Eileen and Binish and Maria for a fantastic morning. Thank you so much. Have a good break.
Midwife working in 2030 is going to have to be adaptable, flexible, knowledgeable.
A lot more skills around kind of negotiating and advocacy for women.
It's multidisciplinary, it's working with students, doctors, partners.
In 2030, I hope very much that women, when they come into maternity services, receive a named midwife who is present for as much of that full journey as possible.
Midwife working in 2030 is going to have to be adaptable, flexible, knowledgeable.
A lot more skills around kind of negotiating and advocacy for women.
It's multidisciplinary, it's working with students, doctors, partners.
In 2030, I hope very much that women, when they come into maternity services, receive a named midwife who is present for as much of that full journey as possible.
Are you a midwife, maternity worker, or having a baby? Then we've got something for you.
To stay informed, exchange ideas and receive support, come and join our growing online community at allformaternity.com.
All for Maternity is an online platform offering areas to support your learning, sharing and caring needs. In our learning zone, we provide dynamic and informative e-learn modules, access to regular webinars and online workshops that address current maternity care issues, perfect for your professional development.
Our sharing zone provides repositories of information, bringing you evidence to inform your everyday practice and care. Access to support in the form of blogs, forums, podcasts and peer mentoring networks will be included in our caring zone.
We have so much to offer. Subscribing to All for Maternity will give you access to the Practising Midwife Journal free of charge.
As the first midwifery publishers of The Practising Midwife, we are delighted to have an opportunity to sustain, curate and nurture this important midwifery journal.
For us, The Practising Midwife represents you, students, midwives and maternity carers.
As mother and daughter midwives, we've always wanted the opportunity to work together. We share the same philosophy that mothers and babies need the best possible maternity care. All for Maternity helps us to realise this dream.
Through All for Maternity, we will offer opportunities and encouragement to others, providing a springboard for personal growth and positive exposure.
Extending our support globally is important to us. Your membership will support you whilst helping others. For every subscription from a high-income country, one will be gifted to a maternity carer in a low-income country. Joining All for Maternity will give you access to all this and more.
So if you're ready to learn, share and care with us,
we look forward to connecting with you at allformaternity.com.
The Maternity and Midwifery Forum brings you Matflix, video streaming from maternity experts. All your CPD and revalidation needs met in one place. Our expertly curated box sets are the perfect way to engage with the latest thinking, issue by issue. They make revalidation easy and are the perfect accompaniment to any project or university coursework. In addition to video from expert speakers across maternity and midwifery, there is easily accessible research and links to the latest government policy documents. Our reflective questions at the end are the perfect primer for your revalidation. In the same way the Maternity and Midwifery Forum provides certificates to show that you have attended these festivals, we can provide certificates for those who have consumed the content of a box set and submitted their written answers to the reflective questions provided by our curator, Dr. Jenny Hall. Midwives, maternity professionals and students, do not miss out. Subscribe to Matflix today. Box sets are just £17.50 each, or access to them all starts at £8.99 per month, and only £5.99 for Maternity and Midwifery Festival attendees. Students pay just £2.99 per month, and only £2.49 for Student Maternity and Midwifery Festival attendees. Check out the box sets at www.matflix.co.uk.
and welcome back. I hope you managed to meet your experts and also get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee in the interval. I would advise you have equipped by the side of you cups of tea and water and things, because you won't want to miss anything, not a drop of today. Now, the next session, and I said this a wee bit earlier, I'm just going to give edited highlights of these wonderful people who are coming to speak, because they all have very distinguished CVs. They're all online, but I just need to give you a flavour of who they are. Our next session is the Hepatitis B Antenatal Screening and Selective Neonatal Immunisation Quality Improvement Project, improving the quality of care of women with hepatitis B in pregnancy and their babies. And I'm delighted we have a double act again. This is the day of double acts. And we have Pat Shan, who is a clinical advisor to the Infectious Diseases Screening Programme and currently project lead for the Hepatitis Antenatal Screening and Selective Neonatal Project, and working in close collaboration with the PHE immunisation team and PHE virus reference department in Colindale. And she's had huge experiences in all areas of midwifery. So she is a midwife, and before she became a screening specialist midwife for 15 years. So very skilled in anything of this nature. And she's won the Royal College of Midwives Team of the Year for the work in promoting screening as a public health issue in her unit. So that's fantastic. And alongside Pat is David Green, who's known to many of the audience, I'm sure, who is a nurse consultant for immunisations with PHE's National Immunisation Team, with particular focus on improving immunisation uptake in pregnancy. The education of healthcare professionals in immunisation, vaccine incident management, and the development of patient group directions for immunisation programs. This sounds like a real juggling job, David. And his dissertation for an MPH at the University of Leeds was a dissertation on the efficacy of pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccines in the elderly. So a whole range of experience you have set before you. So welcome to Pat and David. I have to say now the screen is yours. Welcome.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Pat Shan, as introduced by Sue. I'm the clinical advisor and I was project lead on this, the hepatitis B. It's a great big long title, but basically it was a very collaborative project between ourselves and PHE to look at this pathway. So I thought I'd start by just checking out really about the understanding of hepatitis B. That it is a potentially life-threatening liver infection caused by the hepatitis B virus, and it is a major public health problem. We've used this slide in many presentations over the last 2 years of the project, because it just demonstrates the hepatitis and what it's doing in the world, whereas everything else is on the way down, HIV, malaria, and TB. Good old hepatitis is quite firmly on the way up. So it causes chronic infection and puts people at very high risk of death from cirrhosis and liver cancer. And the likelihood is that as that infection becomes chronic, depending on the age in which the person becomes infected. So children that are less than 6 years of age who become infected with the virus are most likely to develop chronic infections. So that brings us to our cohort, which is infants, and 80 to 90% of infants infected in the first year of life will go on to develop chronic infections. But there's been a vaccine against hepatitis B since 1982, and that vaccine is 95% effective in preventing infection and the development of chronic disease and liver cancer due to hepatitis B. So the pathways, I thought we'd just talk about the pathways quickly for those of you who aren't involved in screening. So screening in pregnancy for hepatitis B is offered and recommended. Now, I think that's a really important point, is that with the infectious diseases, the 3 diseases we screen for, which is hepatitis, HIV and syphilis, we offer and recommend this in every pregnancy. And about 3,000 screen positive every year. So depending on the viral load, women screening positive are then considered to be at lower or higher risk of transmitting that infection to the baby. So obviously women with a high viral load are deemed to be of higher risk of giving the infection. So babies of women with lower risk are given the first dose of hepatitis B monovalent within 24 hours, and the babies of higher risk are given the vaccine, and then in addition they're given the hepatitis B immunoglobulin. So I've put here handover point and this little relay runner, because I think when we started the project a couple of years ago, this was one of the things, this theme that we tried to get about this kind of handover points, because there are so many people involved in the pathway, but it actually just lets me hand over to David as well. So.
Thank you, Pat. Can I just check that someone can hear me? Is it all working? It's all working. That's fabulous. Thank you. So I'm David Green, nurse consultant for immunisations with Public Health England. So once a baby is born to a mother who is infected with the hepatitis B virus, the maternity services will inform the GP practice and also the child health informatics services. And part of the reason why they tell them is so that the baby can be scheduled to receive the correct vaccines. So what you see in this table is on the left-hand column, age in weeks, and in the middle column is the routine childhood immunization program. So every baby is offered 3 doses of a hepatitis B containing vaccine at 8, 12, and 16 weeks. And this is called a hexavalent vaccine, protects against 6 different diseases, these being diphtheria, tetanus, polio, pertussis, Hib, and hepatitis B. And we introduced this vaccine into the routine childhood immunization schedule in 2017. Now, the routine program is going to protect those babies against the risk of hepatitis B should they become exposed to that virus at some stage in the future. The right-hand column is somewhat different. So this is the immunization schedule for babies who are born to hepatitis B infected mothers. And this is really, really important because these babies will have been exposed to a significant amount of virus in the perinatal period. And so this program is unique in the routine childhood immunization program, because actually what we're doing here is we're vaccinating these babies against a disease to which they have already been exposed. So the timeliness of these vaccines is absolutely vital. So at birth, all babies born to hepatitis B positive mothers are going to be offered the first dose of a monovalent hepatitis B vaccine. That means it's just got hepatitis B antigen in it. It doesn't protect against anything else. If they're at particular high risk, if the mum has a high viral load, then they are additionally given hepatitis B immunoglobulin as well. They get an additional dose of hepatitis B vaccine at 4 weeks, and then at 8, 12, and 16 weeks, they get their 3 doses of the hexavalent vaccine, just like all the babies coming through the routine program would as well. At 12 months, they're offered a final booster dose of monovalent hepatitis B vaccine. And the other thing that happens at that visit to the general practice as well is that they are tested for hepatitis B surface antigen. Now, this again is a really, really important point. The surface antigen test doesn't look at antibodies. It's done to see whether or not the baby is infected with hepatitis B. And really, it's a test of success of this program. So have we managed this baby in a way and given the right doses of vaccines at the right time to prevent that baby acquiring hepatitis B from its mother at the time of birth? So you could look at this program for these babies born to hepatitis B infected mothers as a form of post-exposure prophylaxis. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. This table sets out the, I think the timeliness is the important issue here, which is on the right-hand side, of the key doses. The first 3 doses of hepatitis B containing vaccine are going to be vital in preventing this baby or these babies developing hepatitis B following the exposure to the virus at birth. So we've got 92% of those babies get the first dose of vaccine at birth. That's pretty good, but we would like to see it a bit higher. But what you can see there is a general trend, general downwards trend in recorded uptake. And then by the age of 12 months, you can see there that only about 2/3 of these babies are actually receiving that vaccine. So this in part is what helped to drive the need for the quality improvement project and the collaborative working between the screening team, which is where Pat is, and the immunisation team, which is where I am. So thank you, Pat, and I'll hand back over to you.
I think it sounds like Pat might have frozen for a moment.
It does look that way, doesn't it? Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, Pat's just had a bit of a problem with her internet, and I think she's on her way in. Yeah, I think she's on her way in. So hopefully we'll get back to where we're at. So for those of you who are watching, perhaps this is a chance, you've got a moment to put in a question, because Pat and David will be answering questions. And I think
I was going to cover, additionally, I was going to cover Okay, shall I go from here?
Yeah, go on, David.
Okay, thank you. So we've jumped around slightly to try and keep the presentation going. One of the things that we found when we started examining the kind of resources that we've got available, both from the screening side and from the immunisation side, in support of this programme, one of the things we found, certainly from the inside, was that we didn't really have an awful lot of information, and what little information we had was only available in the English language. So we've done a number of different new leaflets. This one that's on the slide there, which is a hepatitis B, a guide to your care in pregnancy and after your baby is born, is really a guide for those women who've screened positive for hepatitis B. So you can see the middle image there explains a bit about what hepatitis is and then what the implications are for baby. The right-hand image we thought was very important as well, because it's absolutely vital that the woman who's given birth to a baby, if she herself is infected with hepatitis B, that she understands the importance of registering her baby's birth, and in particular, prompt registration of her baby with a GP. because 4 weeks after that baby is born, they need the second dose of the monovalent hepatitis B vaccine, and they also then need all the other subsequent doses from 8 weeks onwards. So we try to emphasize the importance of GP registration, the importance of the Red Book, which has a specific insert for babies who are born to hepatitis B infected mothers. Could you bring up the next slide, please? And this leaflet, again, was a new one, because when we had a look at what resources we had, we didn't really have a specific leaflet for women following the birth of their baby if they were infected, or if their mothers were infected with hepatitis B. So when we were drawing up this leaflet, and I say we, I've got to give credit to my colleague in the IMS team, Michelle Falconer, who drew this up. She was pivotal to this, really. When we drew up this leaflet, we wanted to sort of empower women to take, to understand and take ownership of their baby's accelerated hepatitis B immunization schedule. So you can see there that the middle image there is a page from the leaflet where either she or one of the healthcare workers caring for her and her baby can insert the dates of when the next appointments are due and when those vaccines are given. We've also had this leaflet translated into 13 different languages. I scribbled them down quickly just before this presentation. They've been translated into Chinese, Polish, Romanian, Urdu, Vietnamese, Albanian, Bengali, Cantonese, Farsi, Hindi, Lithuanian, Mandarin and Pashto. And those languages weren't picked at random. These were picked because these reflected the ethnic backgrounds of the women who were often test positive for hepatitis B in pregnancy. If I could have the next slide, please. And we've also increased our range of primary care resources. So these are resources for healthcare workers, in particular midwives, health visitors and general practice nurses. So we've got that left-hand image there is a guide for general practice and general practice nurses around hepatitis B. And we felt that was important because the total birth cohort each year in England is about 650 to 700,000 babies each year. Only 3,000 of those are born to hepatitis B infected mothers. And we needed to raise the profile of these babies amongst the healthcare workers that will be looking after them following discharge from midwifery services. The other thing that we've done is some resources, and in particular we worked with the Royal College of Nursing around a little webinar for the test at 12 months of age. So there's a heel prick test, it's called DBS, which is direct blood spot. So rather than the practice having to refer baby to a pediatric phlebotomy service in a hospital, the general practice can order these kits from PHE and they can do their own heel prick test on baby at 12 months of age at the same time as they're getting their 12-month dose of vaccine. This has been very successful. This has increased compliance with testing so that we know we have a better insight as to whether or not the program has been successful, and it also allows the GP to understand if the baby is positive, if the vaccine hasn't worked or if they haven't had sufficient doses at the right time. If you have got a hepatitis B positive baby at the age of 12 months, they can then refer that baby into a specialist pediatric service to get the right care. So those are all the slides I was going to speak to. Is Pat back online? Do we know?
It looks as though she might be having continuing problems.
Ah.
So, I mean, I suppose what I noticed most was this the kind of drop in take up for parents, and I kind of in my mind was wondering how we as midwives can improve that, because in a way our kind of care is much earlier than a year, for example.
Yeah, I think the key role there for midwives is helping with the education and the understanding, and that can start before baby is born. So I think when the pregnant woman, if she screens positive for hepatitis B infection in pregnancy, I think that's the right time to make sure that she understands what the implications are for her and her baby. And in particular, if we want to avoid baby acquiring hepatitis B infection perinatally, the importance of the timeliness of all those vaccines and completing the course. The pattern of decreasing uptake is something that we see in other programs, though. So we know that uptake of the first dose of routine vaccination 8 weeks is generally higher than it is at 12 or 16 weeks when they should be coming back for second and third doses generally. So there is often a pattern of declining uptake. But I think it's very, very important to try and avoid that in this program, because these babies have already been exposed to the hepatitis B vaccine, and potentially at birth they have had really quite a substantial exposure to that that virus.
I was thinking. I mean, I'm assuming that a lot of these mums are given text messages to remind them. Or is that a bit too techie?
I think it will vary. So it's probably done by letter, but some GP practices do use text messages. I've been bombarded recently with text messages telling me to go and get my flu vaccine because I'm over 50, but I've already had it thanks to PHE. But I think any and all communication methods have their validity in this program. Most of it, I think, will be done by individual letters, but if that can be enhanced with a text message from the practice to the mother, that would be fabulous.
I suppose we have to take on all of this more techie mantle. I mean, I did have one question. From Deborah, and I know we've got Pat coming back. While I've asked the question and she's settling, from Deborah, she's saying, do you think the decline in uptake is down to lack of that explanation and own language information?
I think that could well be part of it, actually. The hepatitis B is a disease of global concern, and a significant proportion of the cases of hepatitis B that we see in this country are where babies are being born to mothers who either maybe weren't born in this country, and perhaps they're immigrants, or maybe they are the daughters of immigrants. So the language issue, I think, is very, very important indeed, and I think that's reflected in some of the translated leaflets that we've now got. But no, I totally agree. Much of what we need to do to improve compliance with vaccine uptake, I think, is around communications, and that's sometimes communications at handover between different healthcare workers, and we haven't actually mentioned health visitors, because they have an important role in educating and promoting these vaccines as well, but also making sure that we're communicating in a language that the mother of the baby can understand as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. I'm not sure if Pat is back.
Yes, I am back. I do apologise. I have no idea what happened there.
Welcome
Thank you.
Back. We missed you. We missed
you. Did you manage to finish it all?
No, we sort of David took a few bits at the end rather. So you could continue where you left off if you'd like to.
Oh, very happy to, if that's okay.
So
thank you so much.
We'll get the slides up.
Okay, so I was on slide 8, I think, wasn't I?
Yes, precisely. That's brilliant. Thank you, Pat.
Okay, so I'll just crack on then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I do apologise. No idea. Internet's on. Just kick me out. I think it's probably something to do at PHE. Okay, so basically, why was the project needed? So there was a hepatitis B in pregnancy audit done in 2013-14, where Dr. Heather Bailey from UCL just contacted every trust in the UK and did quite a deep dive into all the cases. So we obviously have standards data as well, which is returns on, the uptake of hepatitis B screening, etc., etc. So all of these different things demonstrated an evidence of numerous incidents across the screening and immunisation pathways, including missed screening, obviously, HB, the immunoglobulin not given, lost, not ordered, vaccinations not given, primary care not notified, poor MDT working. And just coming in on exactly the question that was being raised when I came back in was about health inequalities, that this is a vulnerable population, often from ethnic minorities, immigrants, asylum seekers, women with poor English, etc. And there's one of the things that is very obvious with hepatitis B is there's no charitable voice either for hepatitis B. Thank you. So next slide. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. Hello. Oh, sorry. I do beg your pardon. I thought it was moving on my computer. So really, the project aim really was to enable gold standard care in line with HIV. Now, in maternity services, HIV is now, for want of a better word, mainstream. It's seamless. Everybody knows all about it, and very little goes wrong in it. And we really wanted to try and get hepatitis online with that. So obviously to reduce the incidence. And to enable parents to make informed choices. And again, going back to that conversation that's happened when I came back in, as Sue kindly said in my introduction, I came from a trust that had a really, really good public health team. And when I came into the project, I realised that actually I'm not sure that we did talk to a lot about parents about what happened when going forward, about birth registration and going to the GP, etc. So that was a really big part of the project, was to enable parents to make informed choices, to get better multidisciplinary working, and very importantly, to improve the surveillance of the virus in mothers and babies. Because I think, as you said, that David said, that when we do the surface antigen testing at 12 months, that will tell us whether the baby is infected. What it won't tell us is when that happened, whether that's down to the baby being infected during the pregnancy, at the time of birth, or whether it's vaccine failure. And increasing public awareness and knowledge. Next slide, thank you. So the project work streams really were just to kind of look at the policies and guidelines. Sorry, I've gone to the wrong one. So the project team was massive, as you can see. There was ourselves, the National Infectious Diseases in Pregnancy Screening Programme, the immunisation team, the virus reference department. I've learned so much from a very clever scientist called Dr. Samreen Ujaz. The health protection teams, and obviously we involved clinicians and stakeholders. We have a really fantastic expert group of midwives and nurses who we run everything by. And I just like that little slide that said the agenda for the meeting was to find out why we were having the meeting, when you have so many people around the table. So the work streams really were to look at the policies and guidelines, to look at the pathways. We're on slide 11, sorry, Catherine. To look at the policies and guidelines, to look at the pathways, to look at the gaps in the pathways, obviously to try and look at this surveillance to get a better idea of what the virus is doing. Training and education, of course, is a big part of that, and to roll that out, and obviously communicating the communications around it, and very importantly, the patient information. So what did we do? So next slide, please. So we wrote this tome called the Step-by-Step Guidance. It's about 70 pages, but it is a massive multidisciplinary thing that we all sat down for, well, it took 2 years to write. And it literally is a step-by-step guidance to screening, right down to that 12-month blood test. Information on, obviously, the clinical picture and transmission of hepatitis B, the global elimination strategy, surveillance of the virus, screening and care in pregnancy of women and their babies, women who decline testing, and that's an interesting group because we do have a fairly consistent little group of women who decline testing in certain parts of the country. which is interesting. And at the moment, we're in the process of doing quite a deep dive into that to find out whether that's about a lack of information, about attitudes to testing, etc. Obviously, the immunisation schedule, and there's quite a big piece in there from the Oxford group around dealing with people who decline vaccination as well as testing, and obviously around the missed vaccinations. So next slide, please. So the pathways, as I said, they look a bit busy, but what I just wanted to demonstrate to you was that what we did was we've got the generic screening pathway, which is obviously just, the routine generic screening pathway, but we took out the hepatitis B bit and we split it into lower and higher infectivity. Because one of the things that came out of the incidents was that there was certainly confusion around that, about women with lower infectivity and women with higher infectivity, who was towards the immunoglobulin, where was it stored, all of that sort of thing. So we took it out and split it all up. And then we've got the neonatal schedule as well. And it's about this joined up working, this collaborative working on the pathways. Next slide, please. So I just grabbed a shot of one of the parts of the pathway just to demonstrate to you what we did was we literally have made it as simple as possible so that every step is explained, and we've split it into actions and information all the way through the pathways. So that's just that one is just a demonstration of what happens on Delivery Suite about the third trimester review. What we've tried to introduce is a lot more with the midwives. Care is a lot more talking about the vaccination schedule, talking about registering the baby with the GP, talking about registering the birth, and the importance of the vaccination schedule. So we've introduced this third trimester review, hopefully, that will all be checked over. So next slide, please. So what did they tell us? That basically the pathways will tell us about who does it, defining the roles and responsibilities, ensuring that seamless handover care, our little relay man here, when that happens, what you need to provide that care and why, the evidence and safety and standards. Thank you. A little slide on violence surveillance, which I won't go into too much, but this is very important to us as part of the project, is to try and get a grip on what's happening with this virus and is it evolving, is it mutating. So we've introduced this, all women screening positive for hepatitis B will now have a screening sample sent to PHE Colindale, to the virus reference department at the beginning of the pregnancy, so that Dr. Ijaz and her team can have a good look at it then. But with the higher infectivity only at the moment, we'll then take another sample from the mother at baby and at delivery, just to have a look and see what that virus looks like at that precise moment. And then in with that 12-month sample, we can see, hopefully you can see that we're going to get a really good view of what that virus is doing. Next slide, please. I think David's spoken about the leaflets.
Yep.
Yep, great.
It's straight to 20.
That's lovely. Thank you. So we've done a lot around education. We've got amazing new IDPS, infectious diseases in pregnancy e-learning package coming out. It's probably going to go live at the end of the month. So you need to go to the e-learning for health, which obviously most of you will all be attached to. We also have a screening blog, and that's coming out on Friday, hopefully, which will give all the links to the various resources that we've discussed this morning. We've got had a couple of articles in the RCM magazine around protecting babies and saving lives. So there's a lot of stuff out there, hopefully. So the timescale is that we are literally this week, it's been a busy week, we're going live with everything. And if you go onto gov.uk, look up infectious diseases in pregnancy and hepatitis, it should take you to a collection page which should show you all of those resources on all the links to them. And then for the next couple of months, hopefully the plan is we've asked trusts to review their policies and guidelines, just to have a look and see a kind of a gap analysis and see if there's any particular spaces. I did 18 sessions online last month with screening coordinators and chairs and clinicians. So hopefully that's well. And then on April the 1st, all women screening positive for hepatitis B will commence this improved pathway. Next slide, please. Thank you. So sorry that was all a bit out of order, but I hope you got the message. It's been an amazing piece of work to finish my career on, I have to say, working with such a collaboration and such great people at immunisation and at the virus reference. So and mostly to anything queries, it's best to go through the screening help desk because they will direct you to the right people. So that's the PHE screening help desk, and that's anything around the screening programs. And obviously, David and I, that's our contact details. And thank you so much. And sorry for my technical difficulties.
No, thank you very much, Pat. And thank you for coping with the IT issue. It's a major problem, you know, and we rely on this so much. But thank you for dialing in and taking us through those extra slides. And for David, for because I think it came through all the activity and work. It's a massive project. What I would say to the audience is, in the next break, guess what? There's a Meet the Expert session with Pat and David answering questions, and you can get lots of information. I think one of our people who asked a question, Deborah, if you go there, you'll be able to get resources, and they can send that out to you. And I think that new publication looks as though it's going to be a sort of essential kind of Bible for each trust. So thank you for sharing that. It's really helpful. And I'm feeling a little bit breathless because we now have to move on to our next speaker. So thank you to Pat and David for their expertise and their participation. I'm going to move to Dr. Jackie Williams, who's a senior midwifery education advisor at the Nursing and Midwifery Council, known to many people. She's very experienced midwifery academic and practicing midwife with over 30 years involvement in pre and post-reg midwifery programs, and she keeps very strong links with midwifery practice and is very passionate about the role of the midwife and women-centred care. She's also a senior fellow with the Higher Education Academy and has particular experience in quality assurance, and she's done a lot of work. And the thing that she's going to talk to us about today is the future midwife standards, I should say, transforming midwifery care for everyone. And if you haven't heard about this document, I'm not sure where you've been, but it is available online, and Jackie will share that. So welcome, Jackie, and the screen is now yours.
Thank you very much, Sue. Okay. Just waiting for the slides. That's great. Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here. I'm taking a slightly different tack today because although I'm going to be talking about the Future Midwife project and the new proficiencies and standards for midwifery programs, I also want to sort of send a message around how these are going to make a difference, not just to the students on these programs, but indeed for women, their partners and families, and newborn babies, as well as midwives who are already on our register. Next slide, please. So the challenge that we have, and it's important that we remember that these standards are for what we expect newly qualified midwives to be able to know and do at the point of registration. So if you like, these are our sort of overarching standards that we expect. And importantly, number one here is that a midwife can meet the needs, views and preferences of women, newborn infants and families, that they're safe, they are effective, they're respectful, and they're kind and they're compassionate. Next slide, please. We were very conscious as we were doing this work, and we still remain very mindful of this as the landscape of midwifery continues to be challenged, that there is so much happening within maternity services which will affect not just how the midwife will practice, but also women and babies and their families. And I think it's fair to say there's been some really exciting things that have happened for midwifery over the past few years. And some of these icons demonstrate that, such as the Lancet series and internationally the Sustainable Development Goals. But we also recognise there is some real challenges. such as the report of the Morecambe Bay investigation and indeed the more recent early report from the Ockenden review. And I think it was important that we were actually cognizant of all of that, and we kept that very much in our forefront of our minds when we were actually doing the work in this space to develop new standards and proficiencies. Next. And internationally, this document came out sort of latterly in the work, and this is a really interesting piece of work because obviously around the world midwifery is viewed perhaps quite differently than it is within the UK, and we're very fortunate in terms of the role that we have. But there is increasing recognition about the importance of the midwifery role for women and babies, and this important document about strengthening the quality of midwifery education is actually talking about this. So this is really very encouraging, and you know, one would hope that perhaps in the future that in many countries where the midwife is not practicing in the way that we're very familiar, that may be enhanced in the future. Next slide, please. So we had to obviously look at all the evidence. There was new and emerging evidence that came on board as we progressed with the work. We had to thinking of changing demographics and population health. We were very mindful of key reports and surveys, as well as the national policy for the 4 countries, being a 4-country regulator. And although those 4 national policies for maternity care are presented in a slightly different way, we were delighted to see that there is similarity across the board, particularly in terms of continuity of care. Next slide, please. We were delighted also when our council approved that these new standards would be based on this framework that had been published in the Lancet series, which our lead advisor, Professor Mary Renfrew, had of course been influential in this and led on this work. So to have this underpinning our standards was really important. And forgive me for those who are very familiar with this, but I will just briefly outline what this means, because for the eagle-eyed of you, you will not see that the word risk is not used within these new standards, and that was done on purpose. And the reason for that is what this framework talks about is that all childbearing women and infants need the care of a midwife. Now, for some women, as a result of something that develops during the maternity journey or something that they already perhaps have before they become pregnant, such as maybe a physical condition, say as diabetes, or maybe something like mental health or a social situation. For some women, they will then need that additional care. And what this is saying is the midwife has a key role here to continue to lead and coordinate the care for those women who have additional needs and complications, alongside the multidisciplinary, multi-agency team to ensure that all that care is coordinated and received. But importantly, those women, because of perhaps their complexities, still do not miss out on those essential midwifery skills. And I usually use a very tangible example of, say, a woman who has had to have maybe an emergency cesarean section and possibly then has missed out on early skin to skin and early breastfeeding, if that's what her choice is, because of the complication. And what this is actually saying is that although there may be complications, we should still promote and offer the midwifery care. Next slide, please. So we now have 2 documents as opposed to the 2009 standards, which were 1. So one is the standards of proficiency for midwives, and one is the Part 3 standards for pre-registration midwifery programs. And importantly, because of the way that they have been developed and the way they are phrased, it's very much encouraging educators to provide innovative opportunities on their programme, as well as providing best and safest care for all women and newborn infants. Next slide, please. It's also important just to show you how these fit into a suite of documents. So we have one framework for nursing and midwifery education for the universities to follow if they deliver our programmes. The part 2, which is the standards for supervision and assessment, which I'm sure you're becoming more familiar with, because midwifery programmes now have all adopted those as a result of the emergency standards, rather than wait for their new programmes. And now, of course, we've got programmes being developed. Some are already approved and being delivered from last September. The majority then will become going through their approval event to start new programmes in September, and then the rest will complete next year, so that all programmes will have adopted these new standards by September 2022. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk to you really about how this means that, why do we use this word transformation? Because was what I was asked to talk about. And the reason we believe this is going to potentially transform care is because these standards absolutely focus on the needs, views, preferences, and decisions of women and the needs of newborn infant. And I purposely emphasize the word decision, because sometimes women come and talk to midwives about the choices they're making. And perhaps the midwife would be saying, well, perhaps that wasn't a choice that was maybe made on evidence, and perhaps something that we wouldn't recommend. But I think these standards absolutely recognise that it is the woman's choice to make the decision that's right for her. And we need to support her with that choice, albeit that we need her to give her her and her family the evidence and the supportive information to obviously inform that view. Next slide, please. The other thing which is also important is that we've widened our definition of safety. And so we now view safety not just in the physical sense, but also in the psychological, the social, the cultural, and the spiritual. And when I was talking about women that would need additional care, this is the sort of areas that I was thinking about, that in terms of this safety in all those aspects. Next slide, please. And it's also important that midwives understand the impact of pregnancy, labour and birth, postpartum and infant feeding, as well as the early weeks of life, on the longer term health and well-being of women and babies, and indeed families. Next slide, please. There are 17 interrelated themes within these new standards, and I think what's important, I haven't written them all out here, I've just given you a little bit of a flavour, but when programmes are being delivered and students will ultimately be supervised and assessed, these themes are like a golden thread which go throughout all of the standards and the proficiency. So there is much greater emphasis, for example, on enabling and advocating human rights for women and infants. I've already talked about the importance of using best evidence and how midwives find that evidence, as well as critiquing it. The importance that the midwife will continue with their ongoing learning and professional development, as well as enabling and advocating these needs, views, preferences and decisions. And you will also see that because continuity of care and carer is so important, and it's the national agendas, we have a whole domain on that, recognising how important that is. Next slide, please. Within the proficiency, there are 6 domains. And I think it's important that none of these are more important. They're all interrelated. And I will just give you some highlights here. But domain 1 is around being an accountable, autonomous professional midwife. Some very similar proficiencies to our nursing colleagues, but some very specific ones for midwifery. Domain 2, as I've already said, is all around promoting and providing continuity of care and carer. So at the point of registration, the midwife will be able to work within these teams. This isn't something that they will need to learn when they're already on our register. Domain 3 and 4 picks up the Lancet series around universal care and additional care. And domain 5 is a new domain in respect of the midwife looking forward throughout her career as a colleague, scholar and leader. And then in domain 6, all the skills are all grouped together, the midwife as a skilled practitioner. Next slide, please. And this slide won't work in this space, but if you go onto the online space, you'll be able to use this as an interactive slide, which actually shows you where all these skills are grouped. Next slide, please. So what are the changes? Why are they transformative? Well, we've got 6 interconnected domains, the 17 themes. We now base it on the Lancet framework, which is an evidence-based framework. The role of the midwife is clearly articulated in the front of these proficiencies, as well as the importance of ensuring the views, professions and any preferences and any decisions that women and their partners and families make are reflected in the care. Human rights, continuity care, interdisciplinary working is also strengthened, and the full systematic examination of the newborn. So at the point of registration, again, the midwife will be able to undertake this examination within normally 72 hours of the baby's birth. And of course, that was very important to support the work of continuity of care. And because unfortunately, a lot of referrals to us are around medicines, we have also enhanced the knowledge and understanding of medicines management and administration in the undergraduate programme. Next slide, please. So, of course, it means that there are key considerations that midwifery programmes need to think about. And I think I want to stress at this point the importance of this partnership working with practice partners. 50% of the programme remains in practice, and these decisions of how these things will be undertaken are very important. They're all around the table. The EU directive still stands because they're embedded within our standards, but we are doing some important pieces of work. And I'm sure many of you on the conference today will input into this, because any changes we make will need to have consultation. I'm delighted to say that midwifery moved very quickly to a midwifery practice assessment document. There's one for all England and Northern Ireland called the MORA, the Midwifery Ongoing Record of Achievement, and Wales and Scotland will have their own. But I think this is going to make a big difference for practice, rather than having to negotiate different practice assessment documents if you're working with different universities. Different routes and exit awards are also being looked at, which is very exciting because that widens access as well as giving different opportunities. And it's going to be very important that universities consider what will happen to students on current programmes. Next slide, please. And what does it mean to you? Well, of course, you are pivotal in supporting student midwives. And of course, student midwives on current programmes really need to know that they will absolutely be prepared appropriately to go on our register, because many, many programmes far exceed our standards. It's our standards that have been woefully out of date. We now, for the first time, have the role and scope of practice in the proficiencies of the midwife. And of course, now student midwives can be supervised by other healthcare professionals, as well as these new skills. And of course, what's important for yourselves, and many heads of midwifery now have been doing gap analysis to really determine where their workforce needs to be, perhaps have opportunities to develop further skills to support new students on the programmes, And it's an opportunity to have discussions during appraisals and as part of your revalidation to see that you are ready and prepared for these new students on these new programmes. Next slide, please. So I want to again thank you. All the documents, of course, are on the website, so I do urge you. We continue to work with universities in their stakeholder events, talking to women and families as well as practice partners to make sure that we adopt these new standards and everybody really understands what it means for midwifery going forward. So thank you very much, and very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I mean, I was just wondering from a personal point of view, and there's always a little bit of a lag for the questions coming through. I would suspect that COVID-19 has slowed some of this down.
Yes, I mean, it's interesting. It did in the first wave, because I think our institutions had to work really quickly to adapt their programmes, take on board whether the emergency standards, put things online. So I think absolutely interesting. Some were so far on that journey, they continued and they went through their approval and were able to start their new programs. I've noticed that that work now has picked up. And although obviously we're in a this worse situation now, somehow people are really digging deep and carrying on, which is absolutely, fantastic. And, or even practice partners are attending meetings to support that new curriculum, and that's got to be praised because that's really great.
Yeah.
So I think the momentum is increasing, and of course it has meant people working extremely hard. But I think because these new standards are so important, and when you look at things like the Ockenden early report, our standards absolutely are promoting all of that's being said there. So this is why it's not just about programs adopting the new standards, but it's absolutely midwives saying, well, what does it mean for me? Where do I need perhaps more professional development for my own practice as well as supporting students, so that we're really working collaboratively, in these agendas. So they're not standards that are sort of sitting on a shelf collecting dust.
No, I think they're on my shelf. There we are. On my shelf. I mean, I think what is very positive, actually, and what it feels, certainly reading the document and having contributed, and the wonderful Lancet series, it kind of makes me feel that pre-registration programs is working very closely with qualified staff in their continuing professional development, and that's very encouraging, because that way, and I think midwives have got a huge long history of CPD anyway. We're the best at it because we've had the longest experience. And actually, it's going off on a bit of a tangent. Of course, our CPD for our reviewings came in many years ago, before anyone ever thought about it. And it's interesting, it came in to reduce the geographic kind of isolation, which is kind of happening at the moment because of different causes with COVID, of course. So I mean, it's we're moving on really to the next session, but I know there's positive comments, not many questions at the moment, but anyone who's listening, remember that the NMC Meet the Expert is this afternoon at 3:45. I'm not sure, Jackie, are you going to be at that one, available to answer questions?
I am, and we also have the stand. So do people,
of course,
please do email us through that stand, because then if you've got more of a personal question, we're more than happy to take them. And anything that we don't get through today, we can pick up later. So do go and see the stand, as well as Verena, my colleague, the other senior midwifery advisor, is there. So and yes, we'll be both on the panel this afternoon.
Fabulous, that's wonderful. I mean, that's a really good. And remember that the stand and everything is still available. You can put your questions in, and it will last for a little bit. I do have one question.
And so briefly, can I just say, that those thanks are very genuine. The NMC absolutely recognises how people are working, and that is really appreciated. Of course, for midwifery, it's business as usual in a sense, isn't it? Alongside all those other challenges that staff are, and we are listening and continuing to see what we can do in this space, and working with sort of colleagues like the Chief Midwifery Officer, Health Education, to make sure we're all joined up in our thinking. So, but a big thank you from the NMC. It is appreciated.
Fantastic. Thank you as well. That's grand. I do have one question.
Oh, right.
From Siobhan Callaghan. Hi, Siobhan. She wants to know if HONS was to be introduced before the end of the course of training you're engaged in, would students be able to opt in? I think that's quite a tricky one, Siobhan. I think you might have to go to your university for that question, because it sounds a bit specific. Obviously Siobhan must be on a course that's a BSc and they're developing an ONS. My understanding is that's often linked to dissertations and things.
Yes, I mean, our minimum is that it needs to be a bachelor's degree, and the reason I don't want to go, it might get a bit complicated if I go into all the details, but it's because Scotland has a different education system, so we can't stipulate the honours part of it at the moment. I think so. AI obviously make their decisions, and many do obviously have honours degrees. So the question that Siobhan was specifically asking was,
if it was going to be introduced before the end of the course of training you're actually on, would students be able to be opting in? I know, because I'm aware as a teacher, sometimes you have to right at the beginning say what you're going to do.
Exactly. Siobhan, do talk to your midwifery lecturers and your LME about this. Often the universities have their own specific regulations as to whether people can move between different awards, but that will vary depending on the individual. So I suppose it's not saying that that's not possible, but it very much depends on local arrangements. Often if students can't, I think the other thing which is important to say, we are in this sort of transition, aren't we? So we've got students already on the programmes who perhaps have not been, for example, doing the systematic examination of the newborn. So they're still going to need that post-registrations opportunity. And in a way, this question sort of fits there, that if things can't transition, it's what is also opportunity in the post-registration space, because there are these requirements that if there are changes to programme, all the cohorts agrees and the university has to go through a process. So I suppose check locally, but do think about your professional development going forward, because that could be critical.
And what a beautiful way of completing, Jackie. Thank you so much. So Siobhan, that was a good question.
Yes.
You set us on, but do go and as Jackie suggests, go and talk to your university, your lead midwife for education, and your personal tutor maybe, yes, because they can have the specific information. But thank you so much, Jackie,
Pleasure.
for your session. That was really good, and I think leads in brilliantly to the next one, because some of the things that Jackie was talking about, I mean, her session linked into human rights that we started with at the beginning of the day as the golden thread, and actually talked then about continuing professional development and continuing developing your practice. So it leads brilliantly on to our next session, which is about, gosh, lifelong learning, how the Maternity and Midwifery Forum can prepare you for study, promotion, and revalidation. And I'm delighted that Dr. Jenny Hall, who's the editor and the box set editor, Matflix, is also a very well-known person. She's been a creatively educating for nursing and midwifery all of her career. Just ask her about her quilt. Fantastic. That even had an educational feel to it. Touch as well. And she's been developing reflective practice with other educators, and her passion is to view women's needs holistically, including recognising spirituality. She was the previous editor for The Practicing Midwife. She's published widely, and she's done lots of research into things like spirituality, promoting dignity and respect in education, and human rights there again, experience of disabled women. So many thanks for joining us, Jenny, and welcome. And your screen, the screen, is now yours. Good morning.
Thank you, and
good
morning.
Afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Yes, I'm hungry. It's lunchtime. Right, hold on a minute. I've got to get my screen sorted out here. Sorry to everybody. Okay, here we go. Thank you very much, Sue, for your very kind invitation. Yes, please ask me about my quilt at some point. It's all online, so you can have a look at it. But that's not really what I'm going to be talking about today. We've got to think quite a bit about CPD at the moment, and it's great to have heard what Jackie was saying and about the new future midwife standards that we have in the UK. We're obviously going through a very challenging time with this pandemic, and at the moment I'm very aware that quite a lot of the CPD that's usually arranged in trusts has been postponed or has been changed, and obviously we're having to do quite a lot of this now online rather than meeting face to face and giving everybody a big hug, which is what we usually do. But it also means that we can have a very big global audience, and hello to everybody from all the different countries who are participating at the moment. Part of my focus really will be on what's going on here in the UK, but I do hope that you will be able to apply what I'm saying also to the situation that you are in whatever country you are in at the moment. But we all have a responsibility to keep up to date. But also if you're going to be preparing for any kind of interview as a student or as a future student, some of you who might be participating or thinking about becoming midwives, but also as students about how you can enhance your study and what you are using in your careers as a path to go onwards. You may think as a student that you will never have to do any study again. And I'm going to tell you that's completely wrong. This is where it begins, and your journey will now go on lifelong. And Sue and I will, having been part of this for a very long time, we're learning every day. And I've learnt already today some new things which I didn't know before. So to bear that in mind. I'm going to talk mainly really about the Midwifery Forum, which is what this conference is part of. Usually we're all meeting face to face as it is in that big picture. But now if you just imagine that all those people are actually watching or being participating in this online at some point today, which is quite a thought with me sitting here in my little room. The other way that we can obviously learn is through online learning. There are plenty of different packages that are out there, and I'm going to talk to you about Matflix, which is something that is part of the forum and for which I've been editor over the past 18 months or so. And the other thing that has been running since the beginning of the lockdown that we had here in the UK last March, I believe, is the Midwifery Hour, which takes place on a Wednesday evening, which is hosted by the lovely Sue McDonald, and where we have speakers who come, usually up to 2, 3, sometimes last week I think it was 6, I think something was like that, talking about a particular topic that is relevant for midwifery. It's a very informal time, but it is actually also part of your learning, and you can include it as part of your learning time. So these are different resources that can help you. But coming back to a global perspective on midwifery is that actually in the ICM global standards for midwifery regulation, it is stated that midwifery competence involves lifelong learning. It's not going to go away. And that you've got to be able to demonstrate it in some way. Now, if you are in a different country to the UK, you may have a particular way of how you are demonstrating your continuing competence. So you've got to think about that in relation to the conference you're attending today, and how you are going to evidence the fact that you have learned something in what you're doing today. In the NMC code that we have, this is for nursing and midwifery, is that actually it does state as well that you have to keep your knowledge and skills up to date, and you have to take part in appropriate and regular learning and professional development activities. So it is there, it is written there, and it tells us that we must maintain our practice. So you have to think about how you are going to do that. And the other thing that we have in the UK is that we have revalidation every 3 years of our practice. You might have something different in your country about how you do it. You may have nothing at all. If you do not have any kind of revalidation practice in your country, maybe you need to push for there to be something like this, or actually you need to think about how you could use these rules in order to maintain your own practice. So for us, over 3 years, we have to demonstrate that you've carried out 450 hours of practice. That doesn't need to be clinical practice. It could be education practice. It could be research practice. There are different ways that this can be maintained. You need to show evidence that you have carried out at least 35 hours of continual professional development, of which at least 20 of those must be participatory. And I'll go on to explain that a little bit more in a minute. You then also have to write 5 written reflective accounts. Now, those who are students at the moment might think, I'm always having to write reflections. Is it relevant? The answer is yes, it is. And you will continue to do that as a qualified midwife, and need to think about how you're going to do that. And there will also be a reflective and confirmation discussion with somebody who will be called your confirmer, which could be actually anybody who's actually on the register, but somebody who is more experienced than you is how you should do it. But you can go to the website to go and have a proper look. And the other important thing to say is you must maintain accurate records of any CPD that you've undertaken. And this is how a lot of people seem to fall down when they get to suddenly realizing they have to revalidate, is that they haven't kept records over the past 3 years. Yes, and it's very frustrating when you have to go back and think about all that you've done and actually how you're going to record that and keep it up to date. And the records must contain the actual method of CPD you've done, the description of the topic, how it related to your practice, the dates on which the activity was taken, and the number of hours, including whether they were participatory. And you have to identify it to the part of the code that's most relevant. Plus, you also have to have evidence that you undertook the CPD activity. That can sometimes be a bit tricky, but for conferences like we are doing today, you will get a certificate at the end. You can get a certificate for participating in MatFlex when I talk about that. And you can also, I'm not sure if we're doing certificates around midwifery hour, but I think perhaps it's something we need to be thinking about to show evidence that you have participated, to be involved. And of course, anything else that you are involved in, whether it's a research activity or whether it's within practice, of making sure you keep these records. So I suggest you get yourself a journal or diary, start jotting these things down, because I can assure you in 3 years' time, when you suddenly have to revalidate, it's very helpful to have these records or these notes that you have there. So talking about the Midwifery Forum, Maternity Forum, which is obviously what we're involved in today. The first thing is about participatory learning. The fact that you're part of this conference today means that you are participating, that you actually are participating in this. And the fact that you're attending the maternity festivals. And as I say, if you've got an attendance certificate at the end of it, or part of the midwifery hour each week, then you are participating, and that you can record that as participatory. The other activities that you can do is around personal learning. I've just realised it says personal leaning, which is probably not quite appropriate. So we'll just lean into this at the moment about the Matflix box sets, which I'm just going to talk about, which you can also subscribe to. And excuse me, I am having a bit of a moment. What these are box sets that I have had the real privilege to be part of creating, of videos of the talks that have taken place over conferences over the past few years on particular subjects. I've drawn them together. So there's usually 5 or 6 videos and talks within those box sets. There are also video and audio links. Some of them actually are podcasts that you can do it as well. And they've got links to related research and government policy documents that are appropriate to those particular topic. So, for example, we have done one relating to behaviour and life skill and pregnancy. So that is around public health issues. And it will have links related to current research and government documents that are relevant to public health within that as well. There are also biographies of all the presenters so that you can follow them up. You can talk to them if you want to. And there are also additionally some reflective questions at the end of it so that you can show learning. And these are based on the NMC requirements for your revalidation. So you can then answer your reflective questions. I shall go back to this because you've got to evidence your learning. You can complete your Matflix reflective questions. And also if you've listened to any sessions today that you want to reflect on, is that you can use those as well. And when you come to do your revalidation, then you will need to expand on it to a bit more depth, but at least you will have your notes there that you have used in relation to your learning. There are going to be more box sets coming out very soon. We're working on them a lot. There are we've got to 30, I think, different types of box sets, different topics, including ones for new students, for those who are newly qualified midwives. There's going to be one relating specifically to continuity of care, which is very important and hot topic for us at the moment. There are management ones, management related ones. So there are some for everybody. And for those who are perhaps seeking to be midwives as well, there's 1 or 2 there which are relevant for those who want to seek to be midwives. There are also multidisciplinary relevant ones, particularly around screening, for example. So they are relevant to everybody to look at. The other thing that they can be used for is as an education resource. For those who are educators and who are into starting to flip the classroom, I am very much of the let's not reinvent the wheel type of practice, that you don't need to kind of start all over again. There are a lot of resources out there, and these box sets also are relevant for doing that you can get your students to watch them, then to come back into the classroom to set up a debate and a discussion about the topics that you have asked them to watch. They can also be used in practice education within trusts as well. So they are relevant for everybody. There's now a catalogue as well of over 800 video presentations from these conferences, which is quite incredible. You think about all that expertise that is out there, who are there recorded live, doing presentations as we are doing today, which can be used in teaching and learning across maternity, nursing and other related courses as well. So what we would ask you to do is to ask your university department or your maternity unit to get a subscription for staff, for everybody, so that they can be used to get regular updates that can be used for students, to get free new material like the presentations from Jackie Dunkley-Bent, who's the chief midwife, or the NMC that are today, that are relevant for everybody, because keeping up to date has never been more important. And certainly with the issues going around with COVID and the rapid changes that are going on with research and things that are coming out from the NHS at the moment, we all need to be keeping our finger on the pulse in order to provide the best care for women and their babies. So there are lots of ways that you can connect with us, as you can see. I've been tweeting all morning. We've got Facebook, we've got Instagram, we've got the Maternity and Midwifery Hour. And I hope that if you've not come across any of those things, do come and join us on a Wednesday evening at 7 o'clock, between 7 and 8 o'clock, with your dinner, if you've not had a chance to eat, and to come and chat and to listen. It's great fun apart from anything else, and it's been a very supportive time for everybody during this time of the pandemic. And thank you very much for everybody who has been part of this and for listening today, and I'm very happy to take any questions about anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Fabulous, all summed up in perfect timing as well. I've had one comment so far, and remember, you can ask Jenny anything now on this CPD session. Well, because I suppose that, well, I'll mention it in a minute anyway. Michelle B, hi Michelle, who is an RTP midwife. Well, welcome back, fabulous. And she says, I've found the Maternity and Midwifery Forum and Matflix such a valuable resource and enjoy tuning into Midwifery Hour every week. Well, we'll see you next Wednesday as well. So thank you for that, Michelle. That's great.
Yeah, brilliant.
It is fab. I mean, perhaps I could ask you, Jenny, because you talked about promotion. I mean, we've talked about developing self, and I was just thinking, because there has been some discussion, I think, on Twitter about some people who find it quite difficult to get ahead and get promotion, and whether the CPD activity helps in that, or how it could help. And I know there's been a fantastic thing from Alicia Burnett on how to apply to become a qualified midwife. But that's another event. But sorry, Jenny.
No, you carry on. That's great. We could just chat now, can't we? Yes. I think it is vitally important, if you're going to think about your future, and you're not just a midwife. I'm just going to say that now, because you are special, and throughout the world, midwives are absolutely fantastic. But you might sort of get a bit of a feeling that you have a particular topic that you want to take further, or it might be an opportunity is coming up in your trust to be a consultant midwife, to be involved in screening, or it might actually be that you want to become an educator. Before you can even think about applying for a job like that, you need to think about, actually, have you got the skills for it? If you haven't got the skills for it, what do I need to learn? How am I going to get through this interview? What sort of things do I need to get up to date with if I have not been up to date? For example, if you want to be a screening midwife, are you truly up to date with all the things that are going on with screening? I mean, it was great to hear about the hepatitis B issues that are going on as well, because it's just so important to keep that going. And for anybody who has written articles or written books or editing books at the moment, Sue McDonald, is that it can take up to 2 years for a book to be written, to get into publication physically, by which time some of the things that are actually written in that book could be out of date. And the amazing thing about using these conferences is that you're getting actually very up-to-date information that is coming straight to your screen, whether it's on a phone or if it's actually on the computer, or a podcast is that it is absolutely up to date. And I think if you are going to apply for any jobs, don't just look at textbooks. And of course, they are important. They are important.
Yes.
But it is about actually making sure that you are fully up to date in order to present across your knowledge and your skills. I'm not sure I really answered the question completely, but
that was a good answer. I think it's the idea of preparation, because
yeah,
I think when you go for a job, you need to look at the job description, see what it is. But sometimes it's like a bit like when Benish was talking earlier. She actually went for one job, but has kind of shaped it to what it needs to be.
Absolutely.
And midwives are very good at that, I have to say. Very good on that. Anyway, I've been very greedy with that question now. And then we've got Siobhan Callahan has said the midwifery hour has been a great way of addressing self-care. True.
Yes,
and always leaves me with a smile. Fabulous. Thank you for that. And then Michelle B said, actually, it's been my main support. And then we have Deborah Ramsey would like to know, thank you, Jenny, she says, what is the cost of an entire unit subscribing to Netflix? Oh, that's a tricky one. A whole unit?
I'm not sure. Do you
That's a good question. You've floored Jenny.
Well, you have slightly, because I don't quite know whether you mean a unit or actually you can get a year subscription where you will actually get every box set that comes out. To be honest, I haven't got the absolute up-to-date figures. Sorry, Catherine, did you say something to me then? No, exactly. I think you have actually got special rates. If you go back to my screen that I did the last screen, it actually says that there is a special rate if you're registering for the conference. So I'm being a little bit hesitant. I think it's $5.99 actually, something like that.
Wow.
So it is worth just going on to the website, and I'm sorry I can't answer you specifically. So for that, because it has, as Catherine has just told me, it has changed. So can I ask you just to go to the website and to register from the point of view that you have been at the conference, and you will find that there is a reduction.
Yeah.
But we are trying to get universities to buy into it as well, and trusts, in order to make sure that it's available to everybody free.
Yeah.
So if you can get back to your trust and your libraries and go and speak to them about it and say, look, they think this is going to be a good resource for everybody, then hopefully then it will be free for you anyway.
Yeah. I mean, in the meantime, you could just have an individual subscription.
Exactly.
To start things off and to
Yeah.
and sort of almost sample and see it. Try before you buy the full event for your midwifery event. But having said that, you will get this whole box set for free. Absolutely. And you can share with everyone. We're very happy that you share with everyone. That's always been the way. The box sets are more curated and more themed.
Yes, they are.
If you can imagine 800 hours has been percolated to being much more manageable and digestible, I would say. Would that be right, Penny?
I mean, you can go and search for yourself on YouTube. You can go out there and do that. But then the problem is, then the next one that comes along is not the subject that you were looking for, and you then have to go and search for it again. And basically, I've taken that away from you, so you don't have to do that searching. That you can go for a particular topic, let's say screening, and then you've got those 5 videos that are in there. You've also got references, so you don't have to go and look those up either. They've got a whole list of them, and you've got reflective questions. So it's like it's a whole package for you to do it. But you can go off and do it yourself anyway.
I guess at this time when we're so stretched, having an easy option of having everything in a nice chunk done for you is a kind of benefit. And it might be for those of you out there who've suddenly realized you're due to revalidate, like in 3 months' time and you haven't kept everything ready, or you know you need some help, this is a marvelous tool for all of us. So we need to sort of share it around. I've got something from Marla Majora, and we often have Marla. Hi Marla, you're often at the maternity hour, I know. And she says, I love the midwifery chat hour. Thank you for that. Now we've got Francesca, who says, sorry if it's a silly question. There's no such thing as silly question.
No,
Francesca, would these be useful to a midwife that qualified in another European country and is thinking of moving to the UK?
Absolutely, definitely, because it is. Most of the talks, I suppose, are based in the UK. There are some international ones, and I will say that we have a lot of international speakers as well. For example, Lorna Davis came and spoke from New Zealand. It wasn't fantastic, wasn't it? So we do have international speakers, but I suppose if you are planning to come to the UK, it will help you, because there's quite a lot around the midwifery policies that we have in this country. So definitely.
Fabulous. And what a super question. We've had super questions. Thank you so much, Jenny. That's been fabulous. So it's given us all something to think about, and actually go and have a look. And when you get your box set, you'll see how much there is that you can look at and learn from. So, and thank you for joining us on this thread. Now we have a wee break now from 12:45 till 1:30. And there are 3 streams, remember. If you want to go to one of the other streams, you're very welcome. Just press on the link in the live feed and you get through there. Remember, you can meet the experts. You've got Data for NHS, which is a free information service for the NHS staff. So they're open for their meet the experts. And also PHE, who you heard from David earlier, David and Pat, and then you can get an opportunity to find out more about COVID publications, as well as all the vaccination programs, loads of information, and they're very happy to answer any questions. And there's no such thing as a silly question, because if it's a question that you need an answer to, it's a very important question. So I'll look forward to seeing you at 1:30. Have a good break. Remember, when you come, equip yourself with some water and a little snack, because again, you won't want to miss a second. See you later. Thank you, Jenny.
Midwife working in 2030 is going to have to be adaptable, flexible, knowledgeable.
A lot more skills around kind of negotiating and advocacy for women.
It's multidisciplinary, it's working with students, doctors, partners.
In 2030, I hope very much that women, when they come into maternity services, receive a named midwife who is present for as much of that full journey as possible.
and welcome back from your break. I hope you had a chance to have a break, and I hope you all went off to see the stands. And don't forget the competition. If you haven't started doing your competition entry, you better get started. There are some delicious little prizes to be got. So do have a look in your next break, not now, because we've got something much more interesting. Not much more interesting than the competition, but more interesting for you now. So we're into the afternoon session. It's 1:30, and I'm introducing the next session, which is there anything purer than cotton wool and water? And this is an examination looking at babies' newborn skin. And I'm delighted to introduce Margaret Merrigan-Feenan, who's a clinical midwife manager, antenatal educator, and family planning counsellor. And she manages the parent education department at Europe's busiest maternity hospital. I bet there would be a debate about that from some of you watching. Margaret's had over 40 years experience working in this field. I can't believe that. It can't be that long. And she runs private antenatal classes. She's worked extensively with the Irish Multiple Birth Association. She's had articles published in medical journals and magazines, and she has appeared on TV3's Ireland AM offering. And she's been doing parenting advice on baby-related topics from breastfeeding to bathing. So I'm delighted that she's been able to join us this afternoon. So welcome, Margaret. Now, I must say the screen is yours.
Well, there we are. Thank you so much, Sue, for that introduction. It's a great honour and privilege to be given the opportunity to present at the London Maternity and Midwifery Festival. I would like to start with a short poll, just 4 short questions. And it's around the advice that we give parents when cleaning a baby's nappy area. So it should be coming on the screen now. So all you have to do is press the submit button, and here are the questions. When asked by parents for advice on cleaning a baby's bottom, which of the following best describes what you say? A, would that be cotton wool and water? Is it to use any baby wipe? Or number C, use specific minimal ingredients or non-medicated wipe? Or D, I do not give advice on this topic. So if you could put those in, just press the submit button. I will get the results later. And while you're doing that, I'll go on to tell you what my objectives for today are. So it's going to be number 1, understanding maybe or talking a little bit more about the difference between baby skin and adult skin. To talk a tiny bit about nappy rash, to identify if there's anything purer than cotton wool and water, and then to share with you the latest research, the basic study from Salford University. So the difference between baby skin and adult skin, and I think we've known for years that there has been a big difference, and this slide shows you that comparison quite clearly. The skin is the largest organ of the body, and it's the first to develop even within the womb. So it continues to develop over the baby's first 12 months. It consists, as you can see there, of the 3 layers, the epidermis, the dermis, and then the subcutaneous fatty tissue. The epidermis then is subdivided into 5 layers. The epidermis in babies is 20% thinner than in adults. And the top layer, the stratum corneum, is 30% thinner in babies. So the skin's primary function is a protective layer that maintains hydration and electrolytes while preventing the entry of bacteria, pollutants, allergens, and particulates. And we help start this process as midwives when babies have skin-to-skin contact immediately after birth. That has been shown particularly to increase a newborn baby's skin hydration, but it also enables the colonization of the baby's skin by the mother's friendly bacteria. And that also helps, of course, to protect the baby against infection. So this, back to the stratum corneum. Can't see my mouse, so I'll leave that, but you can see it there clearly. The stratum corneum provides strong resistance to water transport across the skin. But babies have a higher tendency to for increased transepidermal water loss. And that, of course, is due to their less effective skin barrier. The skin barrier is renewed through epidermal differentiation when cells migrate up to the top of the stratum corneum. And that process takes 28 days until it's shed again. Another interesting thing between baby skin and adult skin is that the baby body surface to the baby's body weight is much higher than an adult's. And then for that reason, it means topical agents are much more readily absorbed and therefore may have a more pronounced effect on the baby skin. As the pH level in baby skin is higher, the skin therefore is more vulnerable to infection and especially nappy rash. So you can see as healthcare professionals, we are always trying to advise of best care for baby skin. And most babies are born with just beautiful, silky, soft skin. But then sometimes nappy rash can appear. And nappy rash may be described as the common inflammation of the bottom, genitals, and groin area of a baby. And it can range from a mild irritation to a very painful infection. So on your screens now, you see a baby's bottom there that is really inflamed, really sore. And I suppose for healthcare professionals working in this area, it is one of the commonest skin complaints that we see in baby. And of course, that's not surprising, because if you think of the length of time a baby spends wrapped up in nappies and their skin in constant contact with urine and fetal matter. But nappy rash is very uncomfortable for a baby. It can also be a portal of entry for bacterial infection. And then, of course, that increased family healthcare costs. If a baby was hospitalized for any reason and they developed nappy rash, that will also then increase the length of stay in hospital. It is common in neonatal intensive care units or special care units. It can be, nappy rash can have a rating of 40%. And especially, I suppose, if the baby has NAS, which would be the neonatal abstinence syndrome or the short gut syndrome, where diarrhea can be troublesome. And again, if you think that the mainstay of babies in intensive care units are premature babies have much thinner and more sensitive skin, again, than the full-term baby, and therefore more prone to irritation. The latest research from the UK then, in babies aged 0 to 8 weeks, shows a nappy rash rate of 25%, which probably sounds quite high, but it is the latest research from 2020, which I'll share with you at the end. So this chart is showing you a nappy rash scoring from 1 to 5. Now, different health services have different charts and different scores, but I feel it would be best practice if we had a standard graph. So therefore, when it comes to nappy rash, we could make the same diagnosis and advise the same treatment. I think nothing confuses parents, and especially first-time parents, more than healthcare professionals giving different advice and a lot of time on the same topic. So this one is graded 1 to 5. So you can see grade 1, what I mentioned there, this baby has beautiful, soft, silky skin, and this is a full-term baby. Grade 2 would show you some redness and a mild rash. But when you get to number 3 there, I think you can see that the skin is shiny and that it is broken. And discomfort is evident. You can imagine when that baby has a bowel motion or wets himself with the urine, that will sting, and it's really uncomfortable. Grade 4 and 5 are obviously a lot more severe. Yes, thank you. Right. So I've just got the results of the poll that I asked at the beginning. Whether you would recommend a baby wipe, whether you would recommend cotton wool and water, or you wouldn't give a recommendation. So Catherine has just given to me results. 71% of you said you'd recommend cotton wool and water, and 28% they would recommend any baby wipe. So that probably brings me to my next slide, that we will take a look at wipes. So I'm sure by looking at this, you see some brands that are jumping out at you there that you recognize. And I think you can also clearly see that there are a varying amount of ingredients in them all. Now, these would all say that they're suitable for newborns. And I think as healthcare professionals, in my role especially, I'm asked for advice about using wipes. But we don't have time to be investigating all the different brands and what their ingredients are. But I do feel that when parents ask for advice, there is an onus on us to be aware of what the latest evidence and research is on the products, just helping parents to keep their baby's skin healthy and prevent the development of skin conditions. And that includes, of course, atopic dermatitis as well as nappy rash. So looking at this slide, you see how many ingredients there are. There can be anything from 2 up to 16. So standard wipes have something like 16 different ingredients. Even the sensitive wipes, which is surprising, have 15. What are marketed as natural wipes contain something like 10 ingredients, pure wipes 7. And you can see the water wipes have just 2. So we should be advising to use only products that don't affect the skin barrier, that are pH neutral, are fragrance free, alcohol free, and only contain a mild preservative with minimal ingredients. So basically, we're telling parents to read the labels, to know what they're putting on their baby's skin, and that it has been well researched and documented. So bringing me on to my next point then, is there anything purer than cotton wool and water? Well, in March 2020, water wipes were awarded accreditation from the Skin Health Alliance. The accreditation process involves conducting an independent review of the products in order to support the safety and efficacy of the products. Now, the Skin Health Alliance are a leading international skin health organization, and they work with dermatologists and scientists and the skin care industry with a common interest in the promotion of healthy skin. Ultimately, their aim is to reassure parents that products have been independently verified as skin safe. They reviewed water wipes research, including a thorough assessment of the ingredients, of their clinical trial data, and their proof of efficacy. So 2 key areas were looked at in detail, and that was cotton wool and water purity. So the cotton wool was looked at from the meaning of the word to the description of cotton wool, and then the process of manufacture. On the other hand, water was looked at, to the different types of tap water, the impurities in it, what is left after you boiled water, and then they examined the process used by water wipes. So the cotton wool, every aspect of cotton wool was looked at in detail, as I said, from the meaning to the word to the manufacturer. So the meaning of the word pure, that means it's not mixed with any other substance or material, and it's free from any contamination and without any unnecessary elements. Whereby the word purer would be used when comparing two or more items. The items that display the greatest extent of purity could be claimed to be purer than others. So this slide I have up now is showing you the production of cotton wool. And I think we all know that the cotton wool we buy in the shop is 100% typically cotton, and it comes in various formats like cotton wool balls, pads, rolls, etc. But it started life in the fields, in the cotton fields, and it's collected by hand, and then it goes through a 9-step manufacturing process. And that's what this slide is showing you, that it starts by opening and cleaning the lint, and the foreign substance are removed. So that would be, there'd be little bits of husks and leaves and seeds. You can imagine when it's picked in the field that it can contain little bits of different material. Then it is loosened, it's boiled, and it's washed with caustic soda to remove the waxes and oil. The second stage will be bleaching, and the bleaching removes the brown colouring, and the brown colouring will be from the chemical treatment of the raw cotton. So the bleaching agents, something like hydrogen peroxide, are used to make the cotton whiter and more hydrophilic. Then the chemicals have to be removed and the cotton is neutralized, and it's neutralized using a diluted solution of hydrochloric acid or sulfuric acid. And that will reduce the alkali properties. Then it is dried, then it is opened and set into laps, and then it goes through a carding machine, and the carding machine wraps it into thin layers. Then it is rolled, and then it is cut and weighed, and it's packaged. So you can see it's a long process, but at the end of all that, the final product, despite its complex process, there's no way to guarantee that it's sterile in its final pack. Small little pieces of cottonseed or other impurities can still be found in the final product, and you'll sometimes get a little warning on the pack of that. So hence the cotton wool we buy cannot be completely free from contamination, and so in this instance it does not fulfill the definition of pure as explained, nor mixed with any other substance or material, and free from unnecessary contamination. So comparing the water wipes use a 7-stage purification method in their manufacture of the water wipes. And that means that there is a deeper and more effective clean. So looking at the water purity slide here, you can see 6 different cylinders. And starting over at the immediate left, your left, there is a cylinder of typical raw water. And you can see by what's written underneath there that it may contain dissolved minerals, salts, pollutants, insoluble materials or bacteria, inorganic contaminants such as salt and metals, organic chemicals from industry. So even typical tap water may contain chlorine, copper, fluoride, lead, zinc, and that would be in countries where the water is drinkable from the tap. And we know that a lot of our parents would use typical tap water to clean babies. So the best option would be boiled water. But unfortunately, I know when parents go home from hospital, they don't use boiled water. Now, boiling water is one of the most effective ways to eliminate impurities. Although it removes microbes, it cannot remove certain chemicals or impurities, maybe like dust or dirt or mud. And it's never, therefore, completely free from chemical impurities. There might be trace elements of lead, arsenic, and magnesium salts. Typical bottled water that is so popular and most of us will drink goes through a 3 to 4 stage process. Sterile water is usually made for or reserved for medical use, but the water that water wipes use is the purest there is, because at the end result is the skin is cleansed much deeper and more effectively, and without the need for adding additional cleansing agents that you will find in other wipes, just as I've demonstrated all the ingredients. The majority of other wipes use surfactants in their products to reduce the surface tension. And surfactants are compounds used in soaps, detergents, lubricants and other emulsifiers. And when they're added to a liquid, they reduce its surface tension. So reducing the surface tension of water will help improve the wetting surface. And that's obviously, as I said, key to getting a better clean. And you can see from this slide what I mean by that. So in the one on the immediate left, the typical skin surface of a baby will have the dirt, the urine and impurities. And then when it's cleaned with tap water, it will remove those on the surface, but it will not get down into those deep crevices where the water, the purified water, will get to. To Water Wipes' credit too, they use clean room conditions in their manufacture. And I suppose that's pretty unique in the wipe industry, because clean room conditions are normally reserved for scientific research used in the pharmaceutical industry, or for instance, in the manufacture of baby formula. And it's a controlled environment with a low level of pollutants such as maybe airborne microbes or aerosol particles and chemical vapors. Now this slide just shows you cotton wool before and after, and this is the cotton wool that I use in my practice, where they're quite small, as you can see, and then you can see the end result. But we have this slide up just to show you that there is a risk of contamination if that same piece of cotton wool was dipped into the water more than once. But I suppose healthcare professionals wouldn't be doing that. But if you're dipping your fingers after touching that soiled cotton wool back into the water, there is a risk of contamination. So the Skin Health Alliance concluded that water wipes are purer than cotton wool and water, that they have 99.9% high purity water and a drop of fruit extract. So moving on to my next objective, in 2020, there is a new UK study on the incidence and rate of nappy rash in full-term infants using 3 different types of baby wipes. So the study I referred to was the Baby Skin Integrity Comparison Study, which is BASICS. Now, this was a midwifery-led study carried out by the School of Health and Society in the University of Salford and Greater Manchester. And it was published in the Pediatrics and Neonatology Journal in October 2020. And it revealed that different formulations of wipes can impact the skin integrity of newborns. The study compared the incidence and duration of nappy rash on full-term infants 0 to 8 weeks of age using 3 different brands of baby wipes. Now, they were all marketed as suitable for neonates and containing a varying number of ingredients. Now, for many years, we've known that baby wipes have been shown to be safe and effective in maintaining skin integrity when compared to the use of water alone. But however, no previous study compared different formulations of wipes. And the mothers who volunteered for this study were from a diverse mix of ethnic and socioeconomic backgrounds, and they were recruited from antenatal clinics across 3 NHS trusts in Greater Manchester. In total, 698 mothers, that was 97%, remained in the study for the full 8 weeks. And they were divided into 3 groups, and each group used a different baby wipe, but the same brand of disposable nappies. So if someone complained baby got nappy rash, it wasn't down to the nappy. So researchers involved now in the analysis of the data were blind to the brand of baby wipe. But obviously the mothers weren't blinded to the type of wipe they were using, because that would have necessitated repackaging the wipes, which could of course have compromised the quality of the contents. So these mothers observed the baby's skin on a daily basis using a smartphone app. And the 5-point scale that I showed you earlier of nappy rash, that also came up on their phone as reference. And that allowed the mothers to reflect daily on their baby's skin condition and cleansing routine using real-time methods of data collection. And real-time methods are known to be more accurate than retrospective methods. The 5-point scoring chart was used, and they decided that clinically significant nappy rash was grade 3 or higher. And grade 3 was the one I showed you where the skin had started to break. The percentage of mothers who reported at least 1 day of nappy rash was 24.6%. The water wipes brand had the lower incidence of nappy rash than those cleaned with the other brands. So you can see clearly from this slide that 19% of water wipes baby had nappy rash. 25% had the leading brand 1 and 30% leading brand 2. So overall, the nappy rash rate score was 1.43. The average number of days with no rash was 34 out of the 55 study days. The babies cleaned with water wipes had 1 day of nappy rash compared to the leading brand 2, 1.69 days. So therefore, babies cleaned with water wipes had a shorter duration of nappy rash than those with the other 2 brands. So just to share the latest news from water wipes is that from the end of January, they will be 100% biodegradable. And they are absolutely delighted to be able to announce that, because they feel parents will no longer have to choose between what's best for their baby's skin and what's best for the planet. Okay, so biodegradable will not mean flushable. Soiled wipes will still have to be disposed of appropriate. But it is great news that they are further researching to be as kind as possible to baby skin and to be also kinder to the environment. So I hope you have found the presentation interesting, and we have a few touch points there for healthcare professionals. So there's 3 ways of getting in touch if you would like. One would be through the website, and if you would like to receive more information or you would like samples, you can again get in touch by email. You could also sign up for the quarterly newsletter, which would contain very interesting articles and keep you up to date on everything that's happening in the world of water wipes. So water wipes are the purest water wipe there is. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Margaret. That's grand. That's quite a gallop through from nice anatomy and physiology all through to research. That's fantastic. I do have a few questions, but we don't have much time. So I know people will probably contact you at a later point. Karen Devine, hi Karen, agrees, definitely we need a standard scoring chart for nappy rash, and as a neonatal midwife, the treatment the baby gets depends on the doctor there at the time as to what ointment will be given. Yes. And someone else, so Ola suggests it would be great to see nappy rash examples with children with higher skin melanin content, as sometimes rashes can be harder to notice with darker skin types, and that's a useful point. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
And then the last question is from Laura Carroll, who says the water wipe is saturated with water and fruit extract, but what is the actual wipe made of? Is this treated, bleached like the wool? If not cotton, but made from different fibres, is there any information on how this is tolerated by newborn skin comparatively? Well, I think you've answered the second bit because you've shared the research. But I think it's the query about whether it's a plastic or a cotton fibre.
No, it's actually 80% polyester and 20% viscose, but the biodegradable ones will be 100% plant-based with no plastics, and there is no plastics currently in the wipe.
No, that's great. I think that's been discussed at other events, because I think we're obviously getting much more sensitive about the planet and plastic, and I guess one day the next step will be to find a container for the water wipes that isn't plastic. I guess that's going to be more of a challenge.
Well, trials are underway to change the packaging.
I thought there might be.
Yes, we're definitely on the ball in Ireland.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Margaret, for sharing what's happening at Water Wipes and the research, and also giving us a reminder of the physiology and anatomy of the baby's skin, because I think that's a really useful thing for us as midwives to understand. And with the changing of the NMC standards, certainly in the UK, we need to understand the newborn and neonate much better. So Thank you very much for being with us today.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Okay, and for the audience, you need to catch up on those touch points that Margaret talked about, because that's where you'll get more information and links, and the newsletter, so you get more information for your practice. That's fantastic. And we're galloping again now, and we're going to be looking a different angle now on how peer support can help hear the unheard. And I think this was gauged by the assessment of abstracts as being a really important area to be shared with midwives. So I'm really so pleased to introduce another double act. We've been so lucky with our double acts today. And the first person I'm going to introduce is Shelley McBride, Derby Community Parent Programme Community Coordinated at Ripple Z CIC. That sounds good. And she's developed a partnership working within the community to support expectant and new parents. And she's worked with the local maternity services to embed safe peer support within Royal Derby Hospital. And this provides the support on directly labour ward, antenatal clinics, pre and postnatal wards, and the mother and baby mental health unit, as well as developing virtual platforms throughout COVID, which has been, I'm sure that's been a very busy time for you. Now, what I should have said is I'm just pulling out edited highlights because I want to give as much time to the speakers as possible. So if you want to know more about Margaret or Shelley or Emma, you just need to go on to the website and you'll see all their full CVs. These are fantastic people with marvellous CVs. You'd envy them, I have to say. And Emma Roberts, who is a Derby Community Parent Programme one-to-one coordinator with Ribble Z CIC, And she supports volunteers to provide this safe, effective and evidence-based peer support throughout pregnancy, birth and beyond. And she represents the programme at all safeguarding meetings and liaises directly with professionals involved in the parent and family. She's passionate about ensuring that peer support provided is safe for both volunteers and parents. And she has responsibility, because of that, for risk assessments and maintaining self-practice. So without further ado, I welcome Shelley and Emma, and the screen is now yours to share, however you've decided to share it. Welcome.
Thanks, Sue. Thanks, Sue. Hi, everybody, and welcome to our presentation today. We're going to take you through sort of the place peer support has in Hearing the Unheard. I won't reintroduce ourselves, as Sue's just beautifully done that for us. So I'll hand over to Shelley.
Thank you. So we've put everything onto a PowerPoint today, but obviously lots of you have been listening to different things. So we're going to talk through the PowerPoint. So if you need to switch your screen off for a little bit and you just want to listen, or equally if you're sick of listening to people and you just want to read through, do whatever works for you. A little bit about, we'll refer to ourselves as DCP pigs, it's a lot quicker. But we recruit and train people from the local community, and we provide a whole range of peer support to a really diverse group of groups of families. What we're talking about today is families who are facing multiple disadvantages throughout their pregnancy and what the support looks like for them. The Birth Companions did a really interesting report recently, which really goes into more detail about that. Definitely worth having a look through it. If you just Google Birth Companions multiple disadvantages report, then that will give you a bit more of an overview. Peer support, you all know what kind of peer support is. We're affiliated with Parents First, and Celia, who is the CEO of Parents First, is the next Ask the Expert, so definitely worth booking on. She'll be able to give you an overview of what that looks like. As I've said, we're talking about parents who are facing those loads of different social complexities and multiple disadvantages, and sometimes throughout the pregnancy they don't even know if the baby is going to be going home with them in their own care. So it's really important that the care that we provide through peer support is safe, up-to-date, evidence-based. And in order to do that, we do all the things that are highlighted on the PowerPoint. Lots of training sessions. 4 of those are with a senior midwife on the labour ward, which enables our peer supporters to provide really good, effective birth support. Regular supervisions, experienced safeguarding staff. I could go on and on, but I'll just pass over to Em to sort of go a little bit more about what the relationship looks like.
Thanks, Shelley. So sort of the crux of the programme is that we work on a basis of clear ground rules and boundaries with an ethos of being open and honest. And that's something that we model as staff, as volunteers, and model to parents, and hopefully allow them and support them to incorporate that model into their own lives as well. And Shelley will touch on later how that plays a part in sort of maternity and midwifery care. Our whole staff team are trained volunteer peer supporters as well. So from the moment somebody has contact with the programme, whether it is with a member of staff or with a volunteer out in the community, they begin to receive strengths-based and non-judgmental conversations, which really set that effective foundation for one-to-one support. So our volunteers do go out into the community, as Sue introduced Shelley at the beginning, that's sort of Shelley's area where she leads, and our volunteers go out into those areas of the hospital, the neonatal unit, the labour ward, the antenatal clinics, specialist antenatal clinics, mother and baby mental health unit, and we speak to women and families, and we introduce the programme, but we also offer a level of peer support at that point. So wherever you come into contact with the programme, you would be receiving some peer support there and then. It's not just a case of us going out and doing a sales spiel. We introduce it and we offer the peer support there and then. And then if that person feels they need one-to-one and not so much community or group, we can then do a referral to be receiving tailored one-to-one support for that parent or family. Over to you, Shelley.
Thank you. So why is peer support key in Hearing the Unheard? The very nature of peer support and the beauty of it is that on the face of it, it looks really, really simple, and it is. It's kindness, it's a cup of tea, it's listening, it's going for a walk. It's all those simple things that make a real key difference for people. What's special about our volunteers is that they're well trained to do this, they're supported to do this, and also they've got the time. Building that relationship, it doesn't happen overnight, and it takes time for people to feel safe and feel able to share their true thoughts, feelings and experiences. So when the peer support is done right at that one-to-one level, it gives the parents an opportunity to share what's really going on for them, what's really led them to where they are, and all sorts of different things. That can leave a parent feeling quite vulnerable. That might be the first time they've done that to somebody who's outside of their sort of close circle. Our volunteers are so well trained and supported that they can hear those and receive them and not be shocked by them, but support parents to share them and empower them to share them with the people who are providing their care. That's key. It's not about the peer supporter finding out what's going on and then running away with it and fixing all of the problems and getting the right thing. It's about equipping the parent with the skills and the confidence to know that it's okay for them to be honest about what's really going on, and that they will receive good care on the back of that. They're also well trained to know how to share safeguarding concerns, and our volunteers are really, really skilled at this. That ties in with what Em was saying about ensuring that we're really open and honest at all times about what we do and why we're there, being really clear about what our role is. And in turn, that doesn't impact on the relationship, because a lot of the times these stories are waiting to be heard, and it is a positive once they can share them if it's done in the right way. Once a parent is supported to be open and honest with professionals and share what's really going on for them, that helps the professional, because it means they can give the right care and the right support and use that information to develop care plans that are effective. It's hard for professionals to do that, and that's not to say they haven't got the skills to do that. What's missing is sometimes the time and the consistency of the relationship, and that's where peer support can really support with that. I say support a lot during
the key theme.
Yeah.
So we're going to start to look at how the support supports the role of maternity professionals. I've done it now. So it fits very well with the Better Births agenda, and I do believe that's something that Celia may be touching on later. But for here, we've sort of picked out that the peer support really helps and provides a personalised approach to a woman's maternity journey. So the volunteers and staff carry out an intermediary role that reduces pressure on busy midwives. We're quite keen that peer support is not a cheap replacement for midwifery. We're not midwives, and we can't be midwives unless we go and train to be a midwife. We're not there to replace somebody's job. What we're there to do is to make that working relationship really successful, to better make a woman's pregnancy better for her and her experience better for her and for that baby. So we can support women to navigate maternity care and prevent for escalating. Women might be sat at home, families might be sat at home with problems and saying, oh, I'm not bothering ringing my midwife, she's not rang me, and all these things. But actually what we can do is say, no, get your notes out, let's have a look at the number, your midwife will have given you that number, let's ring up together. And that we're supporting them to communicate with the professionals around them instead of something growing to be much bigger. So we do go into women's homes, families' homes, and support there. Obviously, at the moment, it looks slightly different with COVID restrictions here and there, but and we can accompany marginalised women to antenatal appointments. We can accompany any women in couples and families to appointments. So a key area of the programme is that we support women and families to create independence rather than dependence. So, for example, if you've got somebody who's got to get to the hospital for an essential antenatal appointment and they don't turn up, and actually the reason they've not turned up is because they've got significant mental health concerns that prevent them from leaving the home alone, actually a peer supporter can go with them, plan the bus route, look what bus route they've got to get on the bus together and go and access that appointment. And then when the peer support's not involved, that woman and family are still able to do those skills and get on that bus and go to the appointments. They've not depended on us taking them in our car to an appointment. We really support two-way communication with health professionals, as Shelley just said, opening up those open and honest conversations. I know you're feeling low, talk to your midwife, she can help you, he can help you. They're not going to whisk in and take your baby away. It's important you're open, you're honest, and you work with the professionals around you. A lot of the families we work with, and particularly when we're talking about the unheard, there is heavy safeguarding involvement, a lot of social care, and there is that fear that somebody's going to turn up and take that baby. Even if the plan is for that baby to be removed at birth, that fear is still very much there. But the better open and honest conversations women and families have, the better their care can be. Over to you, Shelley.
Thanks. So I'll read this one out just in case anybody is just listening and has switched the screens off. But feedback from the maternity services and the midwives that we work with is really positive around this service. Steph Longson is actually the senior midwife on labour ward at Royal Derby, and she currently trains our volunteers in what they would like to see in when they're providing birth support. When a volunteer is providing birth support, they're on call 2 weeks before baby's due date and 2 weeks after. Our volunteers are absolutely amazing. Similar to how you would be if your friend or your sister or somebody was, so that's not drinking, it's keeping your phone near you, having plans in place so that you can get to the hospital quickly. So that is pretty amazing in itself. But Steph says the programme has become invaluable to our maternity service, and especially for the midwives on the labour ward. The women DCPP support are vulnerable, and this vulnerability is exacerbated in pregnancy, during birth and into the postnatal period. The service provides much needed support, which in turn supports midwives in delivering the specialist care they need to provide. The feedback I have received is overwhelmingly positive, and the volunteers are regarded as essential to the well-being of the women and babies they support. It is also clear how well the volunteers are regarded and trusted by these women, and how the training you provide is very well structured, thorough and appropriate to their needs. So that's a little bit about what Steph said. And next coming up, we've got a video from Claire Brackenbury, who is the midwife who leads on the Juno continuity of care team at Derby Hospital. Over 50% of our referrals come from the continuity of care team. They work with families who have got lots of social complexities and lots of things going on for them, and they regularly refer into our service to support with that. So I'm going to let Em share the screen for that one now.
Thanks, Shelley. Okay, I'll just play Claire's video now and then we'll sort of talk afterwards.
So to provide a couple of examples of how we work closely together as midwives with the Derby Community Parenting Programme, there was a lady who we've recently provided care for, who unfortunately she'd had 2 of her children removed from her care previously, and unfortunately the circumstances hadn't changed with this pregnancy, so that was to be the outcome this time as well. Although the outcome meant that the baby wasn't in her care, we've had feedback from this woman afterwards that actually the care and the support that she got from her peer support worker and the midwives meant that, although, as I say, it was upsetting that baby didn't remain with her, that she had a better experience than she had done before, and actually has said it was a really positive experience. And the outcome of that has meant that she has now been able to look at aspects of her life which caused a concern for professionals, and is taking action to improve those, which for us as midwives as well as for DCPP is fantastic that we've been able to make that difference to support this woman to make those choices. And another example is a lady that we're currently providing care for who has been in an abusive relationship. There was significant domestic violence in this relationship. The woman was minimising this. There were other complexities involved as well, and the outcome was looking as if this baby would be removed from her care. Following having a peer supporter allocated to her and her being under the care of the Juno Continuity of Care team has actually really turned this around. This woman is now has ended her relationship. She understands the risks posed from this perpetrator and has taken other steps to improve the concerns that we held. And obviously social care are heavily involved with this case, but if things continue as they are now, it's looking likely this lady will be able to keep the baby in her care and will be able to provide ongoing support after the birth of baby. And as I said earlier, the peer supporters provide care for 3 months postnatally, which is longer than we can as midwives. So it's lovely to know that as we discharge from maternity care, they've got that ongoing support. We truly value our working relationship of working alongside Derby Community Parenting Programme, and have nothing but positive words to say about them.
I'll just swap back to our PowerPoint.
So we're going to look at the next. There isn't a typical case of support as to what our families look like. As I said at the beginning, each families are different and they've got different things going on for them. But we wanted to sort of share an experience of a lady that we did support. So this isn't one of the people that Claire was speaking about. This one was a while ago. But as you can see, lots of different things going on for this lady that we supported. Peer support played a really vital part in getting the best outcomes for mum and baby, and that doesn't mean baby going home with mum. It doesn't mean baby being removed and placed into foster care. It's respecting what the professional's judgment is and supporting the conversations around that. And the peer support played a key part in getting best outcomes, not only for the pregnancy, for the labour and the birth, which the peer supporter was there for, but actually also for the future and opening the doors for whatever future support looks like. As you can see, there's lots of risk factors and lots of challenges going on for this lady. It was third baby. First baby was a bit older, had been adopted. Second baby was born less than a year ago and was going through the adoption process. And there was nothing to show that this would be different for this baby. However, just to be clear, that decision wasn't made until after baby was born. It wasn't final until after baby was born. So if you can imagine going through a pregnancy, not knowing, or maybe knowing on some level, but not actually having a final decision about what that's going to look like, that's challenging in itself without all of the different complexities going on. Peer support was able to sort of unpick some of these things, talk about them, but also talk about other things as well. So we're not just completely focused on what's going on in the pregnancy and the baby. We can talk about past, we can talk about what was on TV last night, we can talk about all sorts of different things, all that go into making it a genuine reciprocal relationship. The other thing is with the peer support, we're lucky in that when we're supporting continuity of care, they will go to people's homes to do their clinical appointments if possible. Not everybody has that luxury, but we can take the peer support out to the people who we're supporting. So for example, this lady lived with a partner. It wasn't a positive supportive relationship, so even when the midwifery team were visiting and giving their support, there was an element of somebody else in the room. The peer support was able to go and sit. I mean, she didn't have a luxurious garden. The peer supporter sat on a wall outside, sometimes in the rain, holding up 2 umbrellas, having those conversations. And actually at some point during the support, when the parent was talking about her past and things that had happened, she cried, and she said, that's the first time I've cried in front of somebody in over 20 years. That's the power of it. So I'll let Em just talk a little bit more about what that meant for the professionals involved.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've captured here the feedback from the social worker involved in this case, and we thought she summed it up really well. So I will read through it, just for anybody that, like we said at the start, is a bit sick of the screen today, but I'll also unpick it as we go. So because of DCPP, this lady has seen that she is worthy of a supportive relationship, and she had the opportunity to have some me time. She felt she could talk to you about her experiences, including her memories of her other children. And as Shelley's just identified on the slide prior to this lady wasn't in a healthy relationship. It was quite an abusive and exploitative relationship. She also didn't have any positive or supportive relationships around her outside of that partner relationship. So this was the first time since her first child had been removed from her care about 15 years ago, that she'd had somebody that she could talk to about her thoughts and feelings and experiences around that. I'm sure that you can imagine there was lots of professionals involved, but actually a peer supporter was there just to listen, not to do anything, not to listen, to tick any boxes or to assess anything, just there to listen. And that was the first time she really started to talk about those experiences, and understandably some of those involved quite a lot of trauma. I know that if this lady had been left to manage her pregnancy and delivery alone, she may not have been available for the goodbye contact with her daughter a year later. Baby had a positive experience because of all the previous support provided to this lady. She looked forward to seeing you again, and this has helped her accept ongoing emotional support from the birth parent support worker in relation to the adoption of baby. So this, the social worker actually got in touch with the programme after a support had closed with this lady and said, final contact's been arranged. This lady won't go unless she's got some support there, or somebody she feels won't judge her and will just be there for her. And the peer supporter actually went and supported her to have a final contact. Baby fell asleep on her. She'd rocked baby to sleep. She'd created some really special moments for herself and for baby. And equally, as Shelley said, the peer supporter was at her birth. She'd encouraged skin to skin photos, things that were important for both that baby going forward in their life and for this lady to move forward and keep working on herself. For the 2 pregnancies prior to this baby, this lady had never engaged with any ongoing services after the birth of her children. Once she was discharged from midwifery and obviously ongoing social care involvement to some extent, she'd never accepted ongoing support. However, with the support of peer support, she was able to transition from midwifery through social care and then into the support of the adoption worker as well. And she also agreed to have some long-term contraception in order to give her body a break and to give her some time to work on the things that she identified were important to her. Without this type of service, many women are left unheard and unsupported in what is a significant and sometimes traumatising life event. Women deserve to have a birth partner, whatever their circumstances, and without judgment. And I think it's something Shelley always says, so I'm going to steal it here. But at a birth, that peer supporter is the only person in that room that's not paid to be there. So passion and enthusiasm and all of that can bring us to our careers, but actually to be there and not be paid for something speaks even bigger volumes of something. So the power of that in somebody's room when they're having a baby, wherever that room is absolutely just unbelievable. I can't even describe it. I'm going to hand back over to Shelley.
I'll whiz through this really quickly because I'm aware that we could talk about this all day, but we've tried to squash it as much as we can. It's really important that everyone's voices are acknowledged and included when shaping and planning maternity services. I think everybody here would agree with that. We want to make sure that the services that we're providing work for everybody. I think something that is really important to take away from this, what we're sharing today, is actually for some families, this needs to be done really carefully. They don't have necessarily the support networks around them, and it's not enough. And sometimes the passion from maternity services to make sure that they're doing this thing of including everybody's voices, it's not enough to just sort of like turn up at somebody's bedside, open up that conversation and get the information that you need to support your development of your service. That needs to be done, and you need to make sure sufficient time and support is in place around that, because it could be that, you know, you're opening something up and peer support can do that. It can give that opportunity to do that. Done in the right way, sharing your story and your experiences and knowing that that's going to help shape services can be really, really empowering. And again, a peer supporter can help a family work out the best way for them to do that. If the time isn't right for that family, we also need to be able to respect that. It might be that they've got no interest in developing or shaping services that they're potentially not going to be involved with again. That's okay as well. But peer support can still play a part in advocating for these families, and we can use that. Having local maternity services heavily involved in the programme, working collaboratively, involving them in our training and showing the peer supporters what high quality, good, nurturing maternity care looks like, means that our peer supporters can highlight strengths and development opportunities that other people might miss. That's really key as well. We can do that. So I'm aware there's loads of different people from different areas listening today. How can you sort of like get involved? I would just say, I've got a whole list, but we're running sort of out of time. So I'm going to say just champion peer support, respect like the role, and try and see the value of what it can bring and how it can enhance the service that you deliver. If you're a decision maker or somebody who can commission services, look into investing in and commissioning a good quality peer support service around your trust. I think that's kind of key.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Shelley and Emma. There's more information at the end of that. And I'm also aware for the audience, because we have run out of time.
Sorry.
This is a huge project and really useful for us to think about in supporting women. And we've talked about vulnerable women and women with multiple problems. And I think the case study you shared just showed some of the complexities that we have to deal with, and we have to provide support again.
I love the
I would say to the audience, do go to meet the experts, Parents First. I'm not sure if you two will be there, but Celia Supaya will be there, and she'll be speaking about perinatal peer support. So, and I know that Shelley and Emma will be very happy to be contacted, because this is their passion. And they've illustrated how much it's their passion. We did have some very positive things. Lynn Fitzwiz, I think I haven't pronounced that well, Lynn, sorry. She says this type of support is so important, it should be available countrywide. Well done, ladies. Great presentation. And Deborah Ramsey says this project sounds amazing, filling gaps. Do you have volunteers from all communities thinking about language and cultural differences? Well, Deborah, I'm sending you to the little stand to find out more, because we have run out of time, and I don't want to let the program slip. So we're taking a very short break, and then after that, at 2:45 will be the next session. Can I remind people that Wendy is not able to do session 7, so instead you have Alison Bohm, who's from the Chief Executive of Best Beginnings, and she's going to be talking about embracing evidence, innovation and collaboration to reduce inequalities and improving outcomes. So fantastic session. But see you in, 15 minutes, a bare 15 minutes now. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Alva O'Brien. I'm the Medical Marketing Manager at Water Wipes, looking after the UK and Ireland. Our water wipes contain just 2 simple ingredients: 99.9% water and a drop of fruit extract, so they are safe to use on delicate newborn baby skin, including preterm babies. In comparison, on average, a standard baby wipe contains up to 16 ingredients. You can see the average number of ingredients for each type of wipe on the right. So with just 2 ingredients, water wipes are proud to be the world's purest baby wipes. Our latest news is that water wipes have been validated by the Skin Health Alliance as being purer than cotton wool and water. We've received numerous global accreditations, including the Skin Health Alliance, Allergy UK, the National Eczema Association and the Vegan Society, to name but a few. You can log on to the specific HCP hub on our Water Wipes website, or sign up to our HCP newsletter on the website to get the latest articles, news and product information from Water Wipes. Or finally, contact us by email with any feedback or queries you might have. I'd really like to thank you for watching this Water Wipes video today, and I hope you found it of interest.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am the co-founder of 5 Times More. My name is Clitoria Rebecca Abbey, and we got Tanika here as well.
Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the Learnovation Conference.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and you're all very welcome to the Faculty of Nursing and Midwifery's seminar today.
It's there in so many studies, isn't it? This is what midwives want to do. It's what they know they're good at.
Unless we find new ways of reinventing the art of cooperation, then frankly, we're in for a pretty difficult ride over the next 10 years.
Also, Narrowcast Media have been a great support to us in terms of hosting and designing this event and making sure we've got all the elements as optimal as we can using all of their experience. Thank you.
And the production team at Narrowcast, who I have to say, Catherine and co, you are an absolute dream team to work with. So thank you.
Thank you very much, but most importantly to Neil Stewart and Associates and my advice for organising the votes, and to you, Catherine. It has been just extraordinarily easy for us to do this. We were very nervous, but you made it an absolute easy trip. So thank you so much, and we couldn't have done it without you, literally. Gurmila Mahagan.
and welcome back. And we're coming into a really nice laboury bit now, a very midwifery bit. So welcome back from the break. And I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Claire Feely, who's first to speak, and she's going to be talking about how do NHS midwives facilitate women's alternative physiological births, and this is going to be a feminist narrative inquiry. And I know on Twitter there's been a little bit of a debate about looking for feminist writers, so here's one for you. Just to reiterate, I'm just doing edited highlights from Claire and Molly's CVs because it's all online. I don't want to pinch too much time from their presentations because they've got fantastic presentations for you. Just to say that Dr. Claire Feely is a postdoctoral researcher at University of Central Lancashire. She's also an educator. She qualified as a midwife in 2011 at Oxford Brookes University, had a master's degree at the University of Central Lancashire in 2015, and she's worked clinically in all areas during that time. So she is good at balancing just about all those juggling balls that we do. And she's just recently passed her PhD with the University of Central Lancashire, where she collated data from NHS midwives who facilitated women's out of guidelines birth choices. So welcome, Claire. The screen is now yours.
Thank you so much. What a lovely introduction. Give me one sec. Always that little delay getting the screen up. Ah, there we go. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sue. It's an absolute pleasure to come and talk to you about my PhD study. And this is one component, one aspect of the study, because I actually did 3 different big research questions, all with the same participants. So today it's really talking about my first publication. You can see the citation on the screen there for you. It is open access, so if anyone wants to read it, you can just Google that, and it's not behind a paywall or anything. I just need to say thank you to my wonderful supervisors, Professor Jill Thompson and Professor Sue Down at the University of Central Lancashire. So my PhD title is quite wordy, as most PhD theses are, but what do I mean by alternative physiological birth choices? Well, quite simply, I define them as ones that go outside of maternity guidelines, where women are seeking less medical care or interventions, or when women decline recommended treatment or care. And primarily that's because they're seeking a normal physiological birth. And we know why this is important, because we know from the literature and the studies, and certainly from our clinical practice, that women can sometimes feel, or often, depending on where they are, feel that their needs aren't being met and they don't want to conform to the typical care pathways. And women are looking for that much more individualized care. So I was very much interested in talking to midwives who, part of their usual practice, who are willingly facilitative. By that I mean they support women's choices and they're proactive in doing so. So in my study, I had 45 NHS midwives from across the UK. And these midwives were generally from different hospital trusts. So that makes quite a nice, diverse sample in that perspective. They were also from different practice settings, and this is very important. So this wasn't a home birth versus a hospital birth or midwife study. This looked at midwives who were maybe core in the hospital, on birth suites, delivery suites, rotational midwives, could be community midwives, core birth centres midwives, and some of them were specialist midwives, say for example mental health specialists, and some consultant midwives in there as well. And the midwives, the 45 midwives, all had different levels of experiences, and you can see here that ranged from band 5 to 8, which that was really important to capture. And I'm really glad those midwives, particularly those with less experience, came forward, because I think sometimes this area, this part of midwifery practice can be seen as a senior midwife's job, role. There can be a lot of fear around it for midwives who are on the ground. So to have midwives in band 5 and band 6s, majority of the midwives were band 6. And obviously with that, with the band, you can also, I can also tell you that some of the midwives had less than 2 years experience, and all the way up to over 35 years. So what a wonderful diverse sample set, which really helps strengthen the findings. You will be interested to know what the women's choices were. So one of the things I was very purposeful on I could have done research on how to look after women who decline vaginal examinations, or I could have done it on women with raised BMIs or women wanting VBAC. And I could have done, you could do them as standalone research, and that in itself is very valuable. But one of my key interests and focuses was, no matter which woman is in front of you, what her choices are, what her circumstances are, this is really about getting to, you know, the pinnacle that we're after is individualized care. So I wanted to capture from midwives any out of guideline choice. So what I did find, so there's hundreds of stories within the 45 midwives, as I'm sure you can imagine. But what I did find was that they generally broke into two kind of groups. One group was women's choices who were otherwise healthy, low risk, and I will do that in inverted commas. They weren't expected to have any, you know, particular health issues in pregnancy, but perhaps when it came to thinking about birth, they wished to decline usual care pathways or recommendations. So a common one would be declining post-dates induction, or it could have been declining vaginal examinations in labour, or something like declining intrapartum antibiotics, say because she shromed. Then the other group, if you like, are women with slightly more complex pregnancies or complicated pregnancies. This could be because of a pre-existing medical disorder. It could have been because of their previous obstetric history. And from those women, the midwives looked after a huge range of women with multiple, and you can see that in this word cloud here. So anything from supporting women, and sorry, what I meant to say is those women with the complex pregnancies, they were actually after the midwifery-led care. So that might have been either at home, birth centre, or coming into hospital, but they didn't necessarily want things like continuous electronic monitoring. So that were for women who wanted a VBAC. The midwives looked after women after VBAC after 2 cesareans, 3 cesareans, women who had medical disorders like epilepsy, HIV, women who had previous PPHs, etc. So you get the point, and you can see that from the word cloud. So, but what I want to do, I didn't even want to separate those particular choices, because again, what I wanted to think about is what can we learn from all of that information of how do we approach caring for any woman that comes into our care, regardless of the actual choice she's making. So as you can see here, the boxes, the coloured boxes, are the key themes from this first part of the study. And then the bullet points are the sub-themes. So if you decide to read my paper, you'll get a lot more detail, a lot more information, and a lot more of the quotes from the participant. But I think what I really wanted to emphasise today was the relationship building. That will be no surprise to anyone that's watching this. Relationships, we know, is the cornerstone, the fundamental part of the care that we give. But I think what was so fascinating and useful is how the midwives in my study managed to unpack what that actually means, and in the context of outer guidelines. So one of the key messages, one of the things they really wanted to express to me was this idea of they were actively choosing to get to know the woman, as an individual. You know, they wanted to know who she was. And with that, they wanted to know all about, you know, her decision makings, her choices, her feelings, what happened in the last birth. So that was really kind of captured as this listening to understand. But the midwives really wanted to emphasize this idea that, and one of them said to me, you know, it's about listening, but not just listening, hearing, really hearing. Do you know what I mean? And that was one of the quotes. And that indicated, and that came through, that the midwives were trying to forge a connection with the women. They really wanted to get to know and understand them. And when that happened, when they did find that connection, the women's stories utterly moved the midwives. It compelled them to act. So what I mean by that, some of the midwives were so moved, it was literally, even though some of them might have worked in less supportive work environments, it was almost this sense of them rolling up their sleeves and going, right, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure I can make this the best birth that you want. So that was incredibly powerful and a very strong message. Another factor which all interrelates is this idea of conveying attitudes of support. The midwives were there's several strands here. The midwives were very mindful that some of the women might have come in quite guarded or defensive because they were expecting to face barriers. So the midwives were very keen to remove those barriers straight away. So they've talked about having this attitude of, how can I help you? As opposed to sometimes what we see in practice or hear in practice is, we don't do that here. This kind of closed off conversation, or it's not in the guidelines, and that just shuts the conversation down and it fractures any semblance of a relationship. These midwives did the opposite. They had this attitude of never saying no, is what came through time and time again. Now, that's not to say that they didn't do any other work around that and any more conversations. As you can see in the process of support here about negotiation, care planning, etc., the midwives were particularly conscientious. But in terms of that initial meeting and early relationship building, it was around genuinely, authentically demonstrating that they supported the woman's decision, whatever that was. Within that, there were midwives who worked in fragmented care models. So they talked about how important this was too. But obviously they had less time. They didn't necessarily know the woman. They arrive at a home birth. They've never met the woman before. The woman's having something outside of the guidelines. And the midwives worked doubly hard, if you like, because they didn't have much time to really convey these attitudes of support. And one of the key things they did is sit and read the birth plan and acknowledge the birth plan and talk to the woman about her birth plan. And as many of you know, that's birth plans can come under fire quite a lot and a huge amount of criticism. But the midwives use that as a tacit way of reaching out to them and saying, I'm here to support you. Within all of that, and underlying that, was about forging trusting relationships. I say, and from the midwives' data, that trust is the glue that holds relationships together. And we know that in our everyday lives. We know that that happens in all relationships. But we don't, it's very intuitive sometimes, and it's quite hard to articulate. But these midwives did manage to articulate it. And they were very much of the mind that they knew they had not just to be deemed trustworthy by the women, they had to authentically be trustworthy. So they did that in these ways that I've talked about, really listening to understand, actively conveying support. And that also might have been, if they said, oh, I don't know about that, I'll come back to you next week, they followed through. So all these little areas, these micro interactions were there to build trust. The midwives acknowledged that, particularly say for home birth situations, that the women may have experienced or heard that us midwives can find any excuse to send someone in. And we know that does happen. The midwives were very mindful of that. So they worked really hard to demonstrate that they were pro their decision, skilled and competent in home births, and loved home births. And the reason, one of the fundamental reasons around why trust is so important is because the midwives were considering that should any deviations of the normal start arising that they couldn't manage within the clinical context, should emergencies suddenly happen, they really wanted the women to understand that what they were telling them was the truth. And I think that is super important. Equally, and I don't think the literature has really covered this, is that the trust was also a reciprocal mutual trust. The midwives, through all of this process of relationship building, forging that connection, forging that intimacy, because by now there's this intimate connection and relationship. What the midwives expressed was their trust in the women. And I really don't think we talk about that very much, about it coming from, what midwives need in order to support women, well, in a whole range of contexts. And these midwives talked very much about how they trusted the women. In turn, that gave them even more confidence to support the woman. So you get this amazing virtuous cycle, which is underpinned by meaningful, authentic relationships, which I'm sure is no surprise to any of you. But I really valued that the midwives were able to articulate and unpack that for the rest of us. Another key area from the midwives was this process of support. So they did do a lot of work, but one of the key attributes I discovered with them was their information seeking and then sharing activities. And by that, what I mean is they didn't just rely on their local guidelines. These midwives were incredibly proactive in sourcing information from a variety of spaces. So it might have been RCOG, it might have been the WHO, it might have been NICE guidelines, it might have been they knew their local guidelines was restrictive on something, for example, GBS and water birth. So they would try and contact colleagues, in a different trust with their guidelines and say, right, can I borrow your guidelines? And then take them to management or whoever they need to take to advocate for that woman. So this information seeking really spanned a lot of different sources and different methods and different ways of doing it. But it also involved knowing and having the skills to access research. And not only they knew how to access and find reliable sources of information, but they generally did understand it. And by that, I mean they could read it, synthesize it, and apply it to the woman's situation. Some of them remarked that they stood out within their kind of colleague setting, if you like, and it felt like it was a skill that wasn't always deployed by some other midwives. So a lot of time was spent talking about that. And with that information, they brought it back to the women, if they didn't already know it. So I'm also talking about situations perhaps that they wouldn't have seen very often. So one of the midwives cared for a woman wanting a home birth, but she had epilepsy. The midwife supported her right from the off and said, yeah, I would like to just go look into it, because I haven't looked after anyone with epilepsy for many years. So with that, she went off and learned all about it, learned about the risk factors during intrapartum care. But and like I said earlier, she followed through. She brought that information back to the woman in a different appointment, and then they discussed it together. And then they co-created the care plan for birth. And she had a lovely, successful home birth, I'm sure you'd like to know. So a lot of these activities, it might be the midwife going off and doing something separate to the woman. They might be doing something together, or the woman, particularly if it was a more rare disorder, a woman would, if she's lived with it her whole life, she would bring the information. She's got her lived experience. So the midwives are open to learning in lots of different ways. And that sometimes included negotiating with women. For some of the midwives, they did work in quite restrictive hospital trusts, and negotiating within the trust was slightly more complex or challenging, should I say. So sometimes there was a discussion with the women of, okay, what are your non-negotiables? What can we work with? What is your absolute flat out non-negotiables? Having discerned that, then moving forward saying, can we think about perhaps doing this? Very mindful all the time that they weren't being persuasive or manipulative, but once they built this relationship, it came across as it was something that they were doing in partnership. And of course, care planning was a massive part of this. And what was interesting is that across the 45 midwives, who had responsibility for what some areas call complex care planning varied. For midwives in caseloading models, then it was all down to them. They were equipped and had the skills to have these conversations with women, seek the appropriate information, document appropriately, and just basically get on with it. But in other areas, it was a much more structured and formalized process. It might have gone through consultant midwives, or a senior at the time might have been supervisor of midwives. So that in itself had so much data around it that will eventually be its own publication, because there was so much around the care planning. I'm mindful of time, so I just want to show you just a couple of key quotes. And obviously we've got these other themes here about behind the scenes, negotiating with the wider team. And it wasn't always so easy for some midwives in their circumstances to get the MDT involved or on board. And in other areas, it was just really quite normalized and just quite an easy process. And there was good engagement and good discussions with that wider team. But you can read more of that detail in the paper. So this is to convey this attitude of support was a quote from one of the midwives: you have to go with what people want. You'll get more out of people if you say, yes, I'll support you in that, but here you are, you're the risk, rather than say, no, you can't. That doesn't really help anybody, does it? So this is that idea of meeting the women where they are, at the same time, not being blasé, because I think sometimes there can be a bit of a perception for people who fear out of guidelines that midwives could be a bit rogue or blasé about it. But if you start by meeting the women where they are, and you're still doing, well, you're doing your job through the human rights framework, but you're also you're building that foundation in order to then do the other things that you have a professional obligation to do. So in this quote, and I talked about this non-negotiable, you know, this discussion with women about non-negotiable, and this was a situation where a woman with multiple complex needs, she had a twin pregnancy, high blood pressure and GDM, wanted a home water birth and twins. So you can imagine the initial midwife might have been a little bit alarmed by that initial conversation. But the midwife who got involved, who was a very experienced and supervisor at the time, she went and worked with the woman and she ended up caseloading her. And what she found, and by having this conversation of, never mind all the details of the actual birth decisions, let's talk about what the non-negotiables are, and let's start from there. And what you see in this quote here, what the woman actually wanted was that everyone who came into the room to introduce themselves, no one to touch her without asking permission, and any changes to the plan explained to her first. So when we meet a woman and it looks a bit intimidating or a bit frightening, coming back to this idea of, okay, let's hold our own fear, let's just put that to one side, it's not about us, and then have this sort of conversation, because what this woman wanted is dignified, respectful care. It wasn't necessarily the ins and outs of whether she got the water or not, although those were important things, don't get me wrong, I don't want to dismiss them, but actually it was about respect and dignity. She had a previously very traumatic birth, and this is what came through. As it happened, she did go to hospital and she laboured and birthed so quickly she didn't make for twins and didn't make it into the pool. So, you know, it was all, but really interesting that she had that trusting relationship, and really helpful that she had that trusting relationship. So I would say really listening, plus understanding, and plus proactive support equals mutual trusting relationships. That for me, I think, is the key message that the midwives would want to convey, as well as those more details around the particular scenarios and clinical situations, which I'm sure you're all very interested in, but all of that content is in the paper. And I think I've never got over my time, so I think that's extraordinary. I must have spoken really fast. I hope you could all understand me. And there I am. If anyone would like to come and find me, you can find me on Twitter as my email address. And I will be running a 4-part webinar series in March to unpack what I've discussed, the brief themes that I've discussed today, and really use those participant quotes, dig into the clinical situations, the scenarios, exactly what the midwives did in particular situations. A great example is a midwife who was called to a home birth, but the woman did not want her to do anything. This midwife was incredibly experienced, very experienced with home birth. And she found herself, that's absolutely fine. So she sat in the living room, the woman was elsewhere, and she just said it was just interesting, really, because I was just listening. I was listening to how her vocalizations changed. I was listening to the frequency of those vocalizations. So she was using all this other midwifery skills and knowledge to just be there for that woman. Now, not many midwives, I think, would be as comfortable as that. and as it happened, the midwife was called into the birth room just before the woman did give birth, but it was pitch blacked out, absolutely pitch blacked out. The midwife asked to put the light on and was told a very firm, clear no. So she didn't. The baby had been picked up, was being cuddled, and she said at that point what she did was just listen. She could hear the baby snuffling at the breast, so that reassured her that the baby was well. She was listening to the mother's breathing sounds because it was dead quiet, and so she was trying to assess, was there an increased breathing rate to indicate perhaps increased blood loss? So these amazing skills that is built up, and tacit knowledge that is built up over time and years of experience, and so much experience in unusual circumstances, that she could bring together and stay calm. I think what was so remarkable about her story is that she just didn't seem to bat an eyelid. She was experienced enough to know that she could deal with any emergency should it arise. And that's definitely contrasted a couple of the other participants who had similar experiences, but they were anxious, and actually they were getting a lot of pressure from management. And there were quotes around, actually being with the woman wasn't that stressful, but having management ring me every 20 minutes to get an update was. So you can imagine, I'm sure you've all been there when your phone's going off at a home birth. There's nothing, I mean, I hate it, it's nothing more distracting and frustrating. And then one of the midwives was very inexperienced, so she was very anxious about what management would say and whether she would be in trouble, even though working with women outside of guidelines was what she wanted to do. It was the first time she experienced it where a woman just didn't want anything. So she really was taken aback. And that is just something you can learn over time and learn through these other midwives. So there's lots more to unpack and a lot more to share with these extraordinary stories from these midwives all over the country. And I suppose my other take-home message is what's so exciting about this work is because we hear so often about what's not going well in maternity services, what midwives aren't able to deliver. And, you know, there's many women who have been deeply hurt and traumatized, but to capture where midwives and what is possible within the NHS, I think is very exciting. And it certainly brought me a huge amount of joy doing and listening to these stories and working with those research participants. So thank you very much.
That's great, Claire. Thank you so much. I mean, I think that's really a lovely, lovely point to make, Claire, because I think we need positive stories. And I think the other thing, I suppose, what I was thinking as you were saying that the midwife was going to the pitch black, I was thinking, oh my God, if you'd had an experience of a baby with difficulty after birth, you would be terrified of that. So you'd have to be very calm and very cool to cope with that. And maybe, you know, I've set up something before with the woman. But it's a really good example of how skilled midwives can be and how you can use your other skills.
And those other senses, you know, that's what was so fascinating to me. And yeah, absolutely.
Fabulous. Well, I've had one person, Catherine Cargill, hi Catherine, says, thank you, that was really helpful. Listening to the women, again, coming up. That's come through as a theme all the way through the day, and that's really listening to the woman.
Thank you.
And it's fantastic. It's fantastic and very encouraging, as you were talking about the whole story. So I think we'll all look forward to hearing more on this. So you can't escape that easily. A comment, this is from Nizakorn Yawarat. And she says, in Thailand, we support the patient that she is a number in my family. So she's a member of the family. It's simple to talk and help people that you've never seen them before because it's in her natural way. And I think that's lovely too.
That's that's the essence, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
you.
So
thank you, Nizakorn. That's really, really helpful. And I think a kind of principle is if you treat the woman as a member of your family, your sister, you know, your treasured person, you can't go wrong really, because that's the way you can get your respect. So thank you so much. That was absolutely fantastic, Claire, and I'm looking forward to hearing more. And I think it's useful for people to know that Claire's got that publication, and it's free and it's accessible, and I bet you it's fantastic to read, because if it's anything like Claire talking, it'll be very accessible and very readable. So do go out and get that. Not tonight, you can have tonight off to reflect on the whole conference, maybe tomorrow. Okay, so now we're moving from the kind of what midwives are doing with physiology, and we're going to go on to love that birth physiology. And I'm delighted to welcome Molly O'Brien, who's come to share her love of birth physiology. And again, this is an edited highlights of her CV, because she's a very experienced and a very interesting person. Totally. She's a midwife, associate lecturer, creator and teacher of biomechanics for birth courses for birth professionals and associates, and a birth preparation class called Moving for an Easier Birth. She's a very experienced midwife. She's been a hypnobirth and birth preparation teacher, associate university lecturer. She's created courses for midwives and birth associates. And this has all come from her frustration with how birth was being managed, if I've got this right, Molly,
Yes.
and has realised that there's a better way. And some of this is about us understanding what normal physiology is. So I was delighted that Molly could join us this afternoon. So I will say to you, Molly, the screen is all yours.
Thank you, Sue. And it's really, I think the programme was very well set out, because I loved what Claire had to say, and the last thing she said, in fact, about the observing and listening to the woman and the birthing person. It means so much, and in fact that's where I got a lot of my information, so I could actually create these courses about biomechanics for birth that came from watchful attendance. And I think that's a real midwifery skill that has been lost because, well, of lots of reasons, but I'll move on from that. That's another discussion. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about my favorite subject, and that is birth physiology. And something that I wonder if we actually know enough about is the wonderful pelvis. It's an amazing articulated piece of architecture, human architecture, where the baby passes through. And yet I really don't feel that we spend very much time on that at all. So do we know enough about that? And on the screen you can see there's a few pictures there. This is, I think, and I would say 80% of midwives and doctors will recognize these pictures here, the pelvis, the bony part of the pelvis, and the pelvic floor, or at least one layer of the pelvic floor that is taught, frequently taught in our training. And there's much more to it. And I think that this gap in our knowledge about the intricacies of the pelvis really affects how we help women when there's a labour dystocia, which is complicated by a biomechanical issue. There's always going to be a reason why that baby is not coming out. I mean, I've come to the conclusion very much in my practice over 20 odd years, working in the NHS with a lot of, attending a lot of births, that indeed three main disruptors of the birth process, which makes it very difficult, is fear, which is why I'm a hypnobirthing instructor, medicalisation for multiple layers there, that disrupts the process. And the other main disruptor is a biomechanical issue. What's stopping the baby come through the pelvis? And does this information that we are given in our training, does that help us to help the women and birthing people who are struggling with that? And I don't believe it is, not at all. And I'm going to show you what I think we need to know, well, what I know that we need to know. So this gives us an impression we've got a bony pelvis, of course we do, but it's much more interesting and more complex than what we're seeing in these pictures. These pictures, of course, are valuable too. I'm not dissing them, but we need to know more. What about that? I think that's amazing. And we are looking at multitude of layers of muscles. And what you see there actually is fascia as well, which is connective tissue. And we'll go on and we'll have a look at ligaments as well. So we've got lots of things going on in the pelvis. It's not just a bony pelvis. And dimensions, it's got layers and layers that actually have an effect on how it sits in the body, and that will have an effect on how the baby passes through. In the larger, the longer pictures here with the whole of the back and some of the leg, you can see that actually these muscles are actually attached to the pelvis. The pelvis is carrying our weight. It's doing it's doing a huge job, and it's going to take some battering through our lives as we pass through our lives. We have accidents, we do things, we've got bad posture, we do all sorts of things that are going to have an effect on the balance of that pelvis. And as you can see, the hamstrings are attached. Actually, they connect up to the sacrotuberous ligament here on the pelvis, on the ischiotuberosities, which then attach to the sacrum. So this is attached, or you could say we're attached from the foot all the way through to the top of our head in one line. We're all connected. Every muscle is joining every other muscle, and that plays a part in balance. So let's have a quick look at some of these muscles that are associated with balance. We have the psoas muscle. Did we learn about that in our training? I doubt very much. It might be some of the newer midwives have, and I hope that's true. I do speak to student midwives, and they are telling me they're learning a little bit more, which is amazing. And that's what we need to do. We need to investigate and explore much further. So the psoas muscle is the longest muscle we have that actually attaches the trunk to the leg, and it passes through the pelvis, and it also is, believe it or not, it's associated with the flight and fight response, and so it can tense up and not function very well if we have a lot of fear. Everything's connected, you see. It's fascinating stuff. Adductors from the inside of the knee pass right up onto the ischiotuberosities and hold the pelvis in place there. And if it's tight, that's going to pull and bring it out of balance a little bit. The gluteus maximus, the great, look at this. This is the back of the pelvis. This is the gluteus maximus, minimus, and medius, and there are layers of them, these muscles, onto the large hip bones. Notice that they're not on the sacrum itself. The sacrum hasn't got muscle across it, but the hip bones do. And the piriformis is attached to the sacrum, and then it goes through the pelvis onto the top of the femur. And then on top of that, we've got ligaments as well. So ligaments, connective tissue, which is covering all our muscles. And the broad ligament is one of those large ones that we have covering the uterus, holding it in place. The round ligaments, almost acting like guy ropes, in fact, are passing through into the mons pubis, some of the fibers, and into the labia. Uterosacral ligament, that's holding another one holding the uterus in position, attached to the sacrum and to the lower part of the uterus, in fact, the cervical area. And you can imagine if you have got an imbalance in your pelvis, that will affect how the uterus is sitting inside and how the space that the baby has available. We've also got the cardinal ligaments. Can't see it in that picture, but the cardinal ligaments are very important ligaments. They are attached to the sides of the pelvis, and they merge a little with the uterosacral ligaments, and they again holding the uterus in position. And I love this picture. This is the back of the pelvis. Again, you saw the muscles there. We talked about the gluteus minimus, medius, and maximus, and the piriformis. And that's the sacrum covered in ligaments. And of course, we've got everything we need to give birth. We have all the hormones, and the hormones relaxin and prostaglandin. They are helping us to be more relaxed. Our ligaments are more relaxed in our bodies when we're pregnant, and that means that they can move and make more space as the baby grows and passes through the pelvis during the birth process. We talk about the ischial spines, and I think it's really interesting that we know about the ischial spines, don't we? As in an imaginary line, really, to designate where the baby is in the pelvis. Is it high? Is it above the ischial spines? Is it lower? Yet we are very unaware of the fact that actually the ischial spine is a ligament attachment point. And I think that's really interesting. I'm sorry that we're not told that, because that would make a lot of sense, because if you can feel an ischial spine, then that means that that part of the pelvis is being pulled inwards where it shouldn't really be, and therefore there is a restriction. And this is the kind of information that midwives really need to know about, because if we knew about that, then we can develop strategies and solutions to help women who are struggling with a labour dystocia. And in fact, we do have some of those hip opening and muscle releasing positions and techniques. But we're certainly at a disadvantage by not understanding how this pelvis moves. And this is, sorry, not a great slide here, but this is going to, we're talking now how it actually opens up. And I remember as a midwife, I used to say to women, oh, don't worry, your pelvis is going to open. And I'm thinking, please don't ask me how, because I'm not quite sure. But it took me many years later and self-study to find out that actually nutation and counter-nutation is a thing. It's how the pelvis opens and moves and creates, increases dimensions. Just going to get my pelvis here, and I'll show you this. This is the pelvis. Now, this is what we're talking about right now, is nutation. Now, nutation is this is the sacrum here, and the nutation means it's nodding forward. Now, of course, I'm grossly exaggerating, but you can see what happens. It nods forward, and if it nods forward, it decreases the inlet, this part, the brim, because it's nodding forward, but it's increasing the outlet, and that makes a difference, and we need to know about that. That's really important stuff. I'm going to just show you, and of course counter nutation is the opposite. So the counter nutation pushes back like that, which means it's opening, it's making more space in the brim, but it's reducing the space here in the outlet. And not many universities are teaching midwives about that, although it is coming, but we all need to know about it, and the doctors need to know about it, because it affects our practice, and we can hinder birth instead of facilitating this process. We can actually make it more difficult. Let's have a look. I'm just going to show you this little video as an animation of exactly what I've just been talking about, counter nutation and nutation. It doesn't have any sound, so it's about 2 minutes, so I'm just going to share that with you. And towards the end, you'll see it's actually talking about rotation of the femur as well, and that is really significant. So you can see it's separate, these bones are separate, joined together with ligaments. That's going backwards. And the hip bones are flaring open, so they're increasing the dimension at the brim. And notation does the opposite. And that moves the ischiotuberosities, which is your sit bones, and it opens it up, opens up the outlet, making more space for the baby to come through. You see how the hip bones move together there. They come opening that brim, which means they're reducing the outlet, or they're doing the opposite. And it's just seeing it from a different viewpoint there from the side. There you are, nutation. Tailbone's going out, making more space. And of course, we've got the pubic symphysis pubis as well. And that's creating more space so we can have space. Of course we can. We're built for this. And this is femoral rotation. And this is really important because there's something that midwives do a lot of. You see how they're rotating. So rotating your, or abducting your legs. Look at this. You see how it brings those ischiotuberosities inwards. So abducting your legs, and the midwife says, open your legs and make more space. It's actually doing the opposite. And that is why it's very hard for us if we haven't got that information in our training. We say things that make sense to us because open your legs to us makes us feel like you're making more space. But in fact, it's doing the opposite. So abducting the legs, the femurs, is going to reduce the outlet. It's bringing the tuberosities together. You can try that by sitting on your hands and opening up, doing that very thing of opening up your legs and paying attention to where your ischiotuberosities are moving. Now, it's only a little bit, but a little bit of space means a lot when you're having a baby, doesn't it? If you had to rotate your femurs, and putting your knees, pointing your knees towards each other and your toes towards each other, and that's rotating your femurs, and that does the opposite. That's actually going to open that space up. Now, of course, women and birthing people, often left to their own devices, will do it instinctively. And to me, that's the ultimate thing, is that we actually have environments and a belief in the physiology and an understanding in the physiology, so that we can help women and birthing people to be free to move and find their own solution if they're having a struggle. And if they are unable to do that, then we can step in and offer assistance if we know how to. So I want us just to reflect on a few questions. I think just to check my timing here, this is a snapshot. Of course, we only have a short time to discuss this really large subject, but I want to just put these questions to you to reflect on what we've just been talking about. What are the causes of pelvic imbalance? So there are causes, and we can find that out when we first book women into the system and we have a chat with them about their health and so on. We could be finding that out. And I'll talk about that in a wee minute. But things that I would like you to reflect on later is, how does the pelvic imbalance influence the baby's position? How does it impact the baby's journey through the pelvis? And which midwifery and obstetric practices negatively affect pelvic dimensions? Well, I just mentioned one that is really frequently used, isn't it? Open your legs, make more space. It's doing the opposite because we don't understand how the pelvis moves. And how can we optimize the biomechanical aspect of the birthing process? Well, there we have one of the main culprits. sedentary lifestyle. And what are we doing in the pandemic? We're all sitting, aren't we? We're all sitting a lot more. We're all just, sinking in to those soft buzz. And it's not doing us any good. It's not doing our pelvises any good. And if you are pregnant, then that's going to have an impact. And here are the other impacts that imbalance, or the other reasons for imbalance. We have sacroiliac dysfunction. Now, the sacroiliac joint is the joint between the sacrum and the ilium, the big hip bones. And this is a known thing. I mean, talk to any physio, osteopath, or chiropractor, or look it up. Sacroiliac dysfunction exists, and it's quite a common event in our lives because of wear and tear and going through lives not particularly with good posture and so on. And that's going to have an effect on the quality of the joint. Tight ligaments, tight muscles, a twisted pelvis, overtoned muscles. Those fitness instructors, dancers who are doing it professionally all the time are overtoned and ultra fit. And you think, oh, well, they're going to do well because they're so fit. But actually, they do sometimes run into problems. Now, I'm not suggesting that everybody who has had a fall, or every horse rider will have issues. I'm not suggesting that at all, but I am saying that they have a higher chance of running into difficulties, biomechanical difficulties, when the baby's coming through because of their profession or their lifestyle. Accidents and injuries, you see, falling on your bum, but not just falling on your bum. What about actually breaking your ankle? You remember your ankle, your Achilles tendon is attached to your calf muscle, which runs up and is attached to the ligament that then at the knee that's attached to the hamstrings, and that runs and covered in connective tissue, fascia, that then thickens at the end to become another ligament, which is the tuberous ligament at the top, which goes on to connect to the sacrum. And that all has an impact. So if somebody's broken their ankle, they may have a higher chance of having a biomechanical issue in their birth. And we want to know about that, don't we? We want to know about that so we can then advise them. And this is what we can do in antenatal care. In our pregnancy care, we can advise them. We can say, not a great idea to cross your legs. Remember, they have that relaxing, everything's mobile and moving a little bit more, but if they can habitually take up postures that affect the balance of their pelvis, then they're more likely to run into problems. Crossing your legs is one of them, sitting too long. So getting up and moving around, and of course using a ball to sit on instead of that soft sofa, or to drape yourself over so your pelvis can be free. Standing with one weight or imbalanced on one hip, like maybe with your toddler on one hip while you're pregnant, is going to have an impact. And so we can, advise them how to carry their babies better, like on their back or on their front, or just, learn different ways of doing this that won't put them in jeopardy of becoming imbalanced. Wearing high heels shortens the calf legs, the calf muscles, as does sitting. And these are things that we need to know about and understand. And once we do understand, it all falls into place really easily. Wearing the right size bra. We don't want any constrictions right up in the respiratory diaphragm. It will cause congestion. It would be reflected into the pelvis. So who wears a bra anyway in the pandemic? But if you are going to wear one and you're pregnant, wear the right size bra. It is important. Swimming is important, but again, we are restricted, aren't we? Yoga, but the right kind of yoga. Yoga that is not strengthening and, we want pregnancy yoga that is releasing. And that's really quite important that we get the right kind. But walking, everybody can walk. I know we're in quite a tight lockdown at the minute, but there are, you can get out there walk in flat shoes, and quite briskly. And walking is amazing. Everybody can afford it because it doesn't cost anything, and it is amazing, and it's very good for all of us, and of course it lifts the spirits as well. Dance in the kitchen, put the funky music on, move your hips and really move and get to know the pelvis. We are so disconnected with our bodies because we're in front of screens, aren't we? A lot. We're on our phones and we don't pay attention. The women and the birthing people are not connecting very well, as so many of us, with our bodies, paying attention and feeling what is the pelvis doing can help you move more instinctively in birth when your baby is passing through your pelvis, because you know how that feels. A calf stretch is a very simple thing to do, and again, that's very good, especially if you are a bit sedentary, and keeping that at an optimal length. And of course, seeing a therapist if you have a history of injury. And I know that's tough as well, but that is the optimal care that you can give, is to suggest, advise a birthing person or a pregnant person to go and see an expert. And we are not experts, but we should be signposting. Oh, thank you. So there's the birthing ball. Use it instead of a sofa. Knees slightly lower than the hips. The right size for the right person. Feet flat on the floor. Move it. It moves the sacrum. It decreases back pain. Vigorous circles in labour can aid fetal descent, and that's a really good thing if the baby is a bit high. I'm just going to nearly finish now, but this is very, very important, because I'm going to just reiterate, freedom to move is so important. The bed takes precedent. The bed is dominating the birthing room, and this is not good. Because just talking about the physiology, talking about how our pelvises move, and here we are, 83% of us are giving birth on the bed. That's a CQC. 24% are giving birth to unassisted birth in lithotomy. Now, this is a problem. We need to be talking about this. Why are women and birthing people on the bed? I know they climb onto the bed, media is telling them that's where people give birth, but we need to disavow them of that image. We need to understand it better ourselves and get out of that habit of using the bed willy-nilly. Look at this birthing room here. It's an active room. And I'm done. I do teach the birthing parents, the pregnant parents, about this, because they need to know how their bodies work, how birth works, how their baby passes through their pelvis, what to look out for when things, what are the signs of a suboptimal position or biomechanical issue in the pelvis. And actually, midwives are not great at that either, but I learned a lot from the women through many, many years of attending births, attending complex births. And of course, everybody used to say, oh, Molly, that's one for you. That's great. It was hard work, but I was very grateful for that opportunity to do a lot of observing and learning about what are the signs without doing any VEs. You can tell, because and we all know those signs, but we have no time to talk about that because we are moving on, and I'm just going to stop sharing now. There we are. Quick flash snapshot.
Molly, that was fantastic. Thank you so much, and thank you for raising the issue of women on the CQC report, because even the most recent one was talking about women who'd reported they'd given birth in lithotomy. And every time I read anything like that, my teeth go on edge. It's just, one, it's very undignified if you don't need to be in that position.
Absolutely.
And twice, it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. It compresses the sacrum, and then you're abducting those legs. So it's anti-gravity. Making less space, and the women and birthing people will push that baby out, but at what cost?
Yeah.
At what cost?
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. Are we causing more damage?
Yeah.
Will be revealed later with pelvic floor trauma.
Yeah, I think that's really, really helpful. And I love that last image of a proper birthing room with the bed firmly to the side. That's fantastic.
Absolutely, and we can do that.
We have one question so far that because we've only got really 1 minute for that, and that's from Lauren says, "Thank you so much, Molly. That was brilliant." Yes, I agree with that, absolutely. And Maria O'Malley says, "Antenatally, is there a swimming stroke that is harmful?" Good question.
It's a very good question. I mean, I can't say I'm an absolute expert, but I do believe that breaststroke with your head up is probably not a great one to do. So you should be more aligned. So backstroke and a proper crawl, or a proper breaststroke where your head is down, so you're not, so yes, there are there are probably strokes that are better than others. I'm not an expert in that, but I'm just thinking off the top of my head, and what other conversations I've had is I do believe unless you're doing it properly, the breaststroke is not going to be that helpful.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. And I'm very pleased. I know I could listen, well, both to Claire and to you for a lot longer, and we're very limited to time, but I'm very happy to tell the audience that Molly is coming to the All Ireland festival also, and is going to sort of continue her little sort of foray into the
yes.
And I have to say, I know as a teacher, I mean, I'm always very keen on physiology and anatomy, because I think if you understand how it works, help women. But I also know that a lot of this sort of material is being left to students to learn on their own. It's quite difficult if you're on your own.
And it is difficult. And really, why on earth should it not be part of our training? It should be. It's a really essential element. And well, it's too much to talk about right now, but I do talk about that in my courses because it is actually a feminist issue. It is political. I'm going to say something maybe a wee bit controversial, but or not. I mean, we didn't know the size of the clitoris until 1996. That says a lot about women's bodies and what we know about women's bodies. And our expertise is childbirth, and we need to know about the pelvis. And it's quite startling. And I'd say it's a travesty that we don't have this information in our training.
Well, I think there's going to be a bit of a Twitter storm after that, Molly. I love the human architecture and the great respect and love you have for that pelvis. It's fantastic. I've really enjoyed your session. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
We have to gallopy on. It's now another break, and it's your chance, everybody, to meet the expert, the NMC this time, and have a general update or any other questions you might have. And then at 4 o'clock, we're coming back to meet Professor Jacqueline Dunkley-Bent, our Chief Midwifery Officer for England. So don't miss that. So see you in quarter of an hour. and welcome back, everybody. I'm so glad to have you back. And this is the last session, and we've got icing on the cake. This has been a whole cake, and we've got icing with it. I'm so pleased that Professor Jackie Dunkley-Bent, our Chief Midwifery Officer for England, is able to be with us. And I know her time is very pressured because we've all been talking about women and midwives juggling things. Well, Jackie is juggling just about everything and doing brilliantly for us. And I just want to say I'm so pleased that we have a Chief Midwifery Officer. So I'm just going to give edited highlights of Jackie's CV because it's available online, and I know you all want to hear more of Jacqueline speaking, not me. So if I just say Professor Jacqueline Dunkley-Bent, OBE, Chief Midwifery Officer, NHS England. She's got vast experience in healthcare provision. She's been just about everything in midwifery, from clinical midwife to midwifery manager to midwifery educator to professor, consultant midwife, and now here she is here. And also curriculum leader. I didn't pick that up, I apologise. And her experience has seen her leading and influencing national maternity standards and guidance. She also influences healthcare nationally and internationally through education and publications, and is frequently invited to speak at national and international conferences. I would also say she's influenced the fact that in many countries now, people are realising actually midwifery is important and we need a Chief Midwifery Officer. So she's responsible for that too. So she has so many awards, and her BME Pioneers Award, HSG Award, and has been on the NHS Nursing Times Leadership 2015 list, celebrating nurse and midwives who are pioneers. She is our pioneer. So welcome, Jacqueline. Thank you so much for joining us. And the screen is all yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Sue. And also to Neil Stewart et al. For this amazing conference. And one of the benefits, I think, of a platform like this is that if you are busy clinically, or if you can't watch or listen or engage real time, you can do this at other times. So that is fabulous for such a time as this. So delighted to be with you all, albeit virtually on the screen. My name is Jacqueline Dunkley-Bent. I'm the Chief Midwifery Officer for the NHS in England. And as I say, delighted to be with you. So we're going to go on to the next slide. And so we have and we still have many plans. Of course we do. And every time we plan, be that for work, be that for a social occasion, when we're planning, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow and the day after. We can make really great plans, line all the ducks up in a row, dot all the I's and cross all the T's. And that's what we did with Better Births, as you can see. We're 5 years into a 5-year program. We were 4 years into a 5-year program when the pandemic started. The NHS long-term plan, the people plan, and so many other initiatives and plans, working with phenomenal partners. And you can see all the partners there working hand in hand, keeping our finger on the right pulse. And the right pulse was the pulse of women and their families, women, babies and their families. That's where the heart of everything that we wanted to do, that I want to do as the Chief Midwifery Officer for England. And my ambitions remain very clear. Ambitions to strengthen leadership of our amazing profession, perceptions of midwifery, so changing the perceptions of midwifery so that people know, the public know, women know, and indeed we're reminded of the fact that if you have a midwife, you improve outcomes for mums and babies. And so my ambitions go on: leadership, perceptions of midwifery, and ultimately the foundational principles are England to be one of the safest places in the world to be pregnant, birth, and transition into parenthood. So all these amazing documents and more, because I'm thinking about our other partners, that was and continues to be the ambition, supported by my ambitions as Chief Midwifery Officer. They were the plans. However, on the 30th of January, all our lives started to change, and the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus outbreak a public emergency of international concern, and more significantly for us, on the 11th of March, a pandemic. And our lives continue to be changed, and our plans have to be refreshed and refocused, repurposed, and delayed somewhat. So I just wanted to share with you a little bit about the best made plans and the pandemic. And you, more than anyone, is feeling that at the moment, wherever you are, wherever you happen to be that in clinical practice, education, research, leadership, management, strategy, policy, consultant, whatever you're doing at this time. We are at a time that is totally uncharted territory. I work clinically myself, as many of you know. I've now moved my clinical base up to the Rosie in Cambridge, and I frequent that service fortnightly. And I too have been in PPE, supporting women to have the best experience, because that's what we do as midwives, regardless of the context. So I'm going to move to the next slide. And I've actually had conversations with midwives in recent time, well, over the last 9 months, seeking views, listening to experiences, receiving emails, direct messages on Twitter, LinkedIn, WhatsApp, Viber, ordinary message. And the key concerns and the key words spoken by midwives at this time are, and you can see there for yourself, that the larger the font, the more frequently the words were cited. So I've probably spoken to about 1,900 midwives in total, just seeking their views at different times. And it's really quite difficult to embrace that burdened stands out at this very time in the middle of the pandemic. The question was, how are you feeling at this time? How are you feeling at this time? And the key words, burdened, exposed, I would say, are the more and vulnerable, I think, anxious, depressed, lesser so. We have an optimistic reference there, but nonetheless, we cannot ignore these key experiences. And what I'd like to say to you is a big thank you for continuing at pace within this uncharted territory to continue to provide the best care for mums and babies. My mantra that was handed down to me is to be my best, do my best, and always do what's right. And I'm leaving that with you, despite your feelings of anxiousness, feeling burdened, exposed. Thank you for being your best, doing your best, and always doing what's right. And remember that you have professional midwifery advocates and others who can support you in this journey. So just wanted to say that in the first instance before we move on to what has the impact of this time done for, what is the impact on women? What's the impact on babies, and indeed what is the impact on our maternity services? And so if I go back at the start of the pandemic, if we think about how women and their families were feeling, we have anecdotal evidence that tells us that women were fearful of engaging with maternity services. They were fearful because they wondered how, if they would catch COVID-19, the coronavirus, what the significance of that would be. Were hospitals places that were unsafe? Were their communities more influential in how they engaged? We saw many women choosing not to engage when their intuition would normally tell them to come into hospital. So we had many people not engaging with maternity services. DNAs increased, women engaged when there was compromise with themselves or their babies instead of engaging in a more timely way. And people were generally scared. The impact on maternity staff, you've seen the previous slide of people feeling fearful, burdened, anxious, unprotected. We had challenges with PPE at the start of the pandemic. We had huge challenges and experiences from Black, Asian and minority ethnic staff that told us that they felt even more vulnerable because of the disparity in death rates from COVID-19 amongst the Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities, and staff feeling fearful for themselves and indeed their families and their loved ones that they would go home to. So there were many, many challenges about PPE, about test fitting, about appropriate PPE guidance, and I could go on. You've felt it, you've breathed it, you've lived it, you know it. These were some of the real challenges. Also with our staff, we estimated that maybe 30% of staff may be away at any time, either shielding, being taken away from services because of track and trace, or indeed ill with COVID themselves or caring for loved ones with COVID. So again, the staffing challenges played a huge part in how we delivered maternity services. And suffice to say, service alterations were really significant. At the peak of the pandemic, our amazing directors and heads of midwifery who were doing a phenomenal job, their deputies, their matrons and their other leaders working at pace to try and ensure that we could maintain safe services for all. And to do that, to maintain safe services for everyone, they had to then consider how they could provide that by, some had to, unfortunately, suspend home birth services, suspend services within freestanding maternity units so that they could pool midwifery staff so that everybody could be kept safe at a really challenging time. So we have much data about suspensions, about services, and indeed concerns and complaints from women and their families about their choice offer being reduced. I won't share the data at the moment, that will come in later times, but that's just a little bit of a national picture for you in terms of how COVID did impact and continues to impact on women, babies, their families, maternity staff, and indeed how we provide our maternity services. So moving on to the next slide, we're also guided by data. It's really important at this time that we have evidence and data, intelligence-led data that helps us to know the size of the problem so that we can fine-tune our interventions and initiatives to meet the needs of women and their families, because this is what we are all about. So the UCOS study, which was absolutely phenomenal in their work to produce these data. So I'm only sharing with you published accounts. Of course, we've got data that tells a different story to what's on the slide. The data now is very different to what's on the slide, but I can only share with you at the moment published data. So they considered the outcomes of pregnant women and their babies admitted to hospital, and the time frame is between the 1st of March and the 14th of April. So you can clearly see that things would have changed since then. But nonetheless, at that time, 427 pregnant women were admitted to hospital, and you can see the rate there. And this at the time was the largest population-based cohort of pregnant women had admitted to hospital with COVID-19. We'll move on to the next slide. And, you know, in relation to mothers, what was the impact on mothers who experienced COVID-19. And just a point of note, because again, thinking about intelligence-led data, a point of note, what is meaningful right now to mums and babies and to you, for mums that are fearful about using our maternity services. Key point: pregnant women are at no greater risk of severe illness from COVID-19 than the non-pregnant population. That's really a significant point to raise. Pregnancy is not associated with increased mortality, unlike flu. We know the data in relation to population that die from flu every single year. Also of significance that I'd like to point out to you, many of you know this already, but it's a point worth re-emphasising. 55% of pregnant women admitted to hospital with coronavirus were from a Black, Asian and minority ethnic background. If you were Black, you were 8 times more likely to be in hospital with COVID-19. And I'm speaking in the past, this is now current too. Asian women 4 times more likely to be in hospital with COVID-19. So you can see why the anxiety and the fears presented themselves from women, but also from Black, Asian and minority ethnic staff. And so there is something about a higher risk of severe disease given infection among vulnerable groups. There is also something about the comorbidities which we know of anyway. So moving on to the next slide. In relation to babies, UCOS told us a little bit about the morbidity and mortality associated with babies that were COVID positive. An interesting point of note is that 74% of women gave birth at term despite having COVID, and the transmission of COVID-19 to infants was uncommon. Nonetheless, we have mortality data, and that has increased as the months have gone on, but I can't share that data with you just yet. So we have an impact of COVID on mums, pregnant mums, and also on babies. And suffice to say, I should have mentioned in the when I was speaking about staff, about you, about your colleagues, your friends, about all healthcare workers, we have lost healthcare workers to coronavirus. And for every single one of those, and in particular obstetricians and midwives who have lost their lives to COVID, we stand here united together, still pushing forward, protecting ourselves, supporting ourselves to do the best that we can for mums and babies. Maternity is an emergency service, so we can't turn the lights off and close the doors. We are 24/7 and we will continue to be that. So for everyone that have lost their lives to COVID-19, we stand in solidarity, pushing forward, supporting each other to do what's right for mums and babies. Next slide, please. In relation to data, we also have the Embrace UK rapid report findings, also published data, because I can't share with you the unpublished, but also published data between March and May. And again, Embrace UK rapid report emphasised that pregnant and postpartum women do not appear to be at higher risk of severe COVID-19 than non-pregnant women. And again, sadly, of the 10 women recorded at this time, so look at the date, you can see the date, recorded at this time, who died with a COVID-19 diagnosis, 8 of them died as a result of this. Sorry, 7 of the 8 were from a Black, Asian, minority ethnic background. That's the point I'm trying to make. So again, there is a disparity and inequality in outcomes for women who experience COVID, and that will resonate with some of you when we think about previous Embrace findings regarding mortality for Black, Asian and minority ethnic mums. I don't need to rehearse that back to you. The 5 times more likely, I think, is in the heart and minds of everybody that is providing maternity services at the moment. So moving on to findings 2, from the Embrace Rapid report. There are key mitigation actions that Embrace refer to. So the need for senior obstetric review, the need for MDT, a review on a daily basis. Perinatal mental health is so significant. We know that the calls to domestic violence services hotlines have increased and continue to increase. So the perinatal mental health space, keeping people safe, is really significant at this time and will continue to be as we ride this storm. So key interventions we're already familiar with, the social distancing, etc. And also the advice to stay at home, we believe, and Embrace believes, was overemphasised. And I've shared with you the impact of that in relation to what women did with that information. So moving on to the next slide. So what did we do at NHS England Improvement with feedback from your heads, directors of midwifery, matrons, leaders across England? What did we do? We co-produced communications for women and families. And there's a whole Help Us to Help You campaign. There are coronavirus leaflets in 11 different languages. There's a film, there's animations. We teamed up with Best Beginnings to re-emphasize some of their key messages. And in recent times, well, I would say in the last 3 months, Matthew Jolly, who's the National Clinical Director, the doctor half of me, Matthew and I wrote out to maternity providers and asked them specifically to focus on 4 key interventions for Black, Asian and minority ethnic women. No longer can we look at these data and be immobilized. So whilst we've got many initiatives about reducing inequality in health outcome, we've got 2 years of information and intervention. This particularly is in the COVID space. So 4 key actions, and you can see them for yourselves, but there is something about lowering the threshold to admit and refer to multidisciplinary teams for Black, Asian and minority ethnic women that present with symptoms. Let's not explain away symptoms to you're pregnant. Let's think about this intelligibly. Let's listen to what the evidence is telling us and let's refer on. Also, communication that is tailored to meet the needs of Asian mums, minority ethnic groups, socioeconomically disadvantaged groups, Black women. Also, the vitamin D conversation must be had. And so midwives are in an optimum position to have that conversation about potential vitamin D deficiency, particularly for women that are non-white or cover themselves because of religious reasons or other reasons when they're outside in sunlight or non-sunlight, as I would say, but in out exposed. There is something about having a conversation about vitamin D deficiency and also accurate recording. I mentioned that data is significant and intelligence-led data is even more significant to help us to be very specific and focused with our interventions. So moving on to the next slide. We also worked really hard with our websites and embraced some of the initiatives from Embrace in terms of the red flags, messages, call your midwife or your maternity team immediately if. We have worked with the RCOG and the RCM who have produced guidance at pace week on week to help us, our services, keep abreast of keeping everybody safe at this challenging time. Also, organisations like 5 Times More Likely, Chloe and Tanuke, who have done a phenomenal job engaging with women so that we can understand where they are, step into the context of where they are, so that we can be more purposeful with our interventions so that they can engage appropriately and timely with maternity services. Next slide. more of the same, information co-produced with parents. You know, on my Twitter feed at the moment, I've pinned a video of encouraging pregnant mums to engage. It's a tiny video, but nonetheless it's quite significant, and that will remain pinned until we see our way through this pandemic. Next slide. So in summary, you know, I can't overemphasize this. Pregnant women are at no greater risk of severe illness. That said, I have to say, with this new variant, we are seeing increasing numbers of pregnant women who have become ill as a result of COVID-19. So this is legacy data. These data that I'm sharing with you are from the earlier part of the pandemic. So we can't be complacent. That there are other things that we need to do. All the things in relation to social distancing, PPE, education, advice, encouraging women to engage, and also supporting each other to keep safe so that we can keep our maternity services safe. In relation to all those plans I mentioned right at the start of the presentation, Better Birth, the long-term plan, all those things, they will be linked into the recovery plan, but we can't recover our plans until we see our way through this pandemic. And that requires you, that requires us, that requires me to stand united together, supporting each other. As I've said, I'm out on the front line, not as regularly because I have the day job. My deputies are out on the front line. The chief midwives, we have 7 chief midwives across England, 1 per region. They are doing a phenomenal job. So there are 7 of them. There are 2 deputy chief midwifery officers and myself. And we are working with you. We stand in solidarity with you, and we engage in the clinical picture. We put ourselves working alongside with you clinically, because it's significant for us to be able to then, when we step into our day jobs, lead with authenticity. So on to the next slide. I think it's really, really important to have a moment of reflection, even when we are moving at pace, even when we are exceptionally challenged. I think it's important to reflect. And if I may, there are many quotes, aren't there? There are so many famous quotes and quotes that people use all the time. But the one that has sat with me for the last few months is this one. It's Kamala Harris. And she says, my daily challenge to myself is to be part of the solution, to be a joyful warrior in the battle for the soul of the country. My challenge to you is to join that effort. Let's not throw up our hands when it's time to roll up our sleeves, because years from now, this moment will have passed, and our children, our grandchildren will ask us, where were you when the stakes were so high? They will ask us what it was like. I don't want us to just tell them how we felt. I want to tell them what we did. And in this COVID space today, as midwives, maternity support workers, professions allied to medicine, obstetricians, neonatologists, anaesthetists, and everybody that supports our maternity services to be the best that they can be, our academics, our researchers, policy strategy, Neil Stewart, Sue McDonald, all of us together. What are we doing in this space? Now, we might not be battling for the soul of our country, but certainly there is something about, are we throwing up our hands and complaining, or are we rolling up our sleeves and sorting this issue out, being the best that we can be, riding this storm? I know things change on a daily basis, but what we can do is be our best, do our best, and always do what's right. And from where I'm standing, looking at England in its entirety, looking at each maternity services and the work that is being undertaken at pace, at speed, people pulling things out of the bag. I think from where I'm sitting, we are being our best, doing our best. And I believe that we will always do what's right for mums, babies and their families. Next slide. So just want to say thank you for who you are and for all that you are doing right now. We don't underestimate the challenges, of course we don't, but I know you've had a great day today. Sue reminded me that I had a hard act to follow, and that was somebody called Molly who was speaking about pelvic floor. That is one of my pet subjects. When I was in education, I put my students through their paces in relation to pelvic floor exercises, perineal repair, etc. So I know you've had a good day, not just from Molly, but from other speakers as well. And I hope that you can take valuable insights from today. And if you're listening tonight, or if you're listening next week or next month, take valuable insights from the speakers from today and share the word, share the positive messages with your colleagues, because in these dark times, in these challenging times, everybody needs a green shoot and a pearl of wisdom. And you can do that for your colleagues once you've listened to today. If you're not listening now, for those that have listened throughout the whole day, take those green shoots back to your colleagues. So thank you very much. And we are in this together. We stand united together. So thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Jackie. As always, a wonderful sort of it's a huge run-up of all the work that's been going on. And I've been very conscious of when you were talking about the things that midwives have been doing over the last few months when we've done our maternity hour, and some of the heads of midwifery and the educationists have shared what they've been doing. I think midwives have risen magnificently to do so many flexible and innovative things. I guess that's what we need to hold on to now and feel the teamwork and the togetherness that we have as a profession to support mothers and their babies and the families, obviously, whole lot together. So thank you so much for making the time to be here. I know you're incredibly busy, and I should think at the moment you're on little roller skates to go to the next activity in your diary. So many thanks, Jackie, and we'll look forward to welcoming you back at maybe when things are settled a little bit. I almost don't dare say that, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was great. A real morale booster. And I know that everybody, I think this watchword of Jackie's of being the best, doing the best and doing what's right is something always sticks in my mind when Jackie says that. And really incredible for us to take forward after this. Now, I just have a few closing words. I know it's been a really busy day and we've gone through everything today, I think, from the pelvis to physiological birth to racism and anti-racism and kind of being very conscious of our assumptions. So it's been fantastic from that point of view. I'm going to share my screen. The screen is mine now. Just for a moment. I have to find it, that's it, because I just have a few more words to say. We left it at tweet. It's a bit slow. Not moving. Oh, that's how it's done. Okay. All right. Okay, well, just a few words, just to remind you, and I know we had a really fantastic session with Jenny earlier about revalidation, and I hope that many of you will be able to use this day as part of your processes, those of you who are midwives. You need to think about what you're going to record now, and you need to take some of the notes. And I know if you're like me, I've been scribbling away about key points that people have made about what to take into practice, and that's the key thing we need to think about. Also, do share with your colleagues and your friends, your peer group reflection, because that all forms part of your revalidation process. Just to remind you, you will get a certificate, but you just have to complete your evaluation, and that's to help us understand what's worked for you, what would you like in the future, and what it also helps you reflect actually on what you're going to put down for your revalidation. This will be very familiar to midwives in the UK, maybe not so familiar to the midwives who joined us from all over the world, but it's a very useful tool. It's available on the UK Nursing and Midwifery Council website in the revalidation microsite, and you can just use this to record what you're learning, your reflective accounts, and then thinking about what is meaningful to you in your learning. Remember, you also have a box set, which will come to you in a few days, that you can dip into, so you won't have missed anything today. I know some of you, if you're like me, I always look at the programme before I go to a conference or festival and think what I'm going to do. And I always think, oh, I can't go to that, drat. But this one, you can go to everything and learn everything. So do feel free to share with your colleagues, and you can write that up too. You can become a VIP member if you'd like, and that helps us develop the materials that we provide free. £24, and it's an annual subscription. You get all sorts of lovely, delicious rewards and a subscription to Netflix. So it's worth trying to do that. And just I'd like to say a few words, a huge thank you to all the speakers. I'm not going to thank the small gnawing mouse who disrupted our presentation this morning for Pat, who ate through her computer cable. Can you believe it? How dare it? But she got back on the phone, and it was very helpful to all of us. Thank you to all of our wonderful exhibitors for their support and for the surgeries that they've provided. Remembering they're still open for a couple of weeks, you can get information, you can get advice, and you can also get a few samples if that's what you'd like. Now, Neil Stewart's associates would also like to especially thank their media partner, the Practicing Midwife. We work very well together and very closely together, and fantastic. And thank you all for joining us, and do complete your evaluations, and so we can make sure our future festivals can get better and better and better, and you can get your individualized certificate for your portfolio. And that's relevant to student midwives, to midwives, and also people who are interested in becoming student midwives, because you can take that to your interview and say, look, I'm so interested in midwifery, I attended this festival. And thank you to our chairs, and that was Jenny Hall and Diane Garland, and also the team, Neil and Karen, who lead the team, but also Catherine, who is behind the scenes, making sure everything works beautifully, and Paul and Deborah, who make sure the questions come through and answer all your questions on the live feed. It's fantastic. Thank you very much to you. And do complete your own reflection for your professional portfolio. Remember, you'll get your online presentations, and it gets sent to you as a box set. I think it's next week, and it's free. It's free, and you don't hear that often. So make the most of it, and you can share them with all your colleagues and friends. The next events, they're online at the moment. Even if we go to an online face-to-face event, which may not be till later in the year, till all the pandemic has hopefully calmed down and everyone's had their vaccination, we always record everything anyway. So even if you miss one conference or festival, you can catch up with the recorded version. Now, and very finally, well, we started off 2020, and we were going to have this year of the nurse and the midwife 2020. Then we had the coronavirus, and now we've been at a very difficult time. We've had the third lockdown now. We've got used to having the daily briefings to let us know all the details about what's happening. People have got used to wearing PPE, the personal protective equipment. They've got used to these masks that can be very uncomfortable. But they're now getting used to the idea of the vaccine going out, and that's fantastic news. And it's great to know that a lot of the NHS employees are now getting their vaccine. Fantastic. What I think 2020 and 2021 even are teaching us is that we are an NHS family, and it's a very close-knit family, and it's a very supportive family. Lots of teamwork and support. You know, there was something on Twitter yesterday about, oh, administrators and clerical staff are going to be helping out. They've been helping out from the start. This is a whole team, and we need everybody in it. We're fantastic. There's the key things are kindness and compassion. And those we've talked about a lot today, and I think it's really important. Alongside strength and commitment, we have that kindness and compassion. There's been a huge amount of innovation, and some of that has been shown today with some of the presentations we've had, and also on the maternity and midwifery hour that is every Wednesday from between 7 and 8. Huge amount of innovation, and it just glows my heart to know how fantastic midwives and actually obstetricians and neonatologists and the people that support maternity services are fantastic and have carried on keeping things going. Fantastic. So I have to say another thank you. Look, you're going to get more bunches of flowers as a thank you to everybody who's watching. You're all fantastic, and just keep it going. But look after yourselves. Just rest when you can. Be kind to yourself especially, but also to your colleagues. You know yourself, some days you feel really bad, you feel really sad. Your colleagues will feel the same, and you need to carry on supporting each other. It's okay not to be okay. I know it's a saying, but it does mean it. And if you're not feeling good and you're feeling very sad or depressed, find someone you can talk to, even if it's at home or it's one of your colleagues. You'll get the support. I know that Jenny, the midwife, Jenny Clark, talks about having a sanctuary box, and I think that's a really fab idea, to have some kit or something in your life that will just make you feel better. So when you get home from work, it's been a hard shift, you've got a pair of comfy old slippers, you've got a soft blanket you can wrap yourself up, you've got your cup of tea, you've got a relaxing candle, and you can just relax. Forget the housework. This is a time housework doesn't matter. Ironing doesn't matter. You have to take care of yourselves. Don't forget a little bit of exercise along the way and good nutrition, because I know, again, when you're sad and you're depressed or anxious, it's very easy to reach for the dreaded chocolate. And the trouble is with that is you can eat a lot of chocolate, and unless you do a lot of exercise or you don't eat a lot of other things, you're going to put on weight, and you need to look after yourselves and keep well. So keep healthy. I like this coping calendar because these are things that you can look after yourself. Just maybe copy this out at some point. It's available. It's from the 10 Keys to Happier Living, and it's actionforhappiness.org, and so that's where it's come from. Just print it out, and choose one of these things that will help you and make you feel better, because it's important. You are important and you're fabulous. So thank you for joining us, and I look forward to seeing you at the next festival, which is, we'll have to stop sharing now, which is in February, and we'll see you then. And in the meantime, stay well, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you in February.